Welcome into day 4 of Radio Row coverage here on the Saints Insider Live from Super Bowl 59. I'm Zach Ewing here back on this Thursday, February the 6th, just 3 days for the big game and possibly the biggest day of them all here on Radio Row for us. We're going to kick things off with just I don't know, 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours. I don't know how long we'll be here as long as the guests keep rolling on through. We've got one already lined up for you here in just a few minutes. That is flag football star Gerald Set. He's a New Orleans native. He's going to be on the show in just a minute. Also expecting Reese McAllister to stop by today, as well as Packers running back Josh Jacobs and A.J. Dillon. Unfortunately, Drew Brees had to cancel on us last minute. We will not have Drew as of right now. We were expecting him today, but probably not going to be on the stream today. We'll see. Maybe he's walking by. Maybe we can grab him for 5 minutes, but as of right now, it does not look like he'll be on, but still a great list of guests. I know Joe Burrow's in the house today. Jay Daniels in the house today. Maybe we can get one of them to stop by. We are going to do our level best to get them all for you. And we're going to start. We were way over our first guest, Gerald Doucette. He is a flag football star from New Orleans. See if we can get him doing this live all day here. How to get. How you doing, man?
Yeah.
Gerald Doucette, sometimes known as Douce, I think. You hear any championship from fantasy football? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. The old who's your mom?
Yeah. Well, hey, thanks for being here. I know it's a big time in the football world because of the Olympics in LA in a couple of years. Has the attitude towards flag football changed as you walk around Radio Row in the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I think guys are a lot more proud, a lot more respect.
He's on here.
They see how fun it is and the different skill sets that we display. So yeah, I definitely think flag football is changing the kind of perception.
Talk about that because, like, you kind of infamous for these comments like, "Hey, NFL players can't just step right in and play like football teams, like different skill set." What is the difference in your eyes and why is it?
So the guys in the league, they're trained all their life to be a certain type of player. They're trained all their life to be physical, muscular, and hit players hard, tackle hard. They're also taught to, run over defenders, stiff arm defenders. We're the total opposite. We're more of the elusive guys. We're trying to run away, get away, make people miss our flags. On the defensive side, it's not like you can't jam. So it's more of a finesse type of game. And when you taught all your life to be this way, it's not a switch you can just flip.
I imagine growing up in New Orleans, you played regular high school football.
Well, no, I played flag growing up.
You did? Okay.
And elementary and middle school, I played flag.
Did you ever play tackle football?
Yeah, I played
and then you get to Xavier University in New Orleans, and that's where your flag career really took off.
Yeah, so I started playing intramural, and I ended up saying that we had an adult league. I didn't know that. I went out there, competed. And then I made a travel, we played tournaments. I never knew this going on. I just thought it was a kid's game. So then I traveled. I noticed that they have tournaments all over the U.S. And I started playing there. And as time went by, they had accepted like the NFL. Because I think I do get you have a grand prize of $1 million. I never thought that was real. And I think that was some guys who said, "Man, let's give it a shot. If it's a real thing, you see if I can advertise it. Found out it was a real thing. But I was telling you, we won. After that, I saw that they had a USA national team. I was like, damn, I could get that a shot. And then I tried out, made the team in 2020. We won 4 gold medals.
Never know where these things are going to take you. Just build on itself. And then I have to imagine the last couple of years when you were the Olympic announcement, the global flag football game now, like there's flag football. High school programs popping up, especially on the girls' side. Like this thing has just exploded in the last 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, I think it's going to become a varsity sport.
I said to tell you I love this.
In high schools now, so I think next going to be a professional.
Talk to me about the Olympics.
I am curious how if they
finally 5 years ago would have been better for you age-wise, but I mean, like I I have to imagine that's still a good goal.
Yes, of course. Yeah, I'm an agent, but I feel like I just slowed down enough to where I'll probably learn scoring more within the next few years. When I'm getting smarter, the coaches help me a lot more, and I love to be coached. That's the main thing, being able to understand what my coaches are looking for, and everything. So I just feel like I'm getting better IQ wise as the days go by, and I think I'll be better in 2028.
And it seems to me that you kind of embrace your role as an with the cloud.
Yeah, with all my accolades, everything like football, I have a lot of respect amongst my peers, and it's like I was the perfect person to speak out, to speak for them, and that's what it was all about. Just making sure all my peers get their chance to make the opportunity.
You start around NFL, like the people know who some of the NFL guys know who you are now.
So yeah, I was very surprised with him yesterday. I was walking around, and a few guys walked up to me that I never would have thought to this one. Even like when I was there, the head coach, he walked up to me. I was just standing there, and he approached me. So that kind of had me with a good feeling. Russell Okung, same thing, former offensive tackle. I was just standing there. I didn't even recognize him because he's not the big offensive tackle anymore. He kind of slimmed down. So he kind of approached me. Brandon Marshall called me over. So it was just like guys are noticing who I am, even by me not trying to get attention.
Yeah, a lot of validation from that review. Game on Sunday. Give us a quick breakdown. Who you think's going to win and why?
I think Chiefs. I think Chiefs won our field goal. I think that the Eagles will have to run the ball, but I think the Chiefs' game plan maybe to stop the run, make Jalen Hurts beat them, and I don't think he wants to have a shootout with Patrick Mahomes. I think the Chiefs have to stop the run. Eagles have to stop Mahomes. I mean, they have the number one defense. I don't think there should be a shootout, but it's a shootout Eagles game.
All right, so we have a Chiefs pick here. We're going to ask people all day. One more question about Cloud. How do you keep, what's the equivalent of breaking tackles? There's got to be a way to kind of keep those guys closer to your body. Of those. I mean, you know where they are.
Yeah, that's the hip turns. We have our dips. I think that's the main two moves because we can't jump and high pass the way that we go design. But we have hip turns, we have dips. It's just called that's like the main.
It's just technique and skill, like it is.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Everybody here is asking silly questions. Here's mine for the day. Every guest, as fast as you can, spell your name backwards.
Lerrad.
Not bad, man. That's a good way to start. I was going to have you do the last name too, but
that's a little more.
Yeah, that's harder than
ETTECUOD.
harder than you think. We'll get the brain going.
The last name is definitely harder than the
All right, Daryl. Thanks for stopping by. Good luck, guys. Good luck in the journey, man.
Thank y'all for having me.
This is Daryl Doucette, flag football player. We are live here on Radio Row. Day 4 of the Saints Insider Podcast Live. Kicking things off with a pretty cool guest there, Daryl Doucette, also known as who she is. Favorite hopeful, I don't know, to make the U.S. Olympic flag football team when it makes its Olympic debut in L.A. in 2028. Expecting Deuce McAllister to stop by in a few minutes. And look, it's going to be nonstop today. We are going to do things a little bit differently. Oh no, because we're going for so long, we'll probably have a few longer breaks. We also may just turn the camera around at times and let y'all see what the scene is like here on Radio Row. You never know who's going to walk by. You never know who may wave at the camera. Yeah, we're going to see what happens on this Thursday. We had a good show yesterday. We've got good shows always. Be sure to check them out as we continue to go live here on Radio Row. Leave your comments. We can also show your comments live if you have a question for one of our guests. And it'll be a good day. It'll be a good day. We're going to take our first break. We are brought to you by Ochsner Health. They are the official medical provider of the New Orleans Super Bowl host committee. So let's take a quick break, and we will be back on Radio Row right after this.
At Ochsner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Ochsner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one. You. Ochsner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
Hey y'all, I'm Robin Barnes, the New Orleans Songbird, and we are here for the making of Super Bowl 59 at the beautiful Superdome. This will be the 11th Super Bowl in New Orleans. New Orleans is known for its vibrant culture, rich history, and amazing music, if I do say so myself. In this series, we're going to show you how the Super Bowl comes to life. This time, we're talking about NFL Source, a program that gives local underrepresented businesses the opportunity to gain exposure to event-based procurement knowledge, network with potential clientele, and compete for contracts related to Super Bowl 59. First, we'll talk to Maisha Boyce, lead for NFL Source, about the local economic impact of the program. Next, we'll talk to Chincy Mouton, Director of Community Engagement at the Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation and the Super Bowl 59 Host Committee, about how they work to form and foster these partnerships. Finally, we'll talk to Nicole Hutchison, owner of Mosswood Events, about her experience being a part of NFL Source. Let's get started. In this series, we're going to show you how the Super Bowl comes to life. First, we're going to talk to Seth Jadowski. He is the head of music for the NFL. As a singer and someone who has had the honor of singing the national anthem in the Superdome, I was so excited to hear how Seth and his team put on the iconic Super Bowl halftime show. What goes into it? How do they produce it in such a unique place of the Superdome? So here you're going to find out.
Welcome back to the Saints Insider Podcast live from Radio Row here at Super Bowl 59 in the New Orleans Convention Center. Thanks to Daryl Doucette for stopping by. He was our first guest this morning. Expecting Deuce McAllister here in 20 minutes or so. We had it stayed at 10 a.m. Also, Packers running backs A.J. Dillon and Josh Jacobs will stop by later today. And then who knows? We'll see who else we can get to stop by the booth. And we're going to have one more show for you tomorrow as well on Radio Row. And that one may be some more of our staff guys, maybe our big predictions segment. Start asking everybody for their picks for Super Bowl 59, which of course comes to a 5:30 p.m. on Sunday. Chiefs and Eagles. As Daryl Doucette picked the Chiefs. Chiefs are a 1-point favorite. I think that's going to be kind of the common pick, but I don't know. Starting to hear some people say the Eagles can get it break the Taylor Swift momentum. I saw the Chiefs are like 9-0, and she attends games in person over the last couple of years, and so it may not be easy for the Eagles to break through the Taylor Swift flow. They're going to try on Sunday, and they've got a guy named Saquon Barkley whose birthday is on Sunday, so he may also have a pretty good birthday. I don't know. But yeah, you can already tell, as we said yesterday, this place is a lot busier than it was earlier in the week. We expect that to continue through the day. It seems Joe Burrow's going to be here today. Joe James will be here today. Drew Sanders and Travis Hunter from Colorado. We just saw they're doing their own show. Apparently, is starting. All sorts of NFL celebrities and celebrities from elsewhere, other realms, should be walking through Radio Row today. One thing we did yesterday to kind of go through some of the historical New Orleans Super Bowls. Going to continue that with some of the more modern ones. I think we got through Super Bowl 9 yesterday. So the New Orleans Super Bowl moved into the Superdome, starting with Super Bowl 12, which was in 1978. This was Cowboys Broncos, and it may have been the ugliest Super Bowl ever played. I don't think the teams were necessarily bad. I don't know if there was something with the dome ceiling. It was the first people that played in the dome. But it was not pretty good. There were 10 combined fumbles. The Cowboys, who won the game, actually had 6 of those, but they got 4 of them back. The Broncos.
Someone was sitting there.
Also produced 4 interceptions, 8 turnovers. Cowboys missed 3 field goals, kept the Broncos in the game, but ultimately Dallas won that game 47-10. And if you were watching yesterday, you also know that was the exact same score of the next Super Bowl 15 with the Oakland Raiders, soon to become the LA Raiders, but I think it was the last year in Oakland, beating the Philadelphia Eagles and San Eagles, who are here today with their first trip to New Orleans. That game also 27-10. Rod Martin for the Raiders for 3 receptions in that game, which was a record. And Kenny King had 80 touchdown pass for the 30 points. That's it. 2 years later, we got another New Orleans Super Bowl, Super Bowl 20. And that was the Monsters of the Midway Bears defense, 6-10. Patriots took a 3-0 lead, and then it was all Bears after that. William the Refrigerator Perry, 335 pounds. Touchdown. All that. Walter Payton doesn't score a touchdown for the Bears, but Mike Ditka, who actually won a Super Bowl with the Cowboys in New Orleans, Super Bowl 6, returns 14 years later and wins coach of those Chicago Bears in that was 1985 season, 1986 Super Bowl. Next New Orleans Super Bowl, another famous team that was the 49ers, another blowout, a 55-20 victory. Joe Montana with 5 touchdown passes, 3 of them to Jerry Rice, just totally blitzed the Broncos. And so that was more or less the end of the blowout era in New Orleans. Those first 7 were all, I'm trying to think of the closest game of all of them was. It might have been the Super Bowl 9, which was 16-6. That was the closest one to 10 points. And actually, Super Bowl 31, the next one, in 1997, Brett Favre wins his Super Bowl ring with the Packers. His huge season, the Patriots 35-21, so not really a close game either, although it was a little bit more back and forth in this one. The Packers actually only scored 1 touchdown in the second half. Desmond Howard opening kickoff gives them a lead. The Patriots 35-21. Then you have 2 classics. The last 2 Super Bowls here have been classics. And they come by. But those next 2, of course, Super Bowl 36, Tom Brady's first. They win on Adam Vinatieri's last-second field goal to beat the heavily favored St. Louis Rams. And Super Bowl 47, the last one for the Ravens. Got a big lead over on the beat the San Francisco 49ers 34-31 before the Giants beat out the Giants. All of that sort of stuff. And I expect we'll have a good one. I expect we'll have a good one. Continuing that trend, the third straight. We are live here on Radio Row. We're brought to you by Alcohol. Hanging out with you guys for a few minutes before we get Bruce McAllister on. See if Luke Johnson is here. Track somebody down. We'll continue here. Luke, can I sit down? Yeah, sure. All right. Among your other duties this week, Luke, you are the food which means you are the only media member I'll have to go practice. So you have to go through practice. Yeah. Yesterday. How was that?
It was cool. I mean, it was football practice. Not a lot going on. Yeah. But it was cool. I was the only one out there. There was players out there for 7 or 8 minutes of practice, and then they had to leave, and I was the only cool player that got to stay outside of like the entire cockpit.
That's probably the only difference between the other practice. Kind of there by yourself with reporters at football practice would bounce things off each other. Hey, did you see that? Did you see what I saw? Things like that. You didn't have it with that.
Right. Yeah. And there's no. Yeah. I can only watch this. So sometimes it's just sometimes they're working on both ends of the field, and they're like wiggle technique and do that effort like through trying to catch all of that. It's hard. That was cool. The highlight for me was the yesterday, which is crazy, insane. And the offense, like the quarterbacks and the receivers,
All right. So you've been hanging out with the Chiefs all week. Yeah. Has your opinion of their vibes or anything going into Super Bowl Sunday changed, or has it been pretty much what they think?
It's pretty much it. I think they are like they know what they're doing. Well, I was going to say, Super Bowl in the last 6 years. They know how this process works. It's really amazing. There's so many media obligations this week. These guys are all available Just so many people in the city itself. It's crazy. Yeah, like, people go, better guess.
Not okay.
No, but it's it's they know what they're doing. When they're playing fun. Even the guys who are new, but they know when you scream.
It can be a lot of wide-eyed. Sometimes the Super Bowl storyline is consistent in the world. We know the Chiefs are good. On the flip side, I mean, a lot of it is good. So I would, it's a little bit unique in that way, but these are two experienced Super Bowl teams who can deal with that. Just focus on the game as much as I still have to think.
Hey, you're staying in a hotel, and it's a hotel where in a city where all of the NFL media, all of the people here like this whole village. Everybody's staying there.
Oh, okay.
So it's not like some of these other cities where they spread out. It's all here. It's all within a couple of hours. So the difference is that if they end, you just got to go back to the hotel. You can't really do it for a while.
Anybody who's traveling, we're like, relax them in a hotel room and go so far. It's not like,
Well, like you just think did say that it's good system. It's different. So they play it here and outside. He said other guys had the door down.
I mean, if you got the money to do it, you're working on a story about Patrick Mahomes. It's going to run soon. It's not 50 in this weekend. His aura is so cracked. It's not, statistically and with his career accomplishments, you can compare him to. The big quarterback take a pass as far as what he's done and
Now I gotta go.
and maybe that's my age too, but when I think back at Joe Montana, that guy was like, I don't even know how to. There was like an aura around.
Yeah,
there isn't.
Yeah, I mean, that was like the exact way I was asking people about it today. Because I asked Justin Reed, the chief safety from Prairieville, Louisiana. I asked him this morning. Just get a sense in about it here, like this here, and that like maybe 10 years from now you can look back, like wow, I was a teenager at the Patrick Mahomes. It's like yes, but he's so limited that he's so much. It's like one of the guys. Even for somebody who's like world famous, and all these commercials that happen, he is around the team. He's like very much one. So it's hard to get a sense of that with most perspective. It's like realizing that special is he is just happy. So, but it is fascinating, and like I talked to Carson Wentz too, and he's like, that's part of the reason I came here. It's trying to be great. We're going to be around it.
Like this, the whole team, and I think you have to give Mahomes credit also in the report. There's just such a valuable guy. I just really don't feel like they really win. I think he's the best.
Yeah, they've got stuff that's awesome.
Okay, you won't ask me for your pick because I think we're probably going to do some of that tomorrow. But what do you think the key is?
Well, to me, it's just thing from driving the Bengals' success is really even though like they've got AJ Van, Michael Smith, Dallas Goddard, to do it as a passer. Like Saquon isn't spectacular. I just don't know.
What's spectacular?
Talking about like what he has been throughout this entire playoff. Saturday being 150 rushing yards a game. He's got 5 rushing touchdowns last 3 games. I mean, he is on.
I got a 1 8.
Almost 50 across the game. 35 of He's really special, especially considering the offense. They can't get him. If he runs for like 85 yards, or something.
All right.
I think normally he does NBA games on the
What's going on?
I gotta tuck my shirt, man.
Well, I mean, it's the same old story. Specifically, you can see some weaknesses in them. So, yeah, it just doesn't ever seem to matter if you get to the field.
There's all sorts of reasons that I want to dive in, and it's like I just learned that I should not to do. You know?
That is the story of the getting him? Yeah, oh, Kyle Long should have been. Okay. All right.
Right now.
Tell you what. You going now? Let's do it. Kyle Long.
I'm gonna get out of here and get to work.
Yeah, you got plenty of work to do. So Luke's gonna kick off. How long will come on?
What's going on, guys?
Not much, man.
I'm Kyle.
How you been?
Nice
Zach.
to meet you.
Yeah.
Kyle.
Norman, nice to meet you, man.
Kyle, what's the week been like for you?
Two shot.
Good to see old faces. I just saw my college center. Met his wife. That was cool. Good to see a lot of Pro Bowlers, all pros, all things. It's good. It feels like a fraternity reunion or something because everybody's out doing their own thing during the season, and then at the end of the year, everybody reconvenes with the Super Bowl. Got a place to do it in their own. Beautiful town. We were out of town last night. This place has so much to offer and got a lot of good energy.
You hear people saying we're biased because we're from here, but you hear a lot of people say the Super Bowl needs to come back for more often than it does.
Yeah.
You agree with that?
Well, I trust my mother's judgment because my old man Howie, he's worked in the NFL for a long time, played, and they've been to like every Super Bowl since they started doing Super Bowls. And my mom has always said New Orleans is the best Super Bowl experience, bar none. I think she's been all 3 times. She's probably at the hotel right now at my dad's hotel, so she loves it too. And I do as well. It was great. Had some beautiful French dinner last night. So please shout out the place that I went to last night. Because it was as good as restaurants can get, I think.
French dinner?
The limit. Herb Saint Bar and Restaurant.
Yeah.
Man, oh man. Get yourself the duck. It was fantastic.
Herb Saint, okay.
They were out of the fried oysters last night, and I didn't cause a ruckus because they had other kinds.
So we took care of you. Oh, and the thing about New Orleans is you could like throw a stone from the front of that place and hit another great restaurant.
100%. Somebody was saying, well, the place across the street is a steakhouse. And
How are you?
Forgive me.
Nice to meet you.
They were like, hey, you want another 5-star place right there?
Unfortunately, you can only eat so much. That's a good.
I don't know about you. I can eat all day.
A lot bigger than you. Yeah. But Luke and I were just talking about the matchup. That's right. Kyle, like I don't think anybody's surprised that we ended up with these two teams.
No, I mean, I could have seen the Bills being here as well because if you're talking about and the Lions previous to all those injuries because of just how talented that football team is and how well coached they are. But at the end of the day, it's the most well coached, most fundamentally sound, most talented teams are the ones we're going to see on Sunday. And they have different styles about their fights, but styles make fights, don't they?
Yeah. Where do you think makes this fight? Is it just as simple as can the Chiefs stop that Eagles running game from taking the lead and kind of choking this game?
Well, obviously, you can commit a lot to stopping the run. I'm not sure if it's a moot point with Saquon Barkley or not yet. We'll find out. The Chiefs historically do a tremendous job of stopping the run in the playoffs, which means the onus will then be on Steve Spagnuolo to have some kind of scheme set up to where Jalen Hurts is frustrated early in the down.
Do you have any memory cards with you?
Get him out of rhythm. But for the Chiefs, they got to find a way to stop that interior pass rush, which has been a real problem for years and years and years for this team. They're a physical bunch. They're violent. They're spearheaded by Jalen Carter, and it seems as if they're getting better by the week.
This is obviously, again, not a surprising matchup. What other storylines from the NFL would surprise you this year? What
storylines from the NFL that surprised me this year? Well, I'm a Chicago Bear. I was a Chicago Bear. So getting Ben Johnson to come to Chicago, the highest of highs for the Detroit Lions with how they were blowing people out every week, and then the lowest of lows with the star players getting injured on the defensive side of the ball. It seemed like it was just not in the cards for the Lions to be making a run. But man, oh man, was there a more fun team to watch? The Detroit Lions, they were rolling. And the answer is no.
I mean, it's the only competition, and I don't want to bring up the full subject, but the Washington Commanders won some games they had no business winning. Jaden Daniels, obviously, with some Louisiana connections. I mean, what a future they made.
You know, it's funny. I work at CBS Sports Network, and we do a show called Tops, and it's out of New York. It's a pregame show, and every year we get the Heisman winner to come by our set. And it was Caleb Williams one year, Jaden Daniels the year before, I believe.
Year after, yeah.
Yeah, I think it went Jaden and then Caleb, or the other way around.
Caleb won as a sophomore. Yeah.
So when Jaden came to our studio, the first thing I thought he was, I said, dude, you got to go get you a cheeseburger right now. And I was like, did you go to school in the state of Louisiana? They let you leave the state being that skinny?
Did I tell you about the duck in New Orleans?
The duck. Go get the duck. Jaden, you got the bread now? And what a season for him. I mean, I guess that would be another storyline. How unbelievable his season was. Storybook. There's a lot for it.
All right, Kyle, before we let you go, do you have a pick for Sunday? Have you revealed this yet?
Well, it's tough to pick against Patrick Mahomes. I say my heart says Mahomes and my head says with the best offensive line in football, that's Philadelphia Eagles. So it's going to be tough. I guess we'll find out on Sunday.
All right. You kind of hedged there, but that's okay. All right. Asking everybody, yours is easy, but starting with your last name to your first, how fast can you spell your name backwards?
Gnolelyk. That's hard. If I get arrested, if I get pulled over and that's the field sobriety test, just send me to jail. Right? Call my lawyer for me. All right.
All right.
How long you got?
Thank you for stopping by.
Appreciate you, man.
Nice meeting you.
I met your brother up in Baton Rouge.
He's a good kid.
LSU Alabama kid.
Oh, he loves the SEC now. Because he went through the game.
We're going to get another guest right in here, and it's the Old Spice.
What's that? I'm good. I'm doing good, brother.
Have a seat. Hope you right in here. Jumping in.
So is it with the time?
All right. I've been told that I've got some words here. Are we going to let him look at the words? Or? Okay, you can look at the words. These are Louisiana words. We're going to start with this. So we're going to boost the font point. Zoom in. All right.
Okay, got you.
Let's start at the top. How do we pronounce that word?
Related dudes. Like,
Capatulas. Okay. All right.
we got to keep up with the time.
Is this
The
Tuesday?
street is right outside. Right there.
She goes up.
Calliope. Am I saying that right?
Yeah.
Calliope.
Calliope.
Calliope. I'm sorry. I mean, okay, that was easy. Indeed. I'm not from Louisiana. We don't have to say it. Melpomene. Melpomene. Okay. No, no. I know a guy. Melpomene. I know him. Like Mel from The Simpsons. Yeah. All right. How about Sucrez? That'll be Lanyap. Having the Old Spice man on the show, a little Lanyap. A little something extra.
A little something extra. I see. Lanyap. I love that.
All right. How about the lake?
Right now, all the time.
The long one with the peak.
Raylene.
No, above that.
Entrepreneurs. LC. Wonderful flavor.
Yes.
You're supposed to come on at 10.
I don't know what I'm doing either.
So LT.
That's why I'm here for you. What is
Bucare? It's a play. By Tennessee Williams.
It also means the old square.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. Let me ask you. Oh, I'm sure Old Spice has a new commercial in the game.
You always have something new.
Can you give us some sort of a hint?
Yes.
To what people are doing?
Yes, Mandarin and sandalwood. That's the hint I'll give you. All right. Yeah.
Is it cold in here?
I don't know.
I mean, I thought it was cold yesterday, but I had a shirt.
He's got it. And Henry told me late last night when I got to the house that Sebastian had that he needed to do. But no, he's got
How did you,
Why don't you untop this?
let's smell it. Let's have a
He got it.
I'll smell
I got it out there.
Mandarin and sandalwood.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Not bad.
Not bad at all.
That's it's one of our meat sets.
All right, Isaiah, we appreciate
Let
you
me
stopping
give you
by.
my 2 cents.
Okay. Who's winning the game on Sunday?
Oh, you want a prediction? I do. No predictions here. Just bring it up.
You heard it. You heard it here first. Can you spell starting with your last
Oh,
name?
here we go.
Spell it backwards.
I'm backwards. I only ride horses. I don't spell backwards. How dare you?
Spell Old Spice backwards.
How dare you?
Isaiah Mustafa, the Old Spice man, stopping by. We appreciate you for being here.
Thank you.
What a character.
You want him on that side?
What a
Yeah,
character.
just him right here.
We got Deuce. One after the other. I don't know how you're going to top the Old Spice man, dude.
Well, that's what I wanted to, make sure I'm not taking off my shirt. The Old Spice man. I thought you were gonna, get into that contest with it. And, not very many people are as confident as he is walking around, with no shirt on.
That is true.
That's an interesting character or persona that he's kind of created there.
I have seen you walking around with Lombardi a couple times this week. How cool has that been that you've been kind of the steward of the Lombardi Fair?
Making sure it gets from point A to point B, and it's been pretty unique and pretty awesome. I mean, for me, I've been fortunate enough and blessed enough to be able to do some stuff with FedEx in that manner, and so for our city to kind of welcome it in and kick off the Super Bowl week with the trophy, kind of only as New Orleans can with the second line, and then having the opportunity to kind of bring it to the convention center on yesterday, so all of the fans can take pictures and be amongst it, and a part of that has been pretty cool.
We got to get this game back in my office. I mean, this is pretty awesome.
Well, you've had it 11 times. I mean, New Orleans has had it, but it definitely needs to be in a rotation at least every 4 or 5 years, and not every 10 or 11 years in a sense. And so, having to walk the city, being able to feature the city and some of the things that it brings has been pretty good.
As most of you know, just the radio analyst for the Saints. You've seen the Saints play against both of these teams this weekend, this year. What sticks out to you about what you saw in those games and what it means for this team?
Well, one team you led with less than kind of 2 minutes to go in the game, and so from that aspect of it, you're not as far away as maybe you think, but there is some work to do with this team as far as the New Orleans Saints are concerned. Both teams, a ton of talent, Kansas City as well as the Eagles, a ton of talent across the board. Not only just all pro players, but you have Pro Bowl players, but you have all pro players, and so that's the best of the best. And it's really unique matchup. I think they're both coached really well. You've got playmakers at every level, whether you're talking D-line, offensive line, secondary, as well as on the receiver standpoint. But I think both teams kind of go as their quarterback goes. From Kansas City standpoint, if Mahomes doesn't even have his top weapon in Kelsey, he's been able to get the rookie Worthy involved a little bit more. And, so I want to see how the defensive coordinators, how they kind of counter what both teams kind of like to do. It's unique because you have really a 2-week build-up to kind of prepare. What you don't want to do is over-prepare. And both these teams have been in this situation as far as a big game before, so they kind of know the routine. I don't think the game would be too big for either one of them, but the question would be who can make the play when the play has to be made.
You mentioned the Saints led the Eagles in the final minute, and they were 2-0 at that point, looking for 3-0. Winning from Dallas beat the hell out of the Cowboys. Is this team closer to that? Or I know there was a bunch of injuries, but then the team that finishes 5-12. How do you attack this offseason if you're the Saints based on where you think that?
I think you have to be able to be honest with yourself in that aspect of it. There's some pieces. You're not you're 5-12. So that was your record, but you're better than that. And so injuries played a part in it, but they have to execute a lot better. And so a lot of it will be the philosophy of your head coach. I need to see what they do defensively and to be able to give you a better understanding of, hey, this is how I see that unfolding. Because when I understand and know what they do defensively, then that kind of determines a little bit the direction offensively you can go. And who has to be the strength? Coming into the season, this team was one from a defensive standpoint. The defense had to be elite. No, they were not elite. No, special teams had to be elite. I think that they were probably elite or good. Offense, you had to be able to be at worst average, and you probably below average, if you're being honest. And so those things can't happen next year. And if they do, it's going to be in the same situation.
What do you make of this coaching search? And the first job's open now with the last job.
I think you were meticulous. I think that you kind of checked off some boxes. There were probably a guy or two that you wanted to talk to. Some people are mad and upset that it hadn't been done now or to this point. But I think that they are, in a pretty good position. I don't think they rushed through the situation just to hire a coach, just to hire one. You could have did that. I'm sorry. If that's truly what you wanted to do. I think that they wanted to get away, make sure that they were doing right by the plan, or understanding and knowing that they do have a plan in place, and be able to get the guy that they probably wanted, whether it was 1A, 1B, 1C. I don't think that it was hey, we just settled for a guy.
It looks like they've landed on Kellen Moore. Obviously, no agreement can be made until after the season. But if that's where they do land, do you think that's the right place? What do you think?
I like what he's been able to do. With Jalen, he did a pretty good job. And then, when he was out in LA with the Chargers, he did a pretty good job early on in Justin Abrams and Justin's career. And so he's worked with different quarterbacks offensively. He can run it. He can throw it around. His background obviously was getting a lot of passes in, and so I'm good with him. I need to see the staff. Because he will be a first-time head coach. So do you put a lot of experience as far as former head coach around him, and then what system will he try to feature offensively and defensively? That's what I need to see.
Just before we let you go, you got to pick for the game on Sunday, or you staying out of that game?
Staying out of that game. I want a good game. I think you have two really good teams, but I will tell you this: if it's close, it's probably going to get because the experience of Mahomes and being in tight situations, won 4 games. I think they've won 13 or 14, something ridiculous number. Eagles probably have a better overall talent, but if it's close. Bad man.
Eagles got to get out to a lead.
Yeah, but I don't think that hurts. I don't think that hurts KC. I think that they're fine playing from behind. But for the Eagles to be able to run the ball, I think KC's going to put 8 in the box and try to force the Eagles to have to throw it. And so, obviously that plays well for our unique kid and AJ. But at the end of the day, if the Eagles are struggling running the ball, that favors Kansas City.
All right, been asking everybody. Yours is especially difficult, starting with your last name. Can you spell your name backwards?
Quickly? I can do it, but it's not going to be quickly. No, I'm not even going to do it. But we don't even have time. I can do it, but it's not going to be quickly. Now you're thinking it's like, all right, let me put that there. Yeah, let me put this here, and then let me go here. And so it's I can eventually do it, but. Yeah, I wanted the names. Give me the names and pronunciation. That's what you had earlier.
Yeah, that one you could do.
It's fair. It may be said a little different.
I was doing worse than he was, so I had to stop the game.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I knew some of them, but the others, you read them all the time. You just don't say it. So, I will ask you this then. If you were Jeff Duncan's boss, as I am, for a day, what would you have Jeff do?
Jeff? To do, and you only doing it for a day?
Yeah, you get to be Jeff Duncan's boss for a day. That's it.
I need coffee every 45 minutes, and it's from the farthest coffee shop that I can think of. And so if we're located here today, I'm having Jeff probably go over to Slidell, and it's a specific coffee shop that I need him to go get me. And I want 2 packs of sugar, and it can't be just any old sugar. It has to be a specific type of sugar. And I'm sending him through where I know the worst traffic is gonna be. But don't be late. I need my coffee here by X amount of time.
And it better come back hot.
Oh, my coffee better be high. I don't want cold coffee. I mean, if it's not to the level that it needs to be at, no, this is right. You gotta go get it. You gotta go.
Hughes McAllister, Saints legend, radio analyst, and box analyst also. So we appreciate you stopping by.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Deuce. We're going to take a quick break here on the Saints Insider live from radio.
Thanks, dude.
Hey y'all, I'm Robin Barnes, the New Orleans Songbird, and we are here for the making of Super Bowl 59 at the beautiful Superdome. This will be the 11th Super Bowl in New Orleans. New Orleans is known for its vibrant culture, rich history, and amazing music, if I do say so myself. In this series, we're going to show you how the Super Bowl comes to life. This time, we're talking about NFL Source, a program that gives local underrepresented businesses the opportunity to gain exposure to event-based procurement knowledge, network with potential clientele, and compete for contracts related to Super Bowl 59. First, we'll talk to Maisha Boyce, lead for NFL Source, about the local economic impact of the program. Next, we'll talk to Chinsi Mouton, Director of Community Engagement at the Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation and the Super Bowl 59 Host Committee, about how they work to form and foster these partnerships. Finally, we'll talk to Nicole Hutchison, owner of Mosswood Events, about her experience being a part of NFL Source. Let's get started.
Welcome back to the Saints Insider podcast live from Radio Row today with day 4 here on Radio Row. Gerald Grunig, news anchor from up in Lafayette, with us, making the rounds down here. What's the week been like for you?
Yeah, so little context. So I'm still working local TV. I'm originally born and raised in New Orleans. Grew up on Franklin Avenue on top of the Full Boy Bakery, 5319 Franklin Avenue. My dad's got cousins in Harahan. Lived on the North Shore after Katrina. Played football at Nichols. Lived in Alexandria for my first TV job. Been working on TV now since 2014 at KLFY News 10. Started posting on my social pages back in 2021, really focusing on that. My videographer and myself now, who's Mr. Weatherall, John Weatherall, have been making our way across the state, cutting up on social and doing all the things. So yeah, the last couple of days have been good. I'm actually working with Blue Plate Mayo the last 2 days. I'm excited. I don't know if y'all heard, we got gumbo, potato salad, the whole thing right around the corner.
Oh, yeah?
Today, bro.
All right.
Yeah, no doubt. Here in a little bit, bro. And we're gonna try and see what the difference is, or what the voting tally ends up being between potato salad or rice, or both. You know what I'm saying? Like, do you like putting potato salad?
I gotta go with the rice.
Yeah. See, but dude, I'm seeing both off camera, which I love. I'm a huge potato salad and gumbo guy. So, but yeah, bro. So we're cutting up and yeah, no, dude, we'll be setting up for doing the whole thing, man.
I mean, I guess it's
Go
no
one more
surprise.
time.
Okay.
Just go.
Grew up above a full
Here.
bakery.
Yeah, correct.
You were destined to get into food.
Yeah, so I will tell you, when I started working at the television station in Lafayette at KLFY, I was sitting there, and we were kind of hanging out while you were taping and talking with Deuce. I grew up on top of the Full Boy restaurant in New Orleans. Went to Christian Brothers, went to Brother Martin, bobbed around schools all over the city, went to Capdo on Franklin Avenue, baby, you heard me, Zam. Anyway, a food scene in Lafayette, though, when I was just working on TV. I was actually in sports. So, I'm super tight with a bunch of the New Orleans sports media guys, because that's how I kind of got my start in television. One of the things I wanted to do was really jump into the food scene in Lafayette and really showcase what that area had to offer, because I remember growing up, whenever my dad got impressed in the Times Picayune, whenever my dad got impressed from the local television station here, it always made an impact. So that's kind of the seed that started it all. My social media content is different than what I do on TV, but at the end of the day, it's all just like most people who do what I do on social, most people who do what I do on TV, it's all about just, trying to pack out these restaurants.
Yeah, absolutely. So Monday night was the media night.
Yeah.
And Travis Kelce, among other things, said that he did not give New Orleans food, specifically gumbo. He called it brown soup or something.
Yeah, he called it. Yeah. I'm not a huge bathroom guy, so I'm gonna stay away from it.
Yeah. Look, we gotta fix this. How do we fix Travis Kelce's opinion of gumbo? Maybe he's got trying to potato salad.
Yeah, no doubt. So look, here's the deal. I think one of the things that I've noticed, even being here today and yesterday, hanging out with the Super Bowl host committee, a lot of people giving me their opinions on
wet food, what kind of food they do like to eat, what kind of food they don't like to eat. And I think it's very easy to have a New Orleans or South Louisiana meal or what you think it is. And if it's not good, you and I both know, like jambalaya, gumbo, red beans and rice, that, like, you know, I have an affinity for dishes here that I grew up eating, but they also have bad ones. So if you don't eat the best of, oh, I had gumbo, I don't like it. I had jambalaya, I don't like it. Well, it's like, bro, it's just like anything else. I love steak, but I like steak that's cooked, you know? You know what I'm saying?
Football, but
Yeah.
I'm not going to go watch anything.
Exactly. So yeah, I learned a lot about kind of the rice and gravy culture when I was playing football at Nicholls State. I was there from 2009 to 2013, and I really learned a lot about chicken fricassees, courgettes, you know, the list goes on and on of the different types of stuff, etouffees and whatnot. But yeah, so I think Travis just needs to give it another shot. There's also some different things he can try as well.
Okay, so if Travis and Taylor are coming over to your house for dinner, what's on the menu?
Oh, what am I cooking for? You know, one of my things. Well, you know, so here's what's funny. When you come by my house, bro, it ain't just me. I got my beautiful wife. I've been together with her since high school sweethearts, all gas, no brakes, baby. Love to say it. And she's gorgeous, which is just like, you know, I jumped on and held on for dear life in high school. So we've been together for 17 years. That all being said, we've got 2 kids, a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old. So I'm not just cooking for them two, I'm cooking for everybody. Okay. And my kid's favorite meal right now is a green onion pork sausage, rice and gravy with sweet peas and potato salad. So yeah, I can absolutely.
You got a 2-year-old to eat that?
Oh, bro, wait here. My kids eat, man. My daughter will sit there and she'll eat a cheeseburger with Swiss cheese, mushrooms, spinach, tomato. Oh yeah, bro. Like mayo, tomato, all the things, bro. Dressed all the way. We knocking it down at the Glennick house for sure.
Right. Gerald, man, I don't know how we top that. I appreciate that. Do you have a pick for the game on Sunday before we let you go?
Yeah, you know, it's been funny. Everybody, you know, I run into, we're kind of talking about food. I honestly forget that the Super Bowl is on Sunday. It feels like I'm here just to talk about Louisiana food, which has been awesome. But I will tell you, I think I want to see the Chiefs win 3 in a row more than I want to see the Eagles win right now.
Little history.
Yeah, that, and 2, I just remember vividly, so I'm 34 now, I remember vividly the early 2000s watching the Patriots go on that run, and I think it would be cool just to kind of see another run similar. I know not the same, but similar run to that for sure.
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah. We got to put you to the test. We will put everybody. Starting with your last name, how fast can you spell your name backwards?
Ginneurg.
Last first name.
Gerald. So my full name? Oh.
Keep going, man.
Lareeg.
I'm going to start doing this at night on Bourbon Street.
Yeah.
And nobody will be able to.
Yeah, for sure. Make sure you have the camera crew with you too. That'll be some good stuff.
That's right.
Gerald Brunner. Yeah, bro.
All right, Gerald. Appreciate you stopping by.
Of course, man. Thank you for having me.
All right, we're going to take another quick break here on the Saints Insider Podcast, and it's live from Radio Row.
At Auctioner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Auctioner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one: you. Auctioner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
Show here.
Hey y'all, I'm Robin Barnes, the New Orleans Songbird, and we are here for the making of Super Bowl 59 at the beautiful Superdome. This will be the 11th Super Bowl in New Orleans. New Orleans is known for its vibrant culture, rich history, and amazing music, if I do say so myself. In this series, we're going to show you how the Super Bowl comes to life. This time, we're talking about NFL Source, a program that gives local underrepresented businesses the opportunity to gain exposure to event-based procurement knowledge, network with potential clientele, and compete for contracts related to Super Bowl 59. First, we'll talk to Maisha Boyce, lead for NFL Source, about the local economic impact of the program. Next, we'll talk to Chincy Mouton, Director of Community Engagement at the Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation and the Super Bowl 59 Host Committee, about how they work to form and foster these partnerships. Finally, we'll talk to Nicole Hutchison, owner of Mosswood Events, about her experience being a part of NFL Source. Let's get started.
That's fine.
Back to Radio Row. Here on the Saints Insider Podcast Live, Zach Ewing now joined by Keon White, Patriots defensive end. Keon, how's the week been treating you, man? How you like Radio Row?
I'm just starting off, so this is actually the second thing I had to do today.
Oh, all right.
This is my first Super Bowl, so Super Bowl like a big thing, so I'm just figuring it out. You know?
Came to a good place. New Orleans and the Super Bowl kind of go hand in hand. There's nothing quite like Radio Row, and I know throughout your career you've been around a lot of people. They come with some of the stats and seeing some of the people walking around, all in one place.
It's kind of weird seeing all the production and everything like that, and it's kind of good for us to be a part of it and see it.
Tell me about your year up in New England, and I know obviously a rough year for the team, but maybe some bright days ahead.
Yeah, for sure. Last year I feel like I started off hot, kind of started off in the back end. But I feel confident of the new season, new atmosphere, new environment, places and I go conversations with them, so confident about going in the future.
I know there's like sometimes we have a tendency to overemphasize the quarterback position, but it makes a big difference when you've got a young guy like great in the building. You can see what he can do. Just kind of change the energy of the whole place, I would think.
Oh yeah, great thing. A good job of being like the quarterback in his quarterback role, which means that he has to talk to everybody, like friendly guy. He's going around shaking hands, kissing babies, and everything like that. And so that's all the things you want from a young guy. He didn't really talk to him and be that, to be a guy. He just kind of put his head down and works, which is something I really respect about him.
Had a chance to meet Mike Vrabel yet?
I just don't point at this like I'm talking about this, but I can't.
How you doing?
Not just a big dude.
List of Louisiana words. We're here in Louisiana. How do you pronounce that topic?
No,
Yeah, it's not bad. Chocopoulos. How about we go down to this one? Will be Lanyard. A lot of silence. This is the big lake. What do you say that? I'll tell punch a train. It's always a lot of fun to get with you, man. But some of these are not.
Who came up with it?
Who did come up with it?
Who came up with these names?
That's ChatGPT.
It's like a mashup of French and Creole.
Okay. French, Creole, and Indian.
Right. Indian and all that kind of stuff.
We ain't got names like that in North Carolina. It's very simple.
Y'all have Chickasaw. Yeah.
All right, Keon White, Patriots defense. We appreciate you stopping by, man.
I appreciate you.
All right. Always a good time. Oh, I forgot. One more thing, Keon. I forgot to put you to the test. How fast can you spell your name backwards, starting with the last name? Sounds easy.
Yeah. ETIHW AILAM
Okay. That's right. You get the middle name too.
That's me. Of course.
Thank you, man.
Keon White, Patriots defensive end, stopping by. Never know who you're going to get. You never know who you're going to get here on Radio Row, and Keon finishing up his third year in New England, second year in New England. I think it's the second year. So one of the parts of a young Patriots team that may be back on the come up. That high draft pick, lots of salary cap space, and Mike Vrabel. Keon White is there. I suppose we could have asked him for a pick for the game. Now he probably knows a lot better than a lot of us who's going to win that Sunday. But we are rolling on Radio Row. And again, I think just now for Keon White, Daryl Groening stopping by. We had Daryl Brissett earlier this morning. I'm already forgetting the names of everybody who's been on. And we've only been on the air for like an hour. So, tell you what, we're going to take one more break just for a second. See if we can figure out something.
You need me to remove any cameras?
At Auctioner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Auctioner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one. You. Ochsner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
In this series, we're going to show you how the Super Bowl comes to life. First, we're going to talk to Seth Dudowski. He is the head of music for the NFL. As a singer and someone who has had the honor of singing the national anthem in the Superdome, I was so excited to hear how Seth and his team put on the iconic Super Bowl halftime show. What goes into it? How do they produce it in such a unique place of the Superdome? So here you're going to find out. In this series, we're going to show you how the Super Bowl comes to life. This time, we're talking all things Superdome. First, we'll chat with Steve Farrago, NFL Director of Event Operation, about how he and his team start work way ahead of time to make sure the Dome is game day ready on Super Bowl Sunday. Then, Evan Holmes, the GM of the Superdome, talks Dome renovations and takes me on the coolest escalator ride of my life. So, stay tuned in.
At Ochsner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Ochsner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one. You. Ochsner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
Hey y'all, I'm Robin Barnes, the New Orleans Songbird, and we are here for the making of Super Bowl 59 at the beautiful Superdome. This will be the 11th Super Bowl in New Orleans. New Orleans is known for its vibrant culture, rich history, and amazing music, if I do say so myself. In this series, we're going to show you how the Super Bowl comes to life. This time, we're talking about NFL Source, a program that gives local underrepresented businesses the opportunity to gain exposure to event-based procurement knowledge, network with potential clientele, and compete for contracts related to Super Bowl 59. First, we'll talk to Maisha Boyce, lead for NFL Source, about the local economic impact of the program. Next, we'll talk to Chinsi Mouton, Director of Community Engagement at the Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation and the Super Bowl 59 Host Committee, about how they work to form and foster these partnerships. Finally, we'll talk to Nicole Hutchison, owner of Mosswood Events, about her experience being a part of NFL Source. Let's get started.
Welcome back to Radio Row Live here on this Thursday Saints Insider podcast. Saw some of the comments saying the audio was off, and we apologize for that. Hopefully we have it fixed now. Let us know if that sounds better. But we will continue to get some guests in. Hopefully could hear well enough to know what was going on there for the first hour. But we are next up. I know we're going to have A.J. Dillon and Josh Jacobs, Packers running backs, coming by here in the next 20 minutes or so. We may get somebody before that. You just never know. I can see people walking by, but also a lot of other people asking to talk to them as well, and a lot of other commitments. So you just never know. But we continue to roll here live on Radio Row as we count down to Super Bowl 59. I know one thing going on upstairs starting, I think it starts at 11, is the halftime show press conference. So Kendrick Lamar is also in the building. He's upstairs where they're holding the press conferences here at the convention center. Okay, Carl, I see you saying that's better. I appreciate that. And again, apologies for the audio snafu over the first hour of this program, but we will continue on here with lots of good stuff the rest of the way. So I doubt Kendrick is coming down here after his press conference. That would be chaos if he did. That would be complete chaos. My guess is he just goes out the back door, because otherwise he'll never get out of here. So that press conference is going on upstairs. I know the Fox broadcast crew has a press conference later today, which means Tom Brady will be in the building. Drew Brees is in the building today. Joe Burrow, Jaden Daniels. It is truly a who's who for the NFL and for Sunday's Super Bowl.
want to tell you a little bit about our Super Bowl special section coming out in the Times-Picayune on Sunday. I think you can also catch it in some of the hotel lobbies and restaurants and things like that around downtown New Orleans, around the CBD, starting Saturday. But it will for sure be in the Times-Picayune Sunday. It's going to be 34 pages. It is going to have an in-depth look at each of the previous 10 New Orleans Super Bowls. And I'm not just talking about the game. I'm talking about the halftime show, the pregame, all the celebrities who were in town for those, different things that were said, all that sort of stuff for all 10 games. We're also going to have a full breakdown of the Eagles and the Chiefs. We have 12 different staffers offering their predictions. We have columns from both Rod Walker and Jeff Duncan, who have been on the show this week. And we have feature stories on some of the local guys in the Super Bowl, namely Justin Reed on the Chiefs side and Devonta Smith on the Eagles side. So check that out. No additional cost to the Sunday paper. So if you've got a subscription, you're going to get it anyway. And if you don't, just go down to the local newsstand and you pay your regular, I think it's $3, and you get that as well as our regular coverage. So going to have a lot of good stuff in the regular paper for Super Bowl Sunday as well. Carl, to answer your question, can fans come through Media Row? They cannot. You have to have a media credential to get here. There is the Super Bowl experience, which is also at the convention center on the, I always get my cardinal directions mixed up here, but on the north end of the convention center. And that's a pretty cool deal as well. There's going to be some play. I know Jaden Daniels was there yesterday. Deuce was there yesterday. They got a lot of different guys coming through and signing autographs. Cam Jordan was there yesterday. I don't know who's there today. It goes from 3 to 10 each day and then 10 to 10 on Saturday. So if you are looking for sort of a thing to do as a fan, obviously short of springing for tickets for the game, I would check out the Super Bowl experience down here at the convention center one of the next 3 days. They'll have all sorts of autograph sessions and photo sessions, as well as they've got like a mobile display of the Pro Football Hall of Fame down there that you can walk through. If you've never made it up to Canton, it's kind of like a mini Hall of Fame. They've got all of the Super Bowl rings on display and what they looked like. They've got the Lombardi Trophy on display for photos. They've got games for kids. They've got all sorts of different stuff. I was walking through yesterday. It's pretty cool. Giant helmets of each of the 32 teams. Each team's got its own display. Photo ops. Kids can go through and do like their own 40-yard dash and their own vertical leap and things from the NFL Combine. You get to go like announce yourself as an NFL draft pick. All sorts of cool stuff down at the Super Bowl experience. Also, the biggest NFL shop I've ever seen. It might be bigger than the one that's actually in New York. Huge display of merchandise, both for the Super Bowl and the Chiefs and the Eagles, but also they've got stuff for all 32 teams and Saints and all that. So I would check that out too. That's enough of an NFL advertisement, I guess. But check it out. Also, I believe you got to pay to get in, but it's only like $20, and kids are free. Kids under 12 are free for that thing. So that is the rest of that advertisement. As we continue here on Radio Row, breaking down the matchup, Chiefs and Eagles, waiting for Super Bowl Sunday. But it seems like this week is simultaneously going by as fast as a week possibly can, and also as slow. Still 3 days to game day. Things will start to slow down in here tomorrow. Things will really slow down Saturday, and then Sunday will be that. Looking at the betting line here, I know it's kind of gone between Chiefs by 1 and Chiefs by 2. Right now it's Kansas City minus 1.5. The over/under has gone down to 48.5. That will be the total number of combined points. It's been 49 most of the week. It's now 48 48.5 this morning. Kind of looking at some of the different prop bets you can make on DraftKings right now. Very curious to total players to have a pass attempt over or under 2.5. And you get pretty good odds on over 2.5. So that would be, do you see you get almost 2 to 1 on over 2.5. Do you get a trick play with a running back or a wide receiver? Do you get a quarterback injury, even if it's just for one play? Guys got to go out for one play, and you get Carson Wentz or Kenny Pickett, the backup quarterbacks, to come in and throw a pass. That'd get you over 2.5. Kind of like that bet. Kind of like that. Almost 2 to 1 odds, plus 180 on a third player to attempt a pass in the game. Obviously, besides Patrick Mahomes and Jalen Hurts. Here's a pretty good one. This seems like it would be easy. Patrick Mahomes to have 50 or more passing yards in each quarter, and it pays plus 450, so it pays 9-2 odds. Could Patrick Mahomes have 50-plus passing yards in each quarter? I think that's harder than you think it is, because there will be a quarter where, Philadelphia starts with the ball, and they keep it for 3-4 minutes, and then the Chiefs, maybe they get it, and then Patrick Mahomes throws for 20 yards or something, and then the Eagles get it back, and all of a sudden, there's bound to be a quarter he doesn't get 50, I would think. So that one's tough. That one is tough. Let's see if we can get the fastest ball carrier by NFL Next Gen Stats. Who will be listed as the fastest ball carrier in Sunday's game? Saquon Barkley is your favorite at plus 225, but right behind him, and I actually kind of like this as my pick, is Xavier Worthy, the Chiefs rookie wide receiver. He's plus 250. That guy is a burner, and that was all that anybody wanted to talk about on NFL Draft Night. Xavier Worthy is a burner. He's plus 250. I kind of think in a foot race he beats Saquon. Now, the only issue there is that Saquon's obviously going to get a lot more opportunities to hit the open field than Xavier Worthy is, and as a receiver, Xavier Worthy makes a catch in a contested fashion, has to go down, that sort of thing. Maybe doesn't actually get a chance to do it, but if he does, I think it'll be Xavier Worthy. And right behind those guys, by the way, is Jalen Hurts at 3-1, and he can get up there too. So, interesting market there. Total rushing yards for the entire game, over or under 275.5. I think I got to go over. I think the Eagles are really going to try to run the ball. I think the Chiefs might too, at least in the first half. Kind of like that, over 275. Longest punt return, over or under 11.5 yards. And that's kind of high, Norman. It's hard to return a punt 12 yards. You've got a lot of fair catches. That one's kind of high. I like the under on that one. Total turnovers, over under 2.5. Total 3 and outs, over under 3.5. You can bet on anything. Total sacks, over under 4.5. Will there be a pick six? Plus 650 for yes. New Orleans had, I want to say, 3 pick sixes in its Super Bowl history in 10 games. So plus 650, pretty good odds there. Pretty good odds. Each team to score a touchdown and a field goal in both halves. That sounds easy. 11-1 if it happens. So the numbers tell you it's not that likely that both teams would have a touchdown and a field goal in both halves. I'll bet you they get a lot of people on that one because it seems like 11-1, man. It seems like they'd each have a touchdown and a field goal in each half. Here's one near and dear to Norm's heart as an old offensive lineman. An offensive lineman to score a touchdown, 16-1. We taking that bet, Norm? He says no. 16-1. Any quarterback to catch a pass, 16-1. You remember the Eagles, the one time they won the Super Bowl, Nick Foles caught the touchdown pass on the Philly special, and Tom Brady was going to catch a pass in the same game. He was wide open, but he dropped it. You could have had both. You can't even get that bet. Both quarterbacks to catch a pass. That'd be astronomical odds. Will any player break the Super Bowl passing touchdown record with 7 or more passing touchdowns? Come on. 30-1, that's not high enough for that. Come on, 7 touchdown passes? You got to give me better than 30-1 for that. Will any player break the Super Bowl rushing record, 205 or more rushing yards? Let's see who we got over there. Oh, Drew Brees is walking by. Okay. Now he's got a crowd of people around him, as you might expect here at Super Bowl Radio Row. But any player to break the Super Bowl rushing record, which is 205 yards, 11-1 odds. That's not too bad. 1 out of 11 times, I think Saquon Barkley maybe gets up to 205 yards. They may feed him a lot, especially if they get out to the lead. Yeah, I think Bryce Young is here. Panthers quarterback. Oh, Bryce Young is coming on. Okay. All right. That sounds good. And we're a few minutes away from Josh Jacobs and A.J. Dillon. They're going to be on here in the next 5 to 10 minutes as well. Is Bryce coming on now? Or should we take a break first? Okay. Okay. We'll throw it to a quick break here, and we'll be back. I don't know if Bryce Young will be on or if we'll have A.J. Dillon and Josh Jacobs here in about 5 minutes, but we'll take a quick break and see who we get live on Radio Row right after this.
At Auctioner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Auctioner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one: you. Auctioner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
Hey y'all, I'm Robin Barnes, the New Orleans Songbird, and we are here for the making of Super Bowl 59 at the beautiful Superdome. This will be the 11th Super Bowl in New Orleans. New Orleans is known for its vibrant culture, rich history, and amazing music, if I do say so myself. In this series, we're going to show you how the Super Bowl comes to life. This time, we're talking about NFL Source, a program that gives local underrepresented businesses the opportunity to gain exposure to event-based procurement knowledge, network with potential clientele, and compete for contracts related to Super Bowl 59. First, we'll talk to Maisha Boyce, lead for NFL Source, about the local economic impact of the program. Next, we'll talk to Chinsi Mouton, Director of Community Engagement at the Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation and the Super Bowl 59 Host Committee, about how they work to form and foster these partnerships. Finally, we'll talk to Nicole Hutchison, owner of Mosswood Events, about her experience being a part of NFL Source. In this series, we're going to show you how the Super Bowl comes to life. First, we're going to talk to Seth Jadowski. He is the head of music for the NFL. As a singer and someone who has had the honor of singing the national anthem in the Superdome, I was so excited to hear how Seth and his team put on the iconic Super Bowl halftime show. What goes into it? How do they produce it in such a unique place of the Superdome? So here you're going to find out.
Welcome back live to Radio Row, Saints Insider Podcast live on this Thursday from Super Bowl 59. Rod Walker's in the house. We continue to look through some Super Bowl props. I saw the comment there, national anthem, coin toss. I think you can bet the coin toss. The national anthem props usually have to go overseas, bet some of the offshore books for that. I don't have that up here on DraftKings. Will the opening kickoff be returned for a touchdown? 60-1. I don't think that's high enough. Will there be any kickoff return for a touchdown? 22-1. I don't think that's high enough either. Will there be a doink? Will any kick hit the uprights? Plus 550 for yes. How about a blocked punt? 18-1. You know, we were talking to Thomas Morstead yesterday. Thomas Morstead, in his entire career, which is now 16 years. He was drafted in 2009, so maybe 17 years now. One blocked punt. He has had one punt blocked in 17 years in the NFL. Pretty amazing statistic for Thomas Morstead. Will there be a walk-off field goal at the end of regulation? Plus 650, only 13-2. So that's maybe more likely, according to the sports books, than you might think. That's, you know, like if you played the game out 13 times, that would happen twice. That seems pretty high. Seems pretty high to me. Going through some of these prop bets as we wait. I think Bryce Young is over. Is he over on the Bleacher Report radio? And then maybe coming by here afterwards, Carolina Panthers quarterback. And also A.J. Dillon and Josh Jacobs supposed to be stopping by here in a couple of minutes. Timing's always a little bit fluid because these guys finish one interview and then come on here, and there may be a set time, but if that interview goes 2 minutes long or we're long with somebody else for 2 minutes, all sorts of stuff that can happen. So let's see if I can get a national anthem prop for you, Carl. Let's see. Carl's hanging out with us this morning. Checking this out. All right. 2 minutes and 1 second. Over or under 2 minutes. Actually, it's now 120.5 seconds. So 2 minutes will be over under 2 minutes, basically. John Baptiste. And I think I was mentioning this yesterday, but the way they do those bets, It has to be from the minute his voice says "oh" in "Oh Say Can You See" to the minute his voice stops saying the word "brave" at the end of the anthem. If John Baptiste plays the piano for 30 seconds before he starts singing, that doesn't count. It's all the voice. It is all the voice. How about some parlays? Anybody down for some parlays? How about okay, 10-1 parlay on DraftKings. Travis Kelce scores a touchdown. Patrick Mahomes over 24.5 completions. Patrick Mahomes over 286.5 combined passing and rushing yards. And Jalen Hurts throws at least one interception. Those 4 things happen, that'd pay 10-1 for you. I don't know about that one. How about this one? These 4 guys all score a touchdown. Saquon Barkley, Travis Kelce, Jalen Hurts, and Kareem Hunt all score a touchdown. It has to be a rushing touchdown for Jalen Hurts. 18-1 on that one. Okay, Josh Jacobs and A.J. Dillon, we just got word they're coming by in about 5 minutes. So they're running just a couple of minutes late, but they will be here in about 5 minutes. Packers running backs, the duo up there in Green Bay. A.J. Dillon injured for most of the season up there, so he's had kind of a rough year. But Josh Jacobs, obviously a very good first year in Green Bay. Yeah. A.J. Dillon missed the entire season with a neck stinger, so that did not go well. That sounds painful. You missed the whole season with it. That was not good. All right, Super Bowl trivia for those of you in the comments. Bill Belichick has won 6 Super Bowls. He's won the most of any coach. He's got 6 rings, all with the Patriots, all with Tom Brady. What coach has won the second most Super Bowls? Okay, Andy Reid could tie him this weekend if the Chiefs win with his 4th. But as of right now, this man is all by his lonesome in second place with 4 Super Bowl rings. Leave in the comments if you got a guess. I think Norm knows who it is. Yeah, Norm knows who it is. We'll give the answer here in a few minutes. See if anybody else can tell us. He did win a Super Bowl in New Orleans. That's your hint. He did win one of these 4 here in New Orleans. Who is second? Carl's got it. Chuck Noll. That was a pretty easy one to start. Chuck Noll, all 4 Super Bowls with the Steelers, won Super Bowl 9 over at Tulane Stadium. That was his first one. They won the next year, and then they went back-to-back again later in the 70s. I think 79 and 80, they went back-to-back at the end of the decade and became the first 4-time winners of the Super Bowl. Nobody else has won 4 since Chuck Noll outside of Bill Belichick, who's got his half dozen. But Andy Reid could equal Chuck Noll on Sunday if the Chiefs win. See what else we got going on here. See if I can come up with another good Super Bowl trivia question. All right. The Superdome has hosted 7 Super Bowls. Sunday will be number 8. The most of any single stadium. I know a lot of people saying New Orleans has hosted 11, tying it with Miami, also hosted 11. But those games have been at different stadiums. So what is second place? What stadium after the Superdome has hosted the most Super Bowls? So curious to see what you guys think on that one. In fact, I got to double check my own answer here. But I do believe I know the answer. And I think I know third place as well. So pretty interesting. The Superdome, hosting its 8th Super Bowl here on Sunday. That's first place. What stadium, not what city, but what stadium sits in second place? Yeah, we are live. Waiting on A.J. Dillon and Josh Jacobs. Carl guesses the Rose Bowl. That is not correct. Good guess. It's a good guess. The Rose Bowl had several early, but they stopped hosting them. The last Super Bowl hosted at the Rose Bowl was Super Bowl 17 back in 1983. The Rose Bowl has not. I missed one. They've hosted 4, but they're still not second place. The Rose Bowl did host Super Bowl 21 in 1987. That was Bill Parcells and the Giants beating the Broncos. No, I missed another one. It's still not second place. It's tied for third, but they also hosted Dallas and Buffalo in 1993. Okay, so the Rose Bowl had 5, but there's one other stadium that has hosted 6. Haven't been back to the Rose Bowl since 1993. That was the Cowboys' first Super Bowl in the 90s. So good guess. Better guess than I thought even, but not correct. And by the way, yeah, well, I won't say it because that could be somebody else's guess, but there's another stadium with 5 also tied for third there with the Rose Bowl. So I'm going to ask another question. What was the last first-time host of the Super Bowl? The last first-time host of the Super Bowl. Last city to host it. Most recent is what I mean. Most recent city to host it for the first time. That's a pretty easy one, too. Carl, the Orange Bowl is the other one with 5. So you got the 2 that are tied for third, but there's one that's hosted 6. Superdome's at 7. This one's at 6. And then Rose Bowl and Orange Bowl have each hosted 5. Good guess. The Orange Bowl hosted 3 of the first 5. They got Super Bowl 2, Super Bowl 3, and Super Bowl 5. And then hosted Super Bowls 10 and 13. So they had 5 of the first 13, but that was it. In fact, pretty funny. The last two Super Bowls at the Orange Bowl were both Steelers versus Cowboys. Interestingly enough, Steelers winning both of those. Speaking of Chuck Noll, won his last 2 there. Not his last 2, but 2 of them in the Orange Bowl. So good guesses from Carl. Orange Bowl and Rose Bowl, but they are actually tied for third. All right, the winner with 6. And I'm checking my work here. Yeah, but it is, and this is a stadium by many names, but it is now known, I believe, as Hard Rock Stadium in Miami. Miami has hosted 11. The first 5 were in the Orange Bowl. The last 6 were in what is now known as Hard Rock Stadium. It's been known as Joe Robbie Stadium, Pro Player Stadium. I think for a while it was just Dolphins Stadium. So it's where the Dolphins play there, not actually in Miami. It's out in the suburbs, out in Miami Gardens. But that is second place. They've hosted 6, including, by the way, Super Bowl 44. We saw Drew Brees walking by. The Saints Super Bowl championship was played there in Miami Gardens. It was Sun Life Stadium. I missed that one. It was called Sun Life Stadium at that time, but it's all the same stadium. Dolphin Stadium was the first one it hosted was back in 1989. Joe Robbie Stadium. 49ers late drive to beat the Bengals. Joe Robbie Stadium, 49ers again in 1995. Steve Young beats the Chargers. Pro Player Stadium just 4 years later. John Elway's swan song beats the Falcons. That was in Miami, same stadium by a different name. Then we go to 2007. That one was played in the rain. You remember that one? Devin Hester returned the opening kickoff for a touchdown, but the Bears lost to Peyton Manning and the Colts in Dolphin Stadium. Then just 3 years after that, it's Sun Life Stadium. Saints beat the Colts. And then just one since then, actually. Hard Rock Stadium in 2020. That was the first of this Chiefs run, 31-20 over the San Francisco 49ers. All right, our next trivia question, as I said, what was the most recent first-time host of the Super Bowl? The most recent first-time host of the Super Bowl. This is New Orleans' 11th. What was the most recent city to host its first? It's a little bit of a trick question, I got to admit. But we'll see if anybody has a guess. All right, guys, we're going to take another quick break. We're going to see if A.J. Dillon and Josh Jacobs stop by there, finishing up another interview. Packers running back tandem, expecting them to stop by here shortly. But we are going to take a break live on Radio Row.
Hey y'all, I'm Robin Barnes, the New Orleans Songbird, and we are here for the making of Super Bowl 59 at the beautiful Superdome. This will be the 11th Super Bowl in New Orleans. New Orleans is known for its vibrant culture, rich history, and amazing music, if I do say so myself. In this series, we're going to show you how the Super Bowl comes to life. This time, we're talking about NFL Source, a program that gives local underrepresented businesses the opportunity to gain exposure to event-based procurement knowledge, network with potential clientele, and compete for contracts related to Super Bowl 59. First, we'll talk to Maisha Boyce, lead for NFL Source, about the local economic impact of the program. Next, we'll talk to Chinsi Mouton, Director of Community Engagement at the Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation and the Super Bowl 59 Host Committee, about how they work to form and foster these partnerships. Finally, we'll talk to Nicole Hutchison, owner of Mosswood Events, about her experience being a part of NFL Source. Let's get started.
At Auctioner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Auctioner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one: you. Auctioner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
Hey y'all, I'm Robin Barnes, the New Orleans Songbird, and we are here for the making of Super Bowl 59 at the beautiful Superdome. This will be the 11th Super Bowl in New Orleans. New Orleans is known for its vibrant culture, rich history, and amazing music, if I do say so myself. In this series, we're going to show you how the Super Bowl comes to life. This time, we're talking about NFL Source, a program that gives local underrepresented businesses the opportunity to gain exposure to event-based procurement knowledge, network with potential clientele, and compete for contracts related to Super Bowl 59. First, we'll talk to Maisha Boyce, lead for NFL Source, about the local economic impact of the program. Next, we'll talk to Chinsi Mouton, Director of Community Engagement at the Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation and the Super Bowl 59 Host Committee, about how they work to form and foster these partnerships. Finally, we'll talk to Nicole Hutchison, owner of Mosswood Events, about her experience being a part of NFL Source. Let's get started. In this series, we're going to show you how the Super Bowl comes to life. This time, we're talking all things Superdome. First, we'll chat with Steve Farrago, NFL Director of Event Operation, about how he and his team start work way ahead of time to make sure the Dome is game day ready on Super Bowl Sunday. Then, Evan Holmes, the GM of the Superdome, talks Dome renovations and takes me on the coolest escalator ride of my life. So, stay tuned in. In this series, we're going to show you how the Super Bowl comes to life. First, we're going to talk to Seth Jadowski. He is the head of music for the NFL. As a singer and someone who has had the honor of singing the national anthem in the Superdome, I was so excited to hear how Seth and his team put on the iconic Super Bowl halftime show. What goes into it? How do they produce it in such a unique place of the Superdome? So here you're going to find out.
All right, welcome back to the Saints Insider Live here on Radio Row from Super Bowl 59. Joined now by the Bounty Brothers, I guess we call you. Josh Jacobs, Angel Jones, the wingman. Okay, that's better. Yeah, that's better. Bounty Paper Towels has a huge booth here at Radio Row, and they've been feeding us all wings. So this is like my favorite guest. You guys brought them by. And Josh, you said you've already eaten too many wings this week. It's only Thursday, man.
Yeah, man, they fresh, man. They be coming, having new batches come in, so it's been pretty good.
They just pull the curtain down, they cook them, and then they pull the curtain up, and everybody comes to get them. So it's pretty cool. Guys, great season in Green Bay this year. AJ, I know you missed it. How's the neck doing? How are you doing injury-wise?
I'm doing all good, man. Back, healthy, excited for year 6. Just working out right now in Florida, getting back, and looking forward to it, man. It's going to be fun.
Absolutely. Super Bowl experience in New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit different than it is everywhere else. I know we're biased. We're from here. What's your guys' impression of what the week has been like here?
The week has been cool. For me, I went to Alabama, so it's right up the road.
Sure.
I've spent a lot of time in New Orleans. I've actually spent like a whole off season out here. So I know how to get around without, GPS and things like that. But I think that it's good for the city.
Yeah, it's a good place to have it. And Josh, it was also your first year in Green. So speaking of like knowing how to get around and culture shock and everything, going from Las Vegas to Green Bay is about as different as it gets, man. How was that transition for you?
It was cool, man. Honestly, I tell people all the time, I was having to talk with my financial advisor the other day, and I'm like, I think I'm gonna keep this house in Green Bay, man. Like it's just so peaceful out there. Like the air is like it's like a breath of fresh air. I mean, yeah, yeah, but
It's cold, yeah.
But you know, like for real though, the people are nice. Like I remember, like it snowed and I like was struggling, like getting out my driveway, and that next morning my driveway was like blown already. My neighbors came and did it. I'm like, it's just love. It's a lot of love out there.
And AJ, you know what he's talking about. I mean, it's a little bit different up there.
It is. I love it. It's like a small town atmosphere. You know everybody. You see everybody. You go to the store. They know exactly who you are. I remember when I first got there as a rookie, one of my favorite stories is I'm waiting in line, and this lady behind me, like grandma, she's like, "All right, AJ, like, come on, hurry up!" Like, I'm fumbling for change. She's like, "All right, hurry up!" It's like they just treat you just kind of like everybody else, which I appreciate.
Yeah. So these guys, AJ Dillon, Josh Jacobs here for Bounty paper towels. I do got to say, after the Bounty hits different, man. You can't have none of them cheap paper towels when you got wings.
Well, you can't have football without wings,
and you can't have wings without Bounty.
Did you practice that?
Nah, that's my wingman.
Straight out, come on.
Okay, all right. Okay, let's talk about this game a little bit on Sunday. Y'all did not play the Chiefs this year, but you played the Eagles twice. You played them your very first game in Brazil, which I'm curious to know what that was like. And then you also played them here in the playoffs.
Yeah.
How did the Eagles change from week one to the playoffs in y'all's eyes, and are they ready for this?
It was kind of hard to really get a real judgment off of them in the first game because, the first game, it's like always the messiest games. The field wasn't the greatest.
That's right.
So we was sliding a lot. So, like, it was kind of just hard to, like, really gauge them. Obviously, like, watching them, throughout the year, seeing, like, Saquon go off and seeing their defense improve game after game. And then also seeing, like, their young guys, like, take big steps, especially on the defensive side. I think that they've done really good this year.
How about you, AJ? I know it's a little bit different watching from the sideline, not being out there, but what was your impression of the Eagles?
Yeah, it was definitely tough not being out there and playing. But I think kind of similar to the Packers, they started relying on that run game, started feeding the ball to Josh a lot in the back half of the season. And I think right now, I feel like the game plan would be give Saquon the ball as many times as you can, and just hope he beats the defense.
Are y'all making a pick? Do we have an official pick for Sunday?
I've never been against Mahomes.
Yeah, I'm going with the Chiefs.
If it's close, man, it's hard to bet against him.
If it's close, yeah. But if Saquon go off, they don't stop Saquon. I don't think it's gonna be a good game if they don't stop him. But if it's any type of game that's real close or a point, a score or two away, I think the Chiefs gonna win.
Yeah, I also though like if it's a close game and they're in that 4-minute drill, it might be tougher. It all depends. It's Saquon's game, honestly. That's my take.
It's gonna come down to Saquon.
Eagles got to get out to a lead. Agree or disagree on that?
Yeah.
To win.
Yeah, early.
Got to get out to a lead. Okay. Most controversial question I will ask you as the wingmen: are boneless wings real wings?
Nah, they're nuggets. They're nuggets.
That's a good answer. I've never even thought of it that way, but I like boneless wings though.
I like boneless wings because they're less messy, but I don't think they're real wings.
Nah.
Yeah.
And if you got Bounty, then
you good either way.
You're good to go. All right, guys, I'm asking everybody before we let you go, starting with your last name through your first name, how fast can you spell your name backward?
Oh man, I'd be
way harder than it sounds.
Yeah.
Give it a shot.
SBCAOLLID.
Yeah.
S. Or I guess
OJ. That's easy. That's easy.
That's not hard. Hey, AJ Dillon, Josh Jacobs with the Packers. We appreciate y'all stopping by our booth. And the wings are great. The Bounty's great. And thanks for being here.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
All right, guys. Thanks, AJ.
Thank you. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Appreciate it.
All right, we'll continue live on the Saints Insider after this. That guy won a lot of fantasy leagues for people this year, by the way. Josh Jacobs. Great first year in Green Bay. They're going to move on with their wings. There's bones in those wings. They're real thing. They're the real thing. Appreciate Josh Jacobs and AJ Dillon of the Packers stopping by here on Radio Row for Super Bowl week. So here's the deal. That was our last scheduled guest. That is not going to be our last guest of today. We got a lot of different people rolling through, and we may have somebody. Do we have somebody coming right now? In a couple minutes, we're going to have somebody come through. I don't even know who it is. Somebody's going to let me know. Meanwhile, our Super Bowl trivia that we were continuing, Carl guesses SoFi was the last first-time host of the Super Bowl. That is not correct. That's a good guess. Again, Carl's got some good guesses out there, but the last one I'm gonna give it up to you as a trick question. It was just last year. It was Las Vegas, Allegiant Stadium, Chiefs and 49ers out there in Las Vegas for a long time. And I say this as someone who just went through a whole section on prop betting, but for a long time the NFL did not want to go to Las Vegas because of betting, but now it's all fair game now. So Kristen Fulton is going to stop by. Kristen Fulton, former LSU guy, now playing for the LA Chargers, and he is also a New Orleans native, so that'll be a lot of fun too. Kristen Fulton went to I'm going to check this. I think he went to Rummel. Yeah, Norm says that was Rummel. He went to LSU, was the second round pick in the 2020 draft, obviously part of LSU's national championship team in 2019. So he'll be a lot of fun to talk to. We'll get Kristen Fulton on the show. All right. So we're going to keep rolling. I'm going to come up with another Super Bowl trivia question. Who was the last defensive player to win Super Bowl MVP? This one's a little bit harder. Don't go look. That's cheating. Don't Google. Who was the last defensive player to win Super Bowl MVP? It has happened 9 times, by the way, including Super Bowl 12 here in New Orleans. You had 2 MVPs. This is the only time you had co-MVPs, and they were both defensive players. Harvey Martin and Randy White, both Cowboys defensive linemen, helped force those 8 turnovers we were talking about earlier in the show of the Broncos. But who was the most recent defensive MVP? Here's your hint. There's only been one in the last, oh man, how far back is that? There's only been one in the last 23 years. Okay? Defensive MVP. So that's the name. No. There's been 2. There's been 2. So that's not the, there has been 2. I missed one. But the most recent one, who is the most recent? Another hint. He still plays in the NFL. Okay? That's your other hint. He's getting up there, but he still plays in the NFL, and he has won Super Bowls with more than one team. Might have given it away. Carl got it. Von Miller. Von Miller, he won a Super Bowl a couple years ago with the Rams. He was not the MVP of that one. He was the MVP of Super Bowl 50 with the Denver Broncos. He had 6 tackles and 2.5 sacks in that game. If you remember, Cam Newton, who's walking around here today, Cam Newton was running for his life in that game. And so Von Miller was the MVP of that. And just 2 years earlier in Super Bowl 48, a game the Broncos lost, Malcolm Smith of the Seahawks was Super Bowl MVP as well. He had a pick 6 in that game, 10 tackles, and a fumble recovery. So those are your 2 defensive MVPs. Before that, you got to go all the way back to Super Bowl 37. Dexter Jackson of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers had 2 interceptions, and he was the MVP in that one. The Bucs won over the Raiders. Which the funny thing about that is, Dexter Jackson was the MVP, but I think if memory serves, the Bucs had somebody else have 2 pick 6s in that game. How does a guy with 2 pick 6s not win MVP? I'm not sure I totally understand that. I think that was the right. Yeah, Dwight Smith of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers had 2 pick 6s in that game, but it was Dexter Jackson who had 2 picks of his own who was the MVP. That's a bad day. It's a bad day for the Raiders. Not a good day down in San Diego. Defensive MVPs. Ray Lewis won defensive MVP for the Ravens in Super Bowl 35. In New Orleans, the only defensive MVPs, Richard Dent, Super Bowl 20 for the Bears, had a couple of sacks, forced 2 fumbles. I mentioned Super Bowl 12, Harvey Martin and Randy White of the Cowboys defensive line. But that's actually it. That's actually it as far as Super Bowl MVPs in New Orleans on the defensive side of the ball. Here's a good one. Only Super Bowl MVP from the losing team. Who's the only Super Bowl MVP from the losing team? That's a tough one. You got to go back a ways for that one. If anybody gets that, I'll be impressed. We'll give the answer here in a few minutes. We're waiting on Christian Fulton, former LSU player, former Archbishop Rummel player. Did he go? Oh, we walked away? Okay. Well, that's how it goes sometimes. That's how it goes here on Radio Row. So, yeah. I got a question. That's the trivia question for you. I'm going to come up with an easier one while y'all think on that one. The only defensive MVP, or the only Super Bowl MVP winner from the losing team to win Super Bowl MVP. Who's the most likely defensive MVP from this year's game? Yep. We're ready, yeah. Tyler Warren, Penn State tight end is here. How you doing, Tyler?
Yeah, nice.
Have a seat, man. We're live here on the Saints Insider podcast. Tyler, appreciate you taking the time. A little break from draft prep here to visit New Orleans again. You were just here a few weeks ago too. No, you weren't.
Somewhat close and down in Miami
Yeah.
for the Orange Bowl. But yeah, this is my first time in New Orleans, so I'm enjoying a little bit, taking it all in. But it's been great so far.
Talk to us about Penn State's season. Obviously, a great season. Everybody but one team ends with a loss, so I know it's a tough finish, but I think you guys accomplished a lot this year too.
Yeah, it was awesome. Having the opportunity to play in the 12-team playoff obviously was great for us, and obviously we came up short. But I mean, it was a great season, and being able to have that much extra time with my team and being able to play games like that was awesome. And I was obviously came up a little bit short, but it was a great season overall.
Of course, NFL fans, after you get done with the Super Bowl, attention immediately goes to the draft. You got the Combine in Indianapolis later this month. I think goes into March, and then we all start doing mock drafts and all those things. How are you preparing, let's say physically and mentally, for the Combine?
Yeah, I think physically just doing whatever I can to make sure my body's in the best shape it can be. With a longer college football season this year, it was more important than ever to try and get on top of that. And then mentally, just doing whatever I can in the classroom. Getting all the football knowledge I can leading up to it, and just trying to be the best football player I can be. Without actually playing football, doing all the other stuff that I can do.
How did this opportunity come about to come to Radio Row? You don't see a lot of guys getting ready for the draft here, but here you are making the media rounds. How did the opportunity come about?
Yeah, I think that was just kind of something that came to us as an opportunity where it'd be something we could do, and that was kind of we thought it'd be a good idea to be able to come down here and talk to people like this. So it's been fun.
Who do you model your game after?
I'd say the two dudes I think are really, really good to watch are Kittle and Kelsey. Obviously, I think Kittle does, a little bit of everything, right as a tight end. That's kind of what I find fun about being a tight end is it's not, one thing you're supposed to do. You're kind of expected to do a lot of different things within an offense. And that's kind of, what I really like about the position. And I think that's, a guy that's really a great person to watch.
All right. So those of you fans of teams looking to draft a tight end, maybe it's the Saints, maybe it's not. Tyler Warren out there. I'm going to ask you about your quarterback, Drew Aller, because he could have come to the draft this year, decided to stay in school for one more year. And I think Penn State will probably be one of the top-ranked teams going into next season because of that. What does Drew bring to the table, and how highly do you think he'll be talked about in your spot next year?
Yeah, I think he's got all the natural, ability as a quarterback and kind of what you look for. But I think the thing that separates him is his competitiveness and, the energy he brings, especially when we're, in those game situations and kind of that look he has in his eye. I think a lot of people see it now. He's become more comfortable, more vocal, around the team. So I think he's got everything you need to be a great quarterback, and he's been a great quarterback so far these 2 years he started in college. So I'm excited to see him play next year and kind of where he ends up in his career.
All right, Sunday's game, Chiefs and Eagles. Maybe in your position you don't want to pick a team and upset another team or anything like that. You got to give it to us, but otherwise just break down the game for us and what you think the key is.
Yeah, I think I do have a lot of, being from Penn State, there's a lot of Philly people, that I'm familiar with, and that's probably the majority of my friends who they're rooting for. But I mean, I think it's be a great game. Obviously, two great teams that have been doing a lot of stuff recently. So I think it'll be a great matchup, and really it might honestly come down to whoever gets the ball last, the way these two teams have been playing. So I think it should be a great game.
Yeah, Patty Mahomes gets the ball last. You don't bet against him. That's the rule. Okay, Tyler, one more thing before we let you go. We've been asking everybody this. Starting with your last name to your first name, how quickly can you spell your name backward?
Am I supposed to give you an answer and see if I can do it?
Go ahead, try it. It is harder than we make people look silly on camera doing this.
NERRAWRE LYT.
Honestly, not too bad. They should put that on the Wonderlic test.
Yeah. They got plenty of stuff on there already. I don't know if we need any of that.
How do you prepare for that, by the way, while we're on the topic?
Yeah, I think it's, understanding what to expect when you go into it, but obviously you don't know the questions, so doing whatever practice you can and just being familiar with the types of questions, and then when it's time to do it, just having that practice under your belt.
You know what you do? You come to Radio Row and get asked silly questions by hosts.
Do stuff like that, and it'll definitely help me down the road.
All right, he's Tyler Warren, tight end for Penn State, first round draft hopeful, all of that good stuff. We appreciate you stopping by, Tyler.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
Thanks a lot. All right. Again, you never quite know who you're going to get. Future NFL player there in Tyler Warren, a tight end for Penn State. A lot of fun. And I'll tell you what, we're going to take a quick break on Radio Row. And one thing we might do is just we'll turn one of the cameras around for a little bit and let you guys see what Radio Row is like as people walk by, and just sort of what the scene is like here. Right behind us is the big, giant Sirius XM radio set. So you're going to see a lot of that. Bleacher Report is behind us, too. We might just turn a camera around and let y'all watch just for a little bit while we turn the mics off and take a break here as we continue live on Radio Row on the Saints Insider Podcast.
At Auctioner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Auctioner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one. You. Auctioner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
All right, welcome back to Radio Row Live, giving you a chance to kind of see what the scene is like behind us. I mean, you got interviews going on outside the compound here, too. We're lucky enough to be on the edge of it, so we get to kind of see some of that stuff. But Zach Ewing back with you, joined by Jim Derry, who, God bless you, Jim, driving in from the North Shore every day this week. It has to be the most exhausting part of your day.
It was fine until today. There was fog for about the first 16 miles coming across, and it was anywhere from 0 to 20 miles an hour come the first 16 miles. So it took me an hour and 15, just shy of an hour and 20 coming across. It was a whole lot of fun.
Yeah,
here we are.
And then just a battle for a parking spot.
The battle. Once I will say this, it wasn't as bad, and maybe because I've been coming in at rush hour the last 3 days, but it wasn't as bad when I finally got across and coming in and driving around here. It wasn't as bad. Although I think it's partly because most of the people who are here either got here yesterday or Tuesday, so it's probably not as much influx of visitors who are coming in. They're already here.
No,
So
that's a good point.
today's about like it was yesterday.
That's a good
Looks
point.
like inside.
Well, we're about to have a sports handicapper on the show here. He's over talking to WWL right now, and he'll be back. And his name is Mystic Zach. You can find him on Instagram. He has successfully predicted the winner of the last, 5 Super Bowls and the last 6 college national championships. So he knows what he's talking about. So we're going to get his pick. It's probably already out there, but I don't know what it is. And
I don't know what it is either.
We're going to do most of our pick shows tomorrow, but you're not going to be here tomorrow. So
no, but we are also doing our pick show tomorrow as well. Yeah. But I'm doing it from my home studio tomorrow. We're back at home tomorrow.
4 drives across the bridge for Super Bowl week is enough, and
another one coming Sunday. Yeah,
sure. So we're starting the countdown here. I was looking at some prop bets earlier, Jim, and there's like some fascinating, and I don't necessarily mean as like who to bet as much as I mean what they think is likely versus isn't likely, just looking at the odds, right? Like there's this is probably not the best example, but like Patrick Mahomes to throw for 50+ yards in every quarter, and you go, oh, that's only 200 yards. That's not that. It's like 6-1. I mean, it's not that likely that he's going to do it in every quarter.
It's not, because if you think about it, and especially where the Eagles run the ball, they could have an 8-minute, 9-minute drive, right? And so then there are lots of times a team gets only one drive in a quarter. So if you only get that one drive, even if it's successful, even if you go 60 to 70 yards down the field, what are the odds that he's going to throw for 50 on that one drive? Not great. So, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't advocate betting that. But, on the Datitude podcast earlier this week on Tuesday, we had Adam Chernoff, who I consider the number one, and not just that, he's from Canada, so I can't even say national handicapper. I mean, to me, he's the top handicapper that I've ever talked to. And we've had, through our times of Bayou Bets, we've had dozens of handicappers on, and he's by far my favorite. But he had some interesting takes and looks, and you and I were talking about one, but he likes a lot of the number 3 and number 4 receivers for this weekend on both sides, and specifically he was talking about Jahan Dotson, who I don't know what his number is now.
Let's see I got it up right here on DraftKings, so let's have a look.
So he's
not even listed anymore.
He's not even listed. You can find it. Yeah. You might have to search around books, but he got it at 1.5 over under 1.5 yards. So basically, he's just got to. And you and I were talking at the party the other night. If you can find a 0.5 over under a catch, which means you just got to have one catch. That sounds like a great bet to me. And if you go back and look, maybe it's not. But anyway, I think there are some interesting bets. We're about to have a guest here, but we can talk about it later on.
Absolutely. We're going to bring on Mystic Zach. Zach Hirsch is here with us. I'm Zach
what's
Olson.
up,
Zach
man?
Ewing. How are you, man?
How do you spell it, though?
With an H.
Awesome.
You can't.
I couldn't trust you if not.
But believe me, my wife, anytime anybody spells it wrong, I had it spelled wrong on the front page of the newspaper before.
Yeah.
And she was more pissed about it than I was. So
I would be pretty pissed because that's an insult someone says I'm a Zach with a K, I give off that energy, I'm insulted.
And I work for the paper, so it's even worse.
That is worse.
And it wasn't here, by the way. It's other paper. But anyway, Zach, we were just talking about you a little bit. Obviously, famous handicapper. Do we call you like an Instagram handicapper?
You can call me an influencer handicapper.
Okay.
I'm in with the kids.
The point is, put your money where your mouth is, and you have successfully predicted the winner of the last 5 Super Bowls and 6 college national championship games. So before we ask for your pick, we'll lead into that. How do you break these games down in a way that makes you successful?
Yeah, so I watch a lot of football. I have an eidetic memory, and I have a background in the game. So I was the youngest Division I coaching intern in the country. I worked with Coach DJ McCarthy, who was the wide receivers coach for LSU when they won the national championship. Okay. We worked at FAU together under Lane Kiffin. And so I have that real hands-on football experience combined with an eidetic memory and a lot of analytics, things like that. I mean, I have a PFF premium membership for sure.
I was going to say, I mean, there's a mixture here, right? Like a lot of people, there are handicappers who will just look at analytics and say, these are the numbers, these are my numbers, it's off, I'm making the bet, period. But then there's also people who say you have to watch the game, and obviously you're a mix of those two.
I'm a mix, and I think you have to mix. And there has to be something about the way you analyze it that gives you an edge. And for me, it's coaching. So I take coaching into account a lot more than most people. I've actually flirted with doing like a coaching analytic. I think that would be really strong. And I think it's so important. Like when I look at Andy Reid calling plays versus Kellen Moore, I think it gives me a pretty good insight into how the game's going to go.
Okay, well, I was going to ask you something else, but since you mentioned Kellen Moore, what is your opinion of him since he looks likely to become the next Saints head coach?
I'm not a fan of the hire.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I'm not. I know he looks like Boy Wonder, and we want to appoint him as that. And I know he had some high-ranked offense for the Cowboys, but if you kind of peel the curtain back and look at what they were doing in the red zone, you look at the lack of motion. I don't see a guy who's as modern as like a Sean McVay or Kyle Shanahan, even though he looks like he should. And I feel like I could call plays for this Eagles team. I really do. You call halfback power, Saquon Barkley breaks it for 60 yards. How hard can that be?
All right. No, I mean, I think it's a decent point. Now, the other thing I was going to ask you, you mentioned analytics. Jim and I, my co-host here, we have had a long-standing argument.
Jim Derry, how you doing?
Nice to meet you.
About the impact of analytics. Specifically, Jim is the old school. You
see the gray in my beard.
You should punt 95% of the time on fourth down.
Oh, that's a little much. That's a little much.
Maybe not 95.
Come on.
But it's whenever there's a gray area, I'm always on the side of go for it, baby.
Have to.
And
You can't play scared to lose.
He accuses me of being a Madden player, and
I accuse all of you who think that way. Not just you. Anyone who thinks that way, to me, it's like you grew up playing Madden football. You know nothing else, so that's the way you like to see it. And I get that it's fun, but he's exaggerating. By the way, I don't always think that way, and there are definitely times when I think there are times to go.
I'm not quite Dan Campbell level, but I'm close.
Okay, well, then you don't want to know what I think about Dan Campbell.
What did you think of the move against the Packers where he goes for it just to run the clock down further before kicking the field goal?
That was insane, but there's something to the confidence that he instills in those guys when he's going for it that consistently. I think the team becomes so confident on fourth down that it might be worth it. But the worst call I've ever seen was when they were playing the Cowboys and they were going for the 2-point conversions and there was an offensive penalty and they pushed it back.
Yes.
And it got to the 9 and he still went for it.
Correct.
I was like, dude, that's the dumbest thing ever.
Yeah.
That was so
We
stupid.
talked about that one 100%.
I think he was pissed about the penalty and lost his mind.
That was literally the equivalent of playing blackjack and hitting on 20.
And Zach, I will say this. You have one point that if the one thing I do understand and do agree with, even though that, I'm old school, whatever, I do think that it instills confidence in players, and players love playing that way.
Yeah.
So that part of it is definitely true. But my problem is just the over exuberance. And you bring up a great point. They're not all like that. But there's sometimes when they go for two and there's just absolutely no. I'm not a go for two guy anytime before the fourth quarter, because we saw in the playoffs this year it's come back to bite people. So I think it's a little bit overdone that I'm not always going for two or always punt. There are definitely more times that I'm open to it. And look, it also depends on who you're playing. I mean, if you don't feel like you're going to get the ball back, I mean, there are times, look, I don't want to give it to. I used to say all the time, if I were the other team, I wouldn't want to give it to Drew Brees again.
Absolutely.
I don't want to give it to Tom Brady.
Totally. Like the Cowboys had a game against the Packers with Aaron Rodgers, and Jason Garrett spikes the ball when there was a minute left. And I'm screaming at the screen, why would you give Aaron Rodgers time?
Here's another one
I hear
for
you.
And this is what
coaches who play for overtime. Overtime is still a coin flip. You can still lose in overtime.
You absolutely go for 2 every time.
You
I mean,
can
unless
lose-
you have a very bad offense and a very good defense, you have to go for 2.
Or the one, and Jim hates this one. You're down by 14 and you score, you go for 2.
You're right. I hate it.
Because
And then you know-
if you get it the first time, you
Yeah.
can go win the game with another touchdown. If you
And if
don't
you don't get it, there's
you
more
go-
pressure on
go
you.
for 2 again, and you're likely to get at least 1 out of 2. Right?
You know, we're going to see a team that goes for
We're
2
bullying
every
you
single
here.
I
time.
know. It's
right?
okay. I'm used to it.
We're going to see a team that goes for 2 every single time eventually.
It's happened like in high school football. It'll happen
Yeah,
sooner or
it'll
later.
happen in the NFL. There's going to be one coach that says, okay, the analytics says going for 2 is better than extra points. We're
Oh,
gonna
it's
go for
already
2
happening in
every
high
single
school.
time.
I do play-by-play. I do play-by-play for high school football, and it's already happening,
Yeah.
Zach. And look, if that's the way you can. Here's the thing: just because I'm sitting here and I say I don't like something, or you say you love something, or you might say you don't. Look, that's the way they coach. I don't like the way Dan Campbell coaches. However,
Yeah.
what he's doing, at least in the regular season, has been successful. That's the way. I will say this: there's a big difference between Dan Campbell and Nick Sirianni. Dan Campbell is consistent. He does the same thing every single time. Nick Sirianni, sometimes I feel like he's flipping a coin to
He's got a
decide what he
magic
wants
eight
to
ball.
That's
do.
how I felt about Dan Quinn and the Commanders.
Absolutely, I
In
agree.
that game, they went for 2. I mean,
All
sorry,
the
they
way
went on 4th
first
down
drive.
twice, right? And then they got to a 4th down.
And then it kicks
and
the
they go
field
to the
goal.
field
That was
goal.
against
And I-
Tampa Bay, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
but what's your method
No.
here? Like, you're
You're-
just going off of vibes?
Yeah, you're talking about the playoffs in the
Yeah,
NFC
yeah.
Championship game.
Yep.
That first drive, they
Oh,
drop.
okay.
They
did the
go.
same thing in the wild card game against Tampa
It's
Bay.
like he
That's why I'm
got
thinking.
scared
Yeah,
at the end.
Yeah, I don't understand. He's just going off of vibes.
Only
Like,
so many good 2-point plays, or fourth down plays.
Yeah,
I don't know what.
he looks out in the field like,
You got all the way to the.
Get it.
You
Kick
got all the way to
field
the
goal.
12. Now you're gonna kick the
magic
field
eight ball,
goal.
should I go
Yeah,
for
and then
it?
the players are thinking, oh, you don't think we could get that? Really?
And then
That
you end
I
up
agree
a,
with you
3-0 lead. Okay, so all of that aside, break down this matchup on Sunday for us. You mentioned like Saquon's kind of a cheat code. He is the biggest difference in this matchup as opposed to 2 years ago. Not the only one, but the biggest one. So break it down for us.
Yeah, he absolutely is the biggest difference. I don't see as confident of a Jalen Hurts. I thought he was in a much better place going into the last Super Bowl, and he had a great Super Bowl performance. That one fumble kind of overshadows it, but he went toe-to-toe with Patrick Mahomes, and he made a lot of great throws. That throw to Goddard was like a 9 out of 10 throw that you only see from great players.
Ran for 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, he did a lot of good stuff. So I think the defense is actually better too. They went really and they invested heavy in the cornerbacks. They have Jalen Carter now up front. Jordan Davis has improved. They have a lot of good pieces, but they have an offense with a quarterback who struggles heavily under pressure. He is last in the NFL when it comes to quarterbacks getting pressured. Steve Spagnuolo is an exotic blitzer. He's going to get after him, and they're going to have 3rd and longs. That's going to happen. I don't have the same confidence in them converting them as I do in Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay, so that's the breakdown. I don't know if you were giving away your pick there or not, but what is your pick for Super Bowl 59?
I'm picking the Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay.
Yeah, same as the last 2 years. I'm going for the Chiefs, Pete, here. It's scary, though. It's scary because, the Chiefs have one fumble. The Eagles recover it. They score a touchdown. The Eagles with the lead are the most dangerous team in the NFL. There's no worse team to give a lead to.
Yeah. No, I've been saying that all day and all week. If the Eagles get out to a lead, they are a problem.
They are winning.
Yeah.
They're going to bully you. You're going to get tired. This guy, Landon Dickerson, they have, is one of the best offensive linemen I've ever seen, especially in run blocking department. They are mauling teams. Bad.
Would you say then, Zach, do you feel less confident about this 3rd time? You're picking Kansas City.
Sure.
But do you feel differently about this one than the last 2 that you picked?
No, I feel more confident in this one than the other Eagles Super Bowl.
Okay.
I do. Just because I don't see it with Hurts right now. I don't. When pressure is put on him, he's been folding, and I haven't seen a team that has the personnel to dial up that pressure. The Commanders certainly don't. They don't have a defensive line. They really don't. So, and they avoided the Lions. If they went against the Lions with Aiden Hutchinson and they beat them, I would have said that was a great litmus test. They can go in there, they can beat Kansas City, but they didn't do that.
You don't feel any differently about a Vic Fangio-led defense for Philadelphia? I mean, do you think it's going to be a low? I mean, obviously 38-35. You're not going out on a limb to say it'd be lower scoring, but does Vic Fangio and
how about the total? 48.5. Over or under?
Over.
Okay.
I've been going over all week.
I like
Fangio
over,
is 0-8 against Patrick Mahomes. I saw that stat. Might make me feel even more confident that he's there. I don't know.
Okay.
I'll give that one away. I like the over too.
So Mystic Zach, handicapper, where can people find you and get more picks?
You can find me on Instagram at IPickWins. I'm really staking my reputation here. Who are you guys picking?
I picked the Eagles, but I've gone back and forth all week. I finally landed on Philly.
My official pick, I don't want to give it away just yet because it comes.
Okay.
We're going to give it tomorrow, but I will say that I love your over pick. I think there are so many people picking the under and saying it's going to be a game in the mid-20s. I actually think it's going to be a game similar to the last one. Maybe not quite as high scoring, but I think it is going to be. I think, look, when Mahomes steps it up, I mean, he can score at, I don't want to say it will, but he can make it a high-scoring game if he wants to, and I just think that's the nature of what this game is going to be.
He was successful on 97% of his dropbacks against Buffalo.
Yeah.
Amazing. See, now I feel bullied. I picked Philly and under. So we were talking prop bets. Any prop bet leans?
Is there any Taylor Swift ones or what?
Not anywhere you can actually bet it, but over under 6.5 times she's shown on TV.
Oh, I'm going over. She's definitely going to be shown more than Trump. I just got asked that.
That would be a good bet. Who's shown more, Trump or Swifty? That's a great. That would be a great
I just
bet.
got asked that. I'm going Swift for sure.
I think you're right. I would bet on
goes
that.
over in playoff games and Super Bowls. I think we were at like 16 playoff games in a row. Kelsey went over. So I know he looks a little bit old, but I'd probably like Travis Kelsey's over out of everyone.
All right. We like the picks. We appreciate you stopping by. Mystic Zach, thanks for being
Thank you,
here.
sir.
Pick wins on Instagram.
Fun
Let's go
segment.
Saints.
All right.
Fun segment.
Yeah,
Thank you,
absolutely.
Enjoyed it.
Saints win total next year. What do you got?
Oh, 4.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
It's going to be
So
another
I think
miserable
I'll
year.
probably set it like 5.5, 6.5, so you're going way under.
I'm going a little bit under.
Yeah.
1.5 games under.
All right.
I'm going
Okay.
4.
Well, we better get you out of here before the city of New Orleans hates the Saints.
Well, you guys get a great pick, right? Wouldn't you guys get Arch Manning?
Well, but
Arch
I think
Manning.
they got to get the 2 win. I think they got to be a 2 wins.
Well, I'm predicting the Saints get the number 1 pick and they get Arch Manning.
Okay.
That would
The
be great.
hometown hero.
But I tell you what, the city would love that. So,
Wouldn't they love that?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be great?
They would love that.
We'd have a lot to talk about. We'd have some high-rated shows, I think, if that happened.
Following in his grandfather's footsteps. I love that for them.
That's fantastic. Okay, you saved it. You
Thank
saved
you.
it there at the end. All right, thanks, Zach.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. He is Mystic Zach on Instagram, one of the premier handicappers in the online space, and lucky enough to have him join us here.
I enjoyed that.
On
That was
Radio
a
Row.
good
That was
segment.
good.
That was fun.
I'm just looking up. There's like twice as many people as there were just a minute ago up there. What's
It's
going
true.
on?
Because we were paying attention, and all of a sudden, these people, maybe they're around the Louisiana fish fry
Is
coming
that
from
Aaron
from
Andrews?
over there.
Is there Aaron Andrews walking by?
I don't think so.
I didn't see her till she.
Yeah,
turned.
I don't think it was Aaron. Could be.
Anyway, yeah, I mean,
We're going to see a lot of celebrities.
Well, the Fox broadcast has its press conference upstairs, I believe, at 1 o'clock. So
Okay.
I'm sure she's here somewhere, or will be. And Tom Brady will be here, and Kevin Burkhardt, the play-by-play. They're
You
gonna have
didn't
their
book
press
Tom
conferences.
Brady?
I tried.
I bet you did.
But
I'm sure you actually did try.
try everything, man.
I know you did. You're,
The worst
you're
that
great
happens
at that.
is they say no, right?
That's right. That's 100% true. But look, see, I even though I don't necessarily agree with him, I don't want to say necessarily, even because though I don't agree with the thinking, I love the exuberance and the look. There needs to be more younger people and less old fogies like me getting into this game and sharing their thoughts. To me, that's fun.
You said it, not me.
You know, it's true. It's fun. I mean, just because they don't agree with my way of thinking, and my way of thinking is old school. But I love to have young, new thoughts, and we can sit here and have a discussion on why it's good. Don't just tell me it's good because, oh, it's more fun. Give me reasoning behind it why it's good. And again, we talk about Dan Campbell, and just because I don't agree with his philosophy, again, I'm going to say it, that what makes him different than a lot of other coaches is he's consistent. You can predict what he's going to do almost every single time, and I would give that to him. That's one reason why I would take him over a lot of newer coaches today, because I don't have to guess what he's going to do. I know what he's going to do, and the players love it. Some of these other coaches, and especially Nick Sirianni, and it may be to his downfall on Sunday, he doesn't stick with the same. He kind of goes with more of a gut. To me, you got to say, this is what we're doing. This is my mentality. There are certain situations for it, but don't change that drastically, and he changes too much, in my opinion.
I will say this, and I do tend to agree with you on that. I think consistency is important, although, you know, situations change.
Yeah, for
but,
sure. For sure.
We can disagree, and a lot of times, like, we've made this big thing of this on our shows of how much we disagree. There's a lot of times that even the person who's on the opposite side of the argument and said, I'm not sure I would have gone for that one either, or you say,
Yeah, more
I could
times than
see it,"
not,
you know, like,
probably.
we're not quite as polar opposite. The place where I will vehemently disagree with you is when you say that it is ruining football. I think it makes football better to have all of these varied methods for managing the game, and no one's doing the same thing, and everyone's a little bit more aggressive or a little less aggressive than others. I think that's great.
I think everything in life, in sports, and everything is a cycle, right? I'm not good at saying the word cyclical. It's not, that's really the word. But I think just like, how the running game kind of went out and it was fun to pass, and the running game is slowly starting to creep its way back in. I think it's the same thing with the way that people are coaching now. I think that we're going to see this. I think it's a fad. So when I say it's ruining the game, I probably am overstating it, because I do think that it's going to go back, not necessarily the way that it was. There will be a new way of doing things, and I might say, hey, this is better. That maybe there's got to be some combination of the two, because I'm not necessarily hardcore old school. I'm not saying it's 4th and 1 on the 40, on the plus 40, and you kick the ball. No, I'm with you. If it's 4th and 1 on the 40, you got no.
There's nobody who punts in that situation anymore.
No, and there shouldn't be.
Ron Rivera did, but
there shouldn't be.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is there's got to be some. It's 4th and 5 on the plus 40. I'm not into the analytics, but common sense tells me that you're not going to get it, probably, depending on who you are. It also depends on who you are. Maybe, 60% of the time.
And this is the thing, is it depends on not just game situation and the score and the yard line you're at, because that is all included in the analytics, right? The part that's not included in the analytics necessarily is my left guard's out with a bad calf right now, and he just came out 2 plays ago. I'm not, normally I'd go for a 4th and 2 here. I think I'm punting because I don't like my personnel in there right now, or I don't have a good play that I'm comfortable with, or whatever the case might be. Those are the things we don't know.
Well, here, you're going to tell me I'm wrong here. I'm like certain of it. But here's the main problem I have with analytics, and it's the number one problem I have with analytics. Analytics, and tell me if I'm wrong on this, if I'm wrong or right, but analytics are based off of percentages on how many times someone wins a game if they go for it or whatever on a certain play. If you go for it, you're going to win the game 58% of the time. You're going to lose 42% of the time.
Okay.
But it's based off of a league-wide. It's not based off of your team. And so to me, there's no way of saying you can't compare something that's done league-wide to what your team is doing. So I would probably not have as much of a problem with analytics if it's based off your team in the second half of a season compared to you're telling me what analytics are in week 1 on 4th and 4 from the 43 that's based on historical league-wide or whatever the last 5 years, whatever you want to use. And it doesn't apply to your team. So to me, analytics are worthless in those situations.
I think though, in order to make analytics worthwhile, you have to have a big sample size of occasions. I also think
I agree.
Some of them are not.
That's why they're not worthwhile.
Some of them are not historically based. They are projections based on what we do know about teams in the NFL today, and they project a team will win this percentage of the time. Not necessarily what happened, because as you said, football is a lot different than it was 10 or 20 years ago.
Very.
And so you can't base it on that. But I do think, some of these systems are probably a little more sophisticated than you give them credit for. Now, does that mean that they account for every variable? No, they don't. And that's why I do think that there's some gray area here in pretty much in every decision. Now, some of them are, again, if it's 4th and 1 from the plus 38, you got to go for it, right? I mean, unless you're a dome stadium and you're down by 3 or less and you can kick a field goal maybe. But like in certain situations, it's obvious. If it's 4th and 15 from your own 20 and it's not the last drive of the game, you're punting. I mean,
Zach, you're using a computer to tell you whether it's time to go for it. I can get a computer to make me look like I weigh 200 pounds and in the hottest thing since sliced bread and make myself desirable by a
account
computer.
For more variables than a human brain can at the same time. Like they are useful. That's where I'm going to push
I'm not
back.
saying they're not useful.
Do they account for every variable? No, they don't. Do they account for the weather in this specific game? Do they account for, again, do you have an injury on the offensive line? I mean, like there's things that go into some of these decisions that computers can't account for. But I do think for the most part, they're more sophisticated than you give them
Here's
credit
my
for.
thing. I am okay with an analytics person saying, being in a coach's ear saying, this is what the number is. Where I have a problem with is the the coach saying, this is my guideline, this is what I'm going to use. And there are so many people out there that are now advocating for, you have to have an analytics person. Don't even let the coach make it. They actually want the analytics person to make the decision. Like the coaches, like I could see Bill Belichick looking over the sideline saying, hey, Joey Z, you've been working that computer over there. My percentage is 54.3% against 46.7. I mean, that's just, it's idiocy.
The head coach always has to have the veto power, okay? I'm not saying the analytics.
No, I'm saying no coach does that. There are coaches that use those things like the Bible.
I think there are coaches who probably do, but that's their decision. They've always got the veto power. If you say, okay, coach, it's 52-48, your call, it is going to make the call. But if they say it's 72-28, okay, well, my gut is not important enough. My gut is not reliable enough for me to go with a 28% choice when I have maybe a 72% chance on the other side.
I guess my biggest problem of it all is like, I can't stand when they show ESPN analytics say, go for it. ESPN analytics, they never show when it says don't go for it. They only show on the screen when it says
true. That's
it
not
is
true.
My wife hates when I use this word. It is absolutely true.
That's not true. They say
I want you to go find on YouTube where it's
up a lot of the time. You see them say toss up.
I'll get, maybe it says toss up. It never says don't go for it. They never, even in Dan Campbell games, it never says.
Well, they don't show
punt,
it when it's
kick.
4th and 9 from your own 37.
Well, why not? They show when it's 4th and 1 on the 37.
We have been conditioned as football fans over
the only
years.
ones that have conditioned people my age.
You're more conditioned. You've been watching football for 40 years. You're more conditioned than anybody.
That's what I'm saying. I'm the only one that's you're not conditioned for anything.
No, yes, I am. I've been watching football for 30 years. Like
but you're already changed. Your mind, your brain has already changed.
But you go into these thinking the default is be conservative and keep playing the game because that's what NFL coaches have done for so long. So in your brain, you think that's the right move. Does that make it the right move analytically? We're starting to find out that if you are going to optimize strategy, then you should go for it a whole lot more than we're used to seeing teams go for.
But my main problem with analytics, besides all the points that I said, I really think that this is either number one or number two. My problem with analytics is you can have something, and you don't do it as much as like my son. My son does this all the time. You don't get into it unless I start it usually.
You got to have your son on the show, man.
I really should, because you want to talk about somebody who knows everything. It's my 26-year-old son. He knows everything. But I mean, it would probably be a comical if I had a segment with him every week. But my problem is going for it or whatever can work 3 or 4 times in a row. And the time that it doesn't work, it can kill you, man. It can be the death of you. Now, sometimes it's great and you look like a genius and whatever, but that one time that it kills you, it can wreck an entire. I mean, it didn't happen for the Saints this year, but think about the Saints in 2023. And I'm not using Dennis Allen as an example because he's an older school coach and he didn't really go for it that much. But I'm just saying, a team that was like goes 9-8 and you miss going to the playoffs by a tiebreaker or whatever. Had you gone through a game and decided you're going to go for it 4 times in a row and 3 times it works, it's like going all in poker. It's great. It works every time until it doesn't.
Right.
And it can ruin everything. So I guess my problem with analytics is more of the times that it doesn't work, it has a much bigger effect. And I know you say it's baked in and you win the game. That's a whole league-wide thing. It doesn't work for every coach. It works for Dan Campbell to a certain aspect, but Dan Quinn was never that coach until this year.
Well, the other thing that I think happens is you hear a lot about it when teams go on 4th down and fail. And why did the coach do that? And how could he do that? You don't hear as much about it.
I agree with that.
4th and goal when, the Packers scored a touchdown. They went for 4th and 1 twice on that drive, and nobody was paying any attention because that's just what you do. And had they not done that, they would have punted. Maybe they'd lose the game. Like you don't.
That I definitely agree with. I agree with that.
Brian, I don't mean to pick on you because I appreciate you hanging out with us this morning, but like computers I hate this line too, are only as good as the info inputted by a human. Again, yes, that technically humans input the info. Humans are putting in way more info than a human brain can account for at one time. The computer can account for it all at one time. We're sitting here trying to remember who the last, and by the way, Carl got the question right. I had the trivia question. The only Super Bowl MVP on a losing team. Do you know who it was?
It was a while ago. It was a defensive player, wasn't it?
It was.
It was a linebacker.
Chuck Howley for the Cowboys.
Yeah, I was going to say it was a Cowboy. It was Super Bowl 5?
Super Bowl 5. Colts had beat the Cowboys. but it was a sloppy game. I think it was played on a muddy field, that sort of thing.
Yeah, the year after was in New Orleans. So
I think that game was at Rice Stadium in Houston.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
And Chuck Howley did get the MVP for the losing team that year. So, Carl, if you didn't Google for that answer, that's good, man. That's a good poll.
Unfortunately, I know way too much Super Bowl history than I probably should.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask you because Jim was driving; he wasn't listening to the live
All
stream.
right.
So we're going to ask you some of the trivia questions.
Put
we
me
had
on the
earlier.
spot.
All right. We'll start with the easy one.
Okay.
Bill Belichick has 6 Super Bowl titles.
Yeah.
Andy Reid would tie for second with his 4th if he wins Sunday. Who would he tie?
Well, it's not Bill Walsh because George Seifert won.
And
Well,
Walsh
is it
only
Bill
had-
Walsh?
Bill Walsh only had 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chuck Noll.
Chuck Noll, and he won his first here in New Orleans, as did Bill Belichick, by the way, won this first Super Bowl
Right,
in New Orleans.
2002.
And so Andy Reid could win his 4th and tie him up. So that one was the easy one. All right. The Superdome is hosting its 8th Super Bowl on Sunday. That is the most of any stadium. We're hearing the stat all week that this is New Orleans record tying 11th Super
that's
Bowl,
right.
but 8 have been in the Superdome. That is the most of any single stadium. What is second most?
Is it Hard Rock?
It is Hard Rock / Pro Players / Dolphin Stadium / Joe Robbie, all the things they've called it. Sun Life when the Saints won there, it was Sun Life Stadium. But yeah, they've had 6. I think they've had 5 different names for the stadium.
A lot.
6, and then tied for 3rd, Rose Bowl and Orange Bowl.
I was going to say the Rose
each
Bowl.
with 5.
The Rose Bowl would have been my next guess. So.
Okay, so Rose Bowl had 5, but they haven't had one since 1993.
And by the way, the Rose Bowl is an excellent venue for the Super Bowl. I mean, it's old school, and I know that nobody likes old school, but
I love the venue.
And I'm not an LA guy at all. I've never even been to LA. But
that's the issue is that I don't know how many hotel rooms are around that place, and getting there is a pain. And
that's true.
That's true. I love the Rose Bowl.
Just a beautiful spectacle of the. I don't give California a lot of credit for anything, but I think the Rose Bowl is just a beautiful venue. So no sweets. No sweets, Robert says.
El Rey says analytics ruined baseball. Let's get out of here.
Yeah.
I will say
Me and
baseball.
you can hang out. El Rey has been on. I guess
they got a strikeout problem. Okay.
Commenter on my show many times.
Let's see. What was the other?
There he is, right there. He's right there.
Okay. Who was the last first-time host of a Super Bowl? That was the other trivia question.
Last first-time host was it New York?
No. This is a little bit of a trick question.
You mean the venue itself?
No, I mean the city.
Oh, the city.
The city.
The last first-time host. I'm trying to think back. You can bring him in now. Yeah, we could talk about trivia later.
The answer is last year, by the way, Las Vegas.
That's
why it's a trick question.
I was actually starting to think about what happened last year, but we can talk about that later.
Hey, we got Spencer Rattler hanging out with us. Spencer, how you doing?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
How you doing?
What's up, man?
Good.
Saints quarterback here. Just finished up his rookie season. Now that you've had a few weeks to think about it, Spencer, how'd the rookie year go for you? And I mean, it was probably a little more of a whirlwind than you were expecting going in.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't trade it for nothing. Being able to, have 6 starts this year, kind of thrown in that fire, get that experience early. I think that'll propel me and prepare me for what's to come. So, put some good stuff on tape. A lot of stuff to learn from, and looking on improving.
The NFL is such like a dog-eat-dog world where a couple of injuries can really turn a team's season around, which happened to you guys this year. When you look back and say, okay, we were 5-12, but if you look back at those first couple of weeks when we were 2-0 and had a chance to beat the Philadelphia Eagles in week 3, do you still think that your group is closer to that team than maybe it was to the 5-12 team?
I mean, we have the pieces. We definitely got the talent, the players, but injuries, a lot of stuff happened, and it's hard not having all your pieces out there. Receiver up front, you guys know.
Yeah, no doubt. Offensive line, all of those guys. So, as you head into the offseason here, obviously, the biggest question is who the head coach is going to be. I don't know how closely you follow the tweets and news reports and all that kind of stuff, but it's been a long process. What's that like, just kind of waiting and not knowing?
Yeah, definitely a first time for me going through anything like this. I think it's kind of exciting, to think about the unknown and what's about to happen. But my job is to keep my head down and just keep working, control what I can.
You talk about that. Have you been studying any Kellen Moore offenses?
No, not particularly, but they do some good stuff. He does some great things and played the position. Obviously has a good mind offensively.
Last year at this time, you didn't know where you're going to be. You're going through the draft process, the combine, all of that kind of stuff. Your first professional offseason, what is the plan for how you attack that?
Yeah, I got a good routine going back home at Exos right now in Phoenix. So attacking the physical part, of improving, and then once we figure out, who the coach is, what the system's going to be, then I'll be able to dive into the mental side a little more, get into that playbook.
Game on Sunday. First of all, how cool is this just to be in New Orleans during a Super Bowl season? Nobody does it like us. What's your impression been of the week so far?
Yeah, it's great. Super fun out here, staying busy. The vibes are high. I think people are enjoying the city for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And you guys played both of these teams. You weren't in either one of those games, but it's pretty unique to have that situation where you play both teams. What do you take away from that, and does that kind of lead you toward how you think this game's going to go Sunday?
I think it's a toss-up. I don't know. It's going to be a good game. I think if the Eagles can run the ball like they have, it's going to be tough to beat. They got a really good defense as well at every position, but it's hard to bet against Mahomes and what they've done. And if they win this one, obviously that's the first time ever, for the three-peat. So it's going to be a good game.
True or false, Eagles get out to a lead and they win this game if they're up by 7 or more at halftime?
I don't want to say true because I've seen Mahomes come back from anything.
Yeah. What? Okay. As a quarterback, when you watch Patrick Mahomes, how does that happen that you elevate your level at the highest time? Is that all mental? Is there something different he's doing physically? I mean, what's your take on that?
I mean, obviously, physically he's gifted. Andy Reid is a great coach, has them in great situations a lot. And he's got good pieces and a really good defense. And I think their confidence is just super high.
All right, he's Spencer Rattler. One more thing we've been asking people to do before we let you go, starting with your last name to your first name. How fast can you say your name backward? Spell your name backward, I'm sorry.
R. That's harder than I think.
It is way harder than it's.
R-E-L-L. Wait, not L-L. That
is tough, isn't it? Yeah. That is way harder.
T-T-A-R.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, if you ever want to make somebody look dumb on Bourbon Street or something, yeah.
I don't know.
All right. Spencer Rattler, appreciate you being here, man.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Thanks a lot. Saints are live rolling along with Spencer Rattler. Let's take a quick break.
That was pretty funny.
Here on the program. Do we have somebody else lined up right now?
Yeah, we got Jermon Bushrod.
Okay, we do have somebody else. Jermon Bushrod coming in. So we're going to hang out just for a minute.
Sorry, Datitude watchers. I know you wanted me. They were begging for me to get a question in there.
I was too, but then they said they had
it's all good.
Had to go.
It's all good. We're gonna cut this clip out and show this on tomorrow's show.
Jim sitting here while Spencer Rattler sat there.
Oh, I was ready to ask him a question.
You were the end of the rat
train. That was the end of the rat train. There's no question.
Oh, that's pretty good.
My viewers were definitely waiting for me to ask a question. We're gonna cut that out.
Looking to see the last year Jermon was in New Orleans, because I always forget 2012. Okay, Jermon.
I'll say right around that.
Hey y'all, I'm Robin Barnes, the New Orleans Songbird, and we are here for the making of Super Bowl 59 at the beautiful Superdome. This will be the 11th Super Bowl in New Orleans. New Orleans is known for its vibrant culture, rich history, and amazing music, if I do say so myself. In this series, we're going to show you how the Super Bowl comes to life. This time, we're talking about NFL Source, a program that gives local underrepresented businesses the opportunity to gain exposure to event-based procurement knowledge, network with potential clientele, and compete for contracts related to Super Bowl 59. First, we'll talk to Maisha Boyce, lead for NFL Source, about the local economic impact of the program. Next, we'll talk to Chincy Mouton, Director of Community Engagement at the Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation and the Super Bowl 59 Host Committee, of how they work to form and foster these partnerships. Finally, we'll talk to Nicole Hutchison, owner of Mosswood Events, about her experience being a part of NFL Source. Let's get started.
All right, welcome back to the Saints Insider Podcast live here from Radio Row. Happy to be joined now by Jermon Bushra, former Saints tackle, part of the Super Bowl winning team, obviously, Super Bowl 44.
Yes.
Jermon, thanks for being here.
Man, it's good to be here. It's great to be back in the city.
I was going to say, you know New Orleans vibes as well as anybody. Nobody does a Super Bowl like New Orleans.
No, and you know what's so unfortunate? Like, it's not unfortunate. It's a good thing, you know, because there's going to be all these state-of-the-art stadiums that they have out here, and you're not going to be able to have this event come here every 10 years like we usually have it. It's going to be every 15. So that's why, you know, I really wanted to make it a thing of making sure we come down here and we're a part of this, because New Orleans does a tremendous job. You know, the infrastructure of the city and how everything is just so close, and the food is great. The people are even better. So it's like nobody does it better than New Orleans, in my opinion.
What is it about the fan base here? And I know there's special fan bases out there. You played for other organizations. I'm not trying to put anybody down, but what kind of brings those Saints fan base in this city onto that other level?
It's the people, man. It's how they care about this team, you know, and you know, during my time here, being drafted in 07, just really being immersed in this community, and obviously everything that they have went through Katrina was like the Saints, the black and gold. They really kind of needed football to kind of uplift the city a little bit, you know, just to bring that good energy, that was good vibes. So, you know, my time here was kind of through all of that, and just to, you know, be around this community, be around the people, and win a lot of games, and just be able to feel that. And then when you go to other places, like, you really want that. So I'm so glad that I was able to finish my career here, even though it ended probably in the worst way possible, was looking at a game situation. But, you know, at the end of the day, the energy in that dome and playing down here for these people is truly one of a kind.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I don't know if you're aware, tomorrow is the 15-year anniversary of y'all's Super Bowl win in Super Bowl 44.
February 7th is wow, yeah.
So it does. I know
15 years.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that long.
You listen, you say that doesn't make me feel great, because you know, like, that's 15 years ago, dude. But like, it's so funny because like I was such a young player, quote unquote, a young pup in this game, when I did have an opportunity to go and play and win that Super Bowl, and I played 9 years after that, just trying to chase that feeling again.
What do you, when you think back on that thing, and I know everybody's going to be a little bit different, but what's the image that comes into your mind when you think about that night in Miami?
You know, you got to look at it from where I'm from, in Virginia, small town, kid from King George, Virginia. You know, being able to have my family, my grandparents, my coaches, all in that setting, to experience that, the excitement around the city from the people there, and honestly, just the love that team had for one another. You know, that was a special year. Like, we were truly destined to win that game, and even though we did lose those 3 games at the end of the season, we never felt like we weren't going to go and finish the job.
Jermon, what do you remember most about, not necessarily the game, but this week has become, look, I've been doing this for a long time, and every year it's more and more of a quote-unquote circus. What do you remember about the whole week with you guys in Miami and doing what you had to do?
You know, for me, I had my fun for one night. The night we got there, I kind of got it out of my system. If you ever read Sean's book, you know, I was one of the late guys that came in on.
Right.
You were one of the unnamed.
Yeah. So I was one of those guys that, you know, went and experienced Miami and kind of, you know, lost it for a second. But it was really about just refocusing. And you know, Sean would always say, you know, stay away from the noise. You know, don't get distracted from the noise. And, you know, at the end of the day, this is noise for players, you know, going out, restaurants, clubs, parties, all of that. That's stuff that's going to take your focus away. So for me, you know, after that, I was like, okay, like it's time to lock in, because it is a business trip for those players. Now, everybody else who comes into town, like you and I and the other millions of people, it's like you come in and you get to enjoy the festivities. You get to be a part of the whole atmosphere. But, you know, when you're there on that trip, it's a business trip, and you want to be the last team standing. So just trying to make sure that you keep your priorities and your focus where it needs to be.
Just in your answer, you say Sean.
Yeah.
And as the Saints go into the era of looking for a new coach, and maybe it's Kellen Moore, likely it's Kellen Moore, but I'm not going to ask you about Kellen Moore, but just the importance of having obviously you respected Sean and you looked up to him, and
Yeah.
he was almost, I'm guessing, in some sorts of, even though he was a young guy, so you were a young guy, and the father figure. Just how important is to have that respected figure leading your franchise?
He was full of energy, man. And when he came into the building every day, you had a high expectation, or what he expected out of us. You knew that. And it was funny. I was just talking to the people at Nickelodeon. We were talking about who's going to win the game. You know, if you remember, our formula to win this game or win that game 15 years ago was to keep Peyton off the field. And, he would always do a great job of kind of foreshadowing how we're going to be successful in certain games.
You can visualize it.
So we can visualize it, and I think that's important. But it goes to show you that when you have a well thought out plan and you go out there and you execute it, it came to life, and we did that. We stole a possession, which we were practicing all week. You just don't think about those type of situations the day or 2 days before. That was something that we thought about 6 days before the game. And Thomas Morstead knew exactly where to put the kick because he kicked it over and over and over. This is something that we knew we were going to call at some point. And then we were able to keep that dude off the field, talking about Peyton Manning, right? Like, because he would light you up, just like a guy like Patrick Mahomes. So, like, I'm excited to see this game on Sunday, but, like, just being here, being around this area, around this time, it just brings back a lot of great memories.
Do you have a pick for Sunday's game?
To me, it's going to be hard to beat the Chiefs. I think it always comes down to that quarterback position.
Don't bet against God. That's what we said.
Man, listen. But Philly has a way to win this game. You have we were a good offensive line. They have a very good offensive line. They have the best running back in football this year. Ground it, pound it, stay ahead of the sticks, short yard. If you're in 4th and 1, you can push. You might as well use the tush push until they ban it.
That's right.
Because I'm pretty sure it's coming. But at the end of the day, it's like stay ahead of the sticks. Keep that dude off the field, because if you can do that, you give yourself a chance.
You were a 7-point underdog. Didn't matter to you.
No, listen. I'm telling you, we went into that game knowing we were going to win it. Like, that was just our belief, And what's funny, if you remember that Miami game that we played earlier in that season, we were down 24-3.
That's right.
And when we came back and won that game.
That was Drew spiking it over the goalpost.
Yeah, he went over there, because I remember to play the goal line play. I think both our guards, John Carl, pulled out.
Right.
And me and Stench cut the guy, and then Drew just went right behind Goody for the score. And when he went up and dunked that, I was like, it's over for these dudes.
Right.
It was lit. Like, I was like, hold up. Like, we seen this dude just go up, go crazy. And what was wild is you might not have saw it, but the ball hit like hit some lady like almost in her head. So it's like the energy was crazy right there. And that game right there kind of proved to us we're going to be back in the stadium.
Do you guys know what you were doing for the city at that time? I don't know that. And I know you had the parade after and all that, and saw the people how cold it was that night. But
it was cold. I don't know. I had a couple things in my system.
It was very cold.
Was in my system.
It was very cold. But I mean, do you guys realize what you did for the city of New Orleans?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because we felt it. That parade was incredible. We come down here for Mardi Gras every year, and we still have the biggest that was still the biggest parade. I've never seen anything like it. The whole city was shut down, and it was a big celebration, man. So, we felt that. And we felt that energy in the dome. Like, even when we would come in there, and we might not have been favorites against some of those teams, or we knew it was going to be a hell of a game. If you remember the Monday night Patriots game, we beat them up pretty bad, because that energy in that dome. That was really a 12th man for us.
Yeah, well, I lived here for 56 years, and that's the best parade I ever saw.
Absolutely.
No doubt about it. Well, we're hanging out with Jermon Bushrod, Saints Craig. Before we let you go, we've been asking our silly question. I know everybody's got their questions.
Yeah.
Mine is, starting with your last name, going to your first name, can you spell it backwards as fast as possible?
It's my last name?
Your last name and first name. Go, spell it backward.
Last name first?
Yep.
DORHSU. I missed one. HSUB.
It's hard.
NOMREJ.
That's not bad.
That was really good. That's really good.
Yeah.
No, you almost got me though. I'm like, yeah, that was kind of
really good.
That was
no doubt. All right, Jermon Bushrod, appreciate you.
Jermon, thank you, man.
You got the ring on.
Yeah,
you got Super Bowl 44 ring
I
on.
don't wear it much. I don't wear it much.
We hold that up to the camera. Yeah, let's do that.
You can
Let's hold that up.
I got to pick J-Mac. Let me try his on, and I got a picture in my phone. I was looking at it last night.
Super Bowl 44. Thing's got some heft to it.
It does. It does. I was hoping we was gonna get another one because this is a very beautiful ring. In my opinion, I think it's the best ring that they've come up with. But, sometimes you see some of those rings and they're just like twice that size. So I think the first one is always on the smaller, but I wanted that big gaudy one. I was hoping we'd get it in 11 or 18, but
It doesn't
is
matter
what it
how
is.
gaudy, that would still be the
No,
best
this is
one.
beautiful. You kidding me? Like, look at this thing. The detail's incredible.
You got one, and that's the one that counts for all time.
I got
man.
one.
Yeah.
12 years, I got one. Super appreciative, grateful for it. But, you chase that feeling, man. That's why I think 18 was so hard. That's why it was so hard, because we were right there.
Yeah.
And we weren't going to lose that. We weren't going to lose that game if we made it. So
No, I don't think so.
It is what it
anybody
is.
else thinks so either.
It
so.
is what it is.
All right, Jermon, thanks for hanging out, man.
Man, I appreciate it.
Thank you, man. Thank you, Jamal.
All right, bro.
We're rolling along here through the lunch hour on the Saints Insider Podcast Live. We got
Charlie Smith.
Charlie Smith, Saints kicker Charlie Smith, hanging out.
Oh.
The Irishman. Is it going to be a minute? Yeah? Is he coming? The
Cam Newton this pass.
NFL Ireland booth is just like 2 booths down, so I'll bet you he was hanging out there. Charlie Smith, of course, the Saints kicker from
And
Ireland. We had Blake Grippy on the show on Tuesday. Was that Monday or I can't even remember anymore. I think that was Tuesday. And so now the other Saints kicker spent the year on their practice squad in Charlie Smith. Great story.
It really is. And whether it's with the Saints or someone else, and I mean, he's going to be a kicker in this league because he can.
I think so too.
He can kick it 70 yards.
He has got an incredible leg. We're going to ask him about that. How you even develop that sort of thing. He's locked in another conversation, but we'll get Charlie Smith here in just a minute, and we'll roll on. Jim, I'm going to have to rewatch the show because we have now been on the air for almost 3 hours.
It's going to be hard to cut out clips because you can't download a 6-hour show.
Everything that's happened.
So I don't know how I'm going to cut out a clip.
But we had Deuce McAllister on this morning. We had Daryl Doucette, the flag football legend.
Okay.
I guess I can say legend. He's still playing.
Yeah.
He's going to play in the Olympics. Had Jermon Bushrod.
Yeah.
Keon White from the Patriots.
Josh
Jacobs and A.J. Dillon from the Packers.
Oh, they came on together?
They came on together, man.
Oh, that's an interesting.
I look pretty small.
Josh Jacobs and A.J. Dillon coming on together. They're still boys even though they don't play together anymore?
No, they play together. A.J. Dillon's still in Green Bay. He was hurt this year.
No,
He was hurt this year. All right. We got Charlie Smith here. Charlie Zach Ewing, how are you?
Hi, nice to meet you, Zach.
All right.
Jim Derry.
And Jim Derry here with us.
Jim Derry. Nice to meet you, Jim.
All right. Charlie Smith.
Just like Derry, Ireland.
Love it.
Saints kicker from Ireland. I think one of the kind of underrated great stories of the year was Charlie's story coming over through the International Player Pathway Program. Let's go back to when this all started, Charlie. I know you've told the story 100 times now.
Yeah.
But how does a kid from Ireland wind up in the NFL? When did it first become a possibility for you?
The first came possibility whenever there was a coach in Ireland, tag leader. He started doing these kicking workshops around the country, and whenever he first started up, immediately I started following him on social media, and I knew at one point I was going to end up trying it out, but I didn't know really what the route was with eligibility with college football because I had played. I went to college at home in Ireland myself.
Yep.
And then I went to Assassin just for fun, just to do something different. But I knew if I got the opportunity to do something serious, well, I would have pursued it. And I could have saw myself doing this for a long time. I just needed the opportunity to do it. And in my sport in Gaelic football, one of my biggest strengths is my ability to kick the ball off the ground. We play with a round ball.
Uh-huh.
And it just sparked from there. I became a huge fan and follower of the NFL as well, and on the kicking side of things as well. I've been very intrigued by it.
So, from Gaelic football, you knew you were going to be good at this. How good, maybe you don't know, but you knew that, hey, this is something I can do at a high level.
I knew my biggest strength in Gaelic football was with the power of my kick, and we have this thing where we have kick outs, so it's kind of a bit similar to a kickoff where you have to try and pass the ball to your man, or if there's nobody open, you just boot the ball as long as you can. And that was my big strength. I could maybe kick the Gaelic football and maybe 70 yards, 70, 75, 80 yards, and without from the kick out to obviously where it lands. And I knew that I had the power, the raw power to do it. And in my sort of kicking style in Gaelic football, it was kind of like short steps to the ball, but you explode into the kick, which is kind of similar to the way the American football is kicked, you know. So yeah, look, I just was very lucky to have met so many great people over this past year. You know, everybody in the international program, my coach tag at home, and you know, just great family support, and meeting just more and more great people throughout the year. I just feel extremely lucky and blessed.
You said 75 to 80 yards, given the right conditions.
Yeah.
Could you do that in an American football game? I mean, is that a possibility?
I've never tried it. I've never attempted more than 70. I've made it 70 before in the indoor, but I know I can do it. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't really know what limit is. I mean, if you have a wind straight in your back, like, you know, you definitely could.
Or altitude, maybe a little bit of a extra
I mean,
distance.
it depends on where you are. Like, you have a different range for different paces, you know. So and conditions, weather dependent as well. Like, on a hot summer day, the ball's going to travel a lot further. But yeah, I would be confident in trying, you know, 65 plus, you know.
Yeah.
And in most conditions now.
So obviously, everybody's watching this saying, wow, I mean, that's never, 70 would be a record in the NFL, all those sorts of things.
Yeah.
Obviously, the name of the game is consistency. You have to be able to make the kicks. How big was this year for you in building that part of your game and in just getting yourself acclimated to the NFL and everything that goes with it?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I remember DS said, like, he's like, you know, you're not going to be kicking a lot of 65-yarders in games, and like, and there's a lot of guys in the NFL that have the power to do that. It's just there's never really the situation in the game where, you know, that opportunity presents itself. It's very rare.
The risk reward has to match
because
up,
the field position. You know, if you miss the kick, the field position's in the other team's half lane. So it's a lot of the time it isn't worth it to do it, unless you're really, really confident. And obviously, end of half, end of game, you know, that might be the plan if you've got a kicker who's got the leg for it. And I am sorry, I've forgotten what you asked.
Just asking how this year was for you building that.
Yes. Yeah, this year was really valuable. The name of the game is consistency, and look, in training camp, I felt like I showed a huge improvement from OTAs in terms of consistency, and I was really, really happy with how it went. Obviously, there's a few kicks you'd like back, but at the same time, it was my first year, first training camp, you know, first time being part of a football team in general. So being on the practice squad this year was really good in terms of just focusing on the technical side of things, and then that'll lead me into a better way going into year two now. And let's see what happens. I'll just keep kicking the football as accurately as I can, and hopefully it will lead to something, you know.
And year two, I would think the goal, whether it's in New Orleans or somewhere else, is go make an active roster and kicking games. Right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't think I had the capabilities of doing that. So, yeah, look, I'm just willing. I just want to play. You know, it hurts not playing on Sundays. You know what I mean? You know, like, at the same time, you have to understand that you just trust the process, and it's a big timing thing, and it's all about the opportunities that you get. So you just have to make the most of any opportunity you get. And look, it's out of my control. So really, all I can do is just focus on making kicks, and hopefully that'll make somebody, you know, I'll say, you know what, this can be our guy for the long term. You know.
Yeah. All right, he's Charlie Smith, and we hope you hang around New Orleans. Charlie, thanks for hanging out with us today.
Yeah, no, thanks very much. Thanks, fellas.
Thanks very much.
Yeah.
All right, Radio Row, we roll along here on the Saints Insider Podcast. We have somebody else waiting, or we're good right now?
I think we're good at the moment.
We are going to take unless you want to talk, Jim.
No, we're good.
I'm going to run over to the restroom because it's been 3 hours and I need the restroom.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a quick break. Yes, I'm saying it on the air. I'm human, all right? We're going to take a quick break on the Saints Insider Podcast. We'll be right back.
At Auctioner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Auctioner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one. You. Auctioner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
I've been standing since
Sit down.
I walked over here. Oh my God. We have snacks over there if you want.
We do?
Yeah.
I actually do. Where?
Go.
Perfect. I didn't eat. I just bolted out of the house.
You're good. There's crackers. There's trail mix bars.
part?
By Women's Hospital.
Okay. That's a haul.
It's been a long week. It's been a long week.
I got cornered by my neighbor as I was getting.
He called a humanity break. We had the Old Spice guy.
Huh?
We had Isaiah Mustafa, the Old Spice guy.
We had him on the set? Oh, wow.
Our audio was cooked, but
I heard about that.
Alex has done a great job.
But stuff happened. The course of the week of doing this, there's no way it's going to go smoothly for a week.
Little did we know, all it takes is an Alex to get us guests. Go the other way.
Powering.
All right, have fun. I'm going to sit here. Contemplate my life choices.
I got cornered by a neighbor this morning as I was trying to leave. And he was asking me, like, that must be just so much fun. I'm like, I got to be honest. When it's over and I think back, I'll be like, this is one of the cooler experiences.
Yes.
But when you're actually doing it,
Correct.
and you're going through it day by day and you don't get any sleep and my back is killing me because I've been standing, walking, doing things I don't normally do, that I will appreciate it later, but right now, probably not as much as I would have 20 years ago. "20, 30 years ago, I would have thought this was the coolest thing that I've ever done in my life.
It's pretty awesome.
It's pretty cool, but is that Cam Newton? Yeah. I think it's
He's here. So.
He's right there.
And as long as you're walking by it, I really don't care. If you stand there.
Wait, what do you want?
Absolutely. I think the best way to describe the Super Bowl tickets right now is approachable. I'll never say affordable when you're spending
Right.
thousands of dollars, but the good news is we've actually seen a lot of local buyers really pick up because of it. Since Monday, 47% increase in purchases from the state of Louisiana. So we're actually expecting a lot of local sports fans to actually get a chance to go to the Super Bowl.
That's really cool. And I mean, that's exactly what it is, I would think, because people say, okay, well, I couldn't do 6,000, but if you're going to give it to me for, if it starts with a 3, maybe I'm in. Yeah.
Exactly. So the get price here as of Thursday afternoon is right around 2,600. But the real value when you think about 26 just to get in the door is under 4,000 sit right now on the 100 level. That's kind of unheard of, especially, if you compare it to last year. Our average ticket price sold right now is $7,100. That's 17% more affordable than what we saw in Las Vegas. So certainly a little bit of I don't want to call it a soft Super Bowl market right now, but a kind of a wait and see approach, but we're expecting a big sort of demand to hit here over the next 24 or 48 hours.
So if you want to go, if you live in the New Orleans area or elsewhere, and you're drivable, you better get the ticket. Why do you think that is? I mean, I've heard the theory of hotel prices being sky high and things like that, but what's your theory for why it is a softer market?
Yeah, I start with first and foremost, 15,000 more seats here than we saw last year in Allegiant. Then you do add in the travel. Look, the cost of a Super Bowl ticket has to take in how expensive your hotel or flight may be. Vegas, with the 49ers being so close last year, was kind of a perfect storm. I mean, there was 100 flights you get on Sunday morning just to get into the city for the game. So that plays a role. And then, look, there's probably a little bit of fatigue. You're only going to spend $10,000 to see your Super Bowl team win one time. Both these teams have won in the past 10 years. Chiefs, obviously, this third straight. So there could be a little bit of that factor. But historically, where we're at this week, this is more in line with where we see Super Bowl prices. Last year might just be an anomaly of how expensive that game got.
Right. So it's not like nobody wants to go, but we're just talking like a supply and demand problem. Supply's a little higher, demand's a little bit lower, and it's going to drive the price down.
Yeah, and I think as sports fans or live entertainment fans, we certainly get used to, hey, we're going to wait to the last minute. That's when tickets get more affordable. We're seeing that a little bit this week. I think the one difference, our data typically shows that prices actually go up for the Super Bowl. I mean, look, with Bourbon Street, a 15-minute walk or so from the Superdome, there's going to be thousands of people looking to score those last-minute deals, and that's what we saw last year. But the prices went up, where right before kickoff, about an hour and a half before the game, getting price last year ended up being about $8,000 per ticket.
What would the dream Super Bowl matchup have been this year to get tickets as high as possible?
I mean, in general, you'd always say the home team. So if the Saints are in it, if you can go to sleep. But from the last matchup, certainly I would say the Bills would have brought a whole different dynamic. They haven't been to the Super Bowl, I believe, in roughly 30 years. So that pent-up demand typically travels super, super well. So we have seen about 21% of our ticket sales come from the state of Pennsylvania as compared to only about 10% from Kansas and Missouri. So I think the Bills-Eagles would have been an interesting matchup. But Bills, Commanders, two teams very hungry, haven't seen it. It would have been guaranteed first win in 30-plus years.
Or Lions, too, yeah.
If the Lions were still in it, that would have been obviously another massive story to follow.
All right, super interesting stuff. Anything else, Adam, to share about ticket prices or tips for people looking for last-minute tickets, anything like that?
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're still looking, I'd say a couple things. One would be, we'd love to go to games with friends and family, but sometimes if you're just looking to go to the game, a single ticket to the Super Bowl tends to be much more affordable than even a pair, but certainly better than a 4-pack. Another thing is it is a mobile-only event, so you want to make sure that you're purchasing through a trusted source that has a Fan Protect guarantee and not buying with cash off the street, because there are going to be people around there with fake Super Bowl stubs. Those don't exist. You need a mobile ticket, buy that, secure it in your wallet.
Okay, so those are souvenirs only. Don't pay thousands of dollars.
Exactly.
Adam, we appreciate it from StubHub stopping by to chat ticket prices.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Are we? Sorry, guys. We're still on the air. I was used to the break there. I tell you what. At 1:15, which is just in 5 minutes, we're supposed to have Bub Means, Saints rookie. Well, not rookie anymore, but just finished his rookie season as a Saints receiver. He is supposed to stop by around 1:15, and then we also have Rashid Shaheed coming by around 2:15. So
I mean, look, we're still rolling here. We're going to roll all the way through the afternoon with you on the Saints Insider podcast. Trying to get my mic to stand up for me here. But we appreciate everybody hanging out with us. If you check in and check out just like we do all day, that's totally okay. See who else we can get. I did see over at the Bleacher Report booth a few minutes ago, the one and only Joe Montana was there. You know, some of these bigger names who aren't interested in the publicity anymore, they're just going to duck in and duck out. But it is kind of cool to see them walking around. They're not going to stop by a lot of different tables or a lot of different booths. Drew Brees was here earlier. I think he's going to be here later as well. Unfortunately, his camp canceled on us at the last minute this morning, so we will not have Drew Brees on. But like I said, Bub Means, Rashid Shaheed, a couple of Saints wide receivers are supposed to be stopping by our table here at Radio Row. And we're going to keep rolling until then. Just looking back at, some more Super Bowl trivia that we were talking about. How about the last non-quarterback to win a Super Bowl MVP? You don't have to go as far back for that one as you do for a defensive player, but who was the last non-quarterback to win Super Bowl MVP? Patrick Mahomes of the Chiefs has been the MVP each of the 3 times the Chiefs have won it. So there's your hint. It's nobody from the Chiefs. It's been Patrick Mahomes every time. And, again, I don't know if Travis Kelce had a chance or 2 years ago against the Eagles, there was some talk. Nick Bolton had the scoop and score of Jalen Hurts, which was a big play, but Mahomes played so well at the end that it was always going to be him. I don't know. It's interesting if a non-quarterback wins it this year. Obviously, the most likely would be Saquon Barkley of the Eagles, who I think is the second favorite overall behind Mahomes. But I'm curious if Travis Kelce could get it. Anybody else? I think we have Bub Means coming through here. I'll close my wings here. Yep. See, Bub. Zach Ewing, how are you, man? Yeah. All right. Bub Means making the rounds here on Radio Row. Saints, I guess we don't have to call you a rookie anymore. You're done with that now.
Done my rookie season.
All right. Compare a year ago at this time, you're getting ready for the combine. You don't know where you're going to be to where you are now, established with the Saints, walking around the Super Bowl.
Oh man, I can't even tell you that. I would never have told you a year ago from today that this is where I would be. I would never have told you I would have been at the Super Bowl events getting interviewed. I would never told you that. I had no idea that. I'm so grateful to be in this moment, man. I'm so grateful to have this opportunity. I'm so grateful to just be able to go through my rookie season. And even though it didn't go perfect or how I planned it, man, I'm just grateful to have that opportunity. And I appreciate all of it, man. I appreciate this opportunity to even get interviewed, man. I'm blessed, bro. I cannot complain ever.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good attitude to have. And I mean, I know you said didn't go. You had some injuries. Yeah. You and everybody else on the team had some injuries. It seems like. So it was a rough year. I asked this earlier to a couple of guys. I got to think that in that building, there's a thought that, hey, remember those first 3 weeks when we were 2-0 and taking the Philadelphia Eagles down to the wire? There is enough talent in this building to turn this around pretty quick. Is that the feeling?
Oh yeah, it was never about talent. It was never we never doubted our talent. It was just injuries, bro. It was our luck. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It was nothing we wasn't we were just going out there trying to hurt ourselves. We was going out there first 2 weeks we looked like we could be the best team in the league.
Sure.
40 points a game. You get what I'm saying? You can't beat that. We was beating arguably some good teams. We beat Dallas Cowboys. We put up 40 on them second week of the year. You feel what I'm saying? So we had enough talent to beat anybody. It was just injuries. You feel what I'm saying? The injury bug came around and kind of took its toll on us.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And when things start snowballing, they don't stop. So as you enter this offseason with the coaching search still going on, it's been kind of a lengthy process. What's that like as a player? You're playing the waiting game with the rest of us, but this is the leader of your team we're talking about.
Nah, I ain't even playing no waiting game. I ain't gonna lie. I don't even focus on stuff like that. That's out of my control at this point. Only thing I can control is what I do when he get here. I can control what I'm doing on the field and how I'm producing and how I'm moving and maneuvering on the field when he get here. So what I'm doing what I'm doing is right now is focus on working out, getting my body as healthy as possible, getting my mind as sharp as possible. So when the new coaches do come, I can be sharp enough and detailed enough to make sure that I'm on top of my plays, on top of the new playbook, on top of the new weight training, whatever. Like whatever I have to do, like I want to be able to be prepared. So when he get here, it don't matter who, but when he get here, I want to be prepared.
Yeah. Speaking of which, the first half of last season, he didn't get a lot of playing time, but when you got out there, you were pretty productive until the injury happened, right? Showing a connection both with Derek and then with Spencer later. What's one thing you want to work on this offseason and say, I got to get better at that going into year 2?
I just want to keep building a connection between me and all the quarterbacks. And I also want to work on my run after catch ability, like just catching the ball and doing more with it with short catches. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know I'm a vertical threat. I know I can take the top off the defense. But as far as, like, for example, like when I caught a screen against the Broncos, I want to, like, making those plays and the big plays and the big games. Like, I want to be able to take screens, slants, and stuff like that. I want to work on taking those 60 yards instead of, you know what I'm saying, 15-yard gains.
Right. Yeah, make one more man miss and see what happens.
one more man
right?
miss, and then you feel me? Like, you never know.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You guys I mentioned the Eagles game. You also played the Chiefs. So you spent a week studying each of these teams that are playing on Sunday. That gives you kind of a unique perspective for the Super Bowl. How do you break this matchup down, and how do you see it going?
I'm not really. I'm not a football guru or nothing like that, but I can tell you from my perspective, the Eagles defensive line was so crazy playing them. Like they defensive front was just so crazy playing them. Like, don't get me wrong, they offense is productive, but they scary, but like they defense make like they good. Like, I ain't gonna lie, they good. And then Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City, high flying, high scoring offense. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what to me. That's what the game is. Like a ferocious defense versus a very, very, very talented offense. You know what I'm saying? And then you got Patrick Mahomes. You know what I'm saying? You can't forget about him. Like, he is in his category of his own. So you got Patrick Mahomes and a high scoring offense versus the whole defensive line. Their defensive line is monsters. All their defense. The Eagles' defensive line is crazy. No cap.
Yeah.
Like,
but I mean, like, if this game is within 4 points or whatever at the end of the game, you got it's Mahomes, right? I mean, it feels inevitable.
If the game is, if Patrick Mahomes has a clutch factor, he's clutch. Now, if the Eagles come out there and beat the brakes, like go up there and run off with the game, then I think, you feel me, the Eagles gonna win. But if they keep it close, it's gonna be a hard one. It's a tough one to beat. It's tough to beat Patrick Mahomes in the late game situation. One score game, it's almost unlikely. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, no, it's not going to be easy. One more, Bub, before we let you go. We've been having some fun with everybody. Now, yours a little bit easier than some, but starting with your last name, going through your first name, how quickly can you spell your name backward?
SNAEMBUB.
You got the palindrome going on, man. That's the best one we've seen so far. But when I had Deuce McAllister here, he didn't want to try it. He's
I'm not trying Deuce McAllister.
Yeah.
Man, I would not try to spell that backwards.
All right, Bub Means, now second-year wide receiver for the New Orleans Saints. Appreciate you dropping by. Good luck in the offseason and go forward, man.
Appreciate you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Bub Means here on the Saints Insider Podcast Live. And we have somebody else lined up? Oh, okay. Yeah, let's bring on, I don't know if I'm going to say this correctly, but I think his name is Charlton McGinley. Did I have that right? I'll ask him. He is the Secretary of the Louisiana Department of Veterans Affairs. He's making his way around the corner here. He's going to come around to the other side. All right. Mr. Charlton McGinley, Zach Ewing, how are you? Am I saying your name right?
You are. Thanks, Zach, for having me.
I tried my best there, so I'm happy to know that I got that right. Charlton, you are the Secretary of the Louisiana Department of Veterans Affairs.
That's right.
And you guys are going around the Super Bowl really just promoting veterans' rights.
Absolutely. And veteran benefits and making sure understand that people understand what veterans bring to our community and how we really enhance the state of Louisiana.
The Super Bowl is such a unique opportunity and a stage for you to get that message out. Is there anything special you're telling people this week because of the stage and you have so many visitors from outside the state?
Well, the first thing I want to say is, thanks to the NFL for everything that they do for the military and veteran community. The Salute Service is amazing, and it really brings attention and awareness to a lot of the issues that veterans have. And the NFL being one of the most global platforms to ever exist, allows us the opportunity to promote our message. Second, the Saints. Saints have been amazing to our department. Veterans Day weekend, they allowed us to have a presence at the Atlanta game.
Mm-hmm.
And
Good one to be at. Yep.
Oh, it was great, right?
Yeah.
And but it allowed us to get our message out to the veterans who were coming to the game, and a lot of folks didn't even know that they were entitled to benefits through the VA because of their service. And so it was really we were really fortunate and very lucky to have them as a partner.
How much of your job, Charlton, is just getting the word out about programs that already exist that people just don't know about, like you said?
So it's crazy. A year ago, as I started talking to veterans throughout the state, and I've been on the job now for a year, I got the impression that a lot of folks didn't know we existed. And we had to change that very quickly. So we got LinkedIn pages. We started doing more robust Facebook pages. But the biggest one was actually getting out. I'm in Baton Rouge.
Mm-hmm.
I am never in Baton Rouge. You have to be out and be where the veterans are to talk to them and understand what exactly they may be entitled to. But also, and just as importantly, if they need help, what kind of help can I help foster for them, arrange for them, liaison with them? Oftentimes, vets just don't know who to contact. We know who to contact. We know how to get the help that they need. And it may not necessarily be mental health or physical needs. It may be just saying, hey, I want to start my own business, right? There's so many vets who want to be entrepreneurs and start their own businesses. There's so many programs that help foster that and really help bud those what they need oftentimes to be successful.
Yeah. And when you do help somebody and change somebody's life, and we know these guys are the most deserving of any of us to get this aid, how inspiring is that to you?
Oh, man, I love seeing a veteran succeed. Let me tell you something. I'm retired Air Force. I did 20 years in the Air Force. I was a lawyer. And walking out of the military for the vast majority of us is very difficult. You know, you hear about the transitioning service member, the person who has to figure out, how do I go from military life and this structure, this discipline, to becoming a civilian? And some folks do a fantastic job of doing it. Others have it's hard to kind of let go at times. But when you see a veteran entrepreneur, a veteran lawyer, a veteran doctor, whatever it may be, whatever, oil worker, whatever job they had in the military translate to something civilian, and they become really good at it and in demand. It's amazing to see. And it goes to show you the power that the military can have on the individual. The training, the expertise, the experience. It makes all of us better human beings. It makes us better citizens. And we have 261,000 vets in the state. We're a pretty strong population, and I think we provide a lot to our folks, the rest of the citizens.
Great, just a great service the government provides. We're talking with Charlton McGinley, who is the Secretary for the Department of Veterans Affairs, state of Louisiana. How is the best way for a veteran listening to this to get in touch with you all and start to explore what there is?
So we have 74 counselors throughout the entire state. Go to our website, veteran.la.gov. We can find you a counselor if you need any help. We have 5 veteran homes, so if you have elder veteran parents, we can find a place for you in our home. And if you have a 70% disability rating or higher, that home is free, actually. Wow. So you get to keep all of your money and your benefits. The VA covers the tab. At end of life, we have 5 beautiful cemeteries. But, for me, I want to focus a lot on how can we help the veteran become the best person of themselves. Oftentimes we forget about the fact that there's a lot of 22-year-old veterans out there.
Sure.
The 18-year-old who did his 4, her 4, and said, this was good. It's time for me to move on. What's the next thing for me in life? How can I build on my military time? And so you can contact us. You can contact our veteran legacy service organization partners like the VFW and the Legion. They all have incredible resources to help veterans become, again, the best person of who they can be.
All right, so veteran.la.gov. We got to ask everybody, what's your pick on Sunday? Who's winning, Chiefs or Eagles?
Ugh. Okay, so remember Willie Roaf was here for a very long time.
Yep.
And I was kind of a chubby kid. I played guard on the line. I appreciate linemen, and I loved Willie Roaf. And then he went to the Chiefs, and I kind of followed him a little bit in his career.
Okay.
So I lean more towards the Chiefs than the Eagles.
All right. So everybody's got a connection. You got to make the pick somehow. It's going to be a good one. So we got a Kansas City pick. And then the other fun question we've been asking everybody, how quickly, starting with your last name, can you spell your name backward?
How quickly? It would probably take me a second because I have 8 letters.
Yeah, you got a hard one.
So it'd be Yelnigem.
Pretty good. And first name?
Notlrahc.
See, this is a man who it takes a minute to think about it. That was very well done, and then just reels it off. So
and I have a weird first name and a weird last name. So it's. I appreciate you getting my name right. That was actually incredible.
Deuce didn't even want to try. So yeah, that's pretty funny. Charlton, we appreciate you stopping by and getting the word out there about our veterans.
No, thank you for your time. Thanks for allowing me to spread our message.
Absolutely, thank you.
Y'all have a good one.
Saints Insider Podcast. We continue to roll along through the afternoon hours here on this Thursday, live from Radio Row. And I guess we can take a quick break, and we will be back right after this.
Hey y'all, I'm Robin Barnes, the New Orleans Songbird, and we are here for the making of Super Bowl 59 at the beautiful Superdome. This will be the 11th Super Bowl in New Orleans. New Orleans is known for its vibrant culture, rich history, and amazing music, if I do say so myself. In this series, we're going to show you how the Super Bowl comes to life. This time, we're talking about NFL Source, a program that gives local underrepresented businesses the opportunity to gain exposure to event-based procurement knowledge, network with potential clientele, and compete for contracts related to Super Bowl 59. First, we'll talk to Maisha Boyce, lead for NFL Source, about the local economic impact of the program. Next, we'll talk to Chinsi Mouton, Director of Community Engagement at the Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation and the Super Bowl 59 Host Committee, about how they work to form and foster these partnerships. Finally, we'll talk to Nicole Hutchison, owner of Mosswood Events, about her experience being a part of NFL Source. Let's get in this series, we're going to show you how the Super Bowl comes to life. First, we're going to talk to Seth Dodowski. He is the head of music for the NFL. As a singer and someone who has had the honor of singing the national anthem in the Superdome, I was so excited to hear how Seth and his team put on the iconic Super Bowl halftime show. What goes into it? How do they produce it in such a unique place of the Superdome? So here you're going to find out.
Hello, everybody. I am not Zach Ewing. I'm Jim Derry, and we are here on Radio Row, and there is no Datitude podcast. We've sort of merged Saints Insider and Datitude together today. So if anyone, a la Datitude, if anyone wants to comment or ask a question, who knows who's going to come sit in this seat. Zach will be back in a little bit. He's just taking a little mini break. While we do that, if you want to comment or question, leave a question, you can do so by typing in the comments. We'll show it here and talk about it. We have had an interesting day here on Radio Row and an interesting week. We talk about leaving the scene setter and where we are, and it's interesting because it's sort of, I don't want to say cleared out because it definitely has not cleared out, but it's certainly, the crowd here is lighter than when I first got here. Oh, I don't know, 10:45 or so, somewhere around that time, around 11, so 11:11. It was pretty packed. And so I don't know if it's a lunch break or if, people are checking out other things around here. I know that the Super Bowl experience opens up again at 3 o'clock down here. If you're anywhere around the New Orleans area, you might want to come in and check that out. That is open today and through Saturday down here at the convention center. So that's worth checking out. But it is the scene. And, I was talking about it earlier, and my neighbor asked me this morning, he goes, what's it like? Is it like, it's the coolest thing ever? And I'm like, it isn't and it isn't. I mean, don't get me wrong. This is an experience that I'm never going to forget as far as just going through this whole week and being here and seeing people, you just don't see all these people together at one time. And that's one thing the Super Bowl does. I mean, you might catch a glimpse at certain games if someone's calling a game, you might see Tom Brady doing a Saints game or whatever. But, to see Joe Montana and Cam Newton basically within, 40 feet of one another, I mean, doing completely different things is kind of cool. And, when you go through your career and you spend all this time in sports and seeing some of the things that you see, it's a pretty cool thing. And then they have some of the people that we've had sit down this morning. So It's been a great experience. I can only imagine what the rest of the week is going to be like, and especially Sunday in the Superdome for the Super Bowl. We talked to a prognosticator, an odds maker, I guess in a way he's prognosticating what he thinks is going to happen. An internet sensation, so to be, a social media influencer, and about what his pick was for the Super Bowl. And I found it an interesting conversation that way. And you go back and look at it later on. If you haven't seen it, it was around, I don't know, about an hour and a half ago. And we're talking about, he's been right, I believe, the last five Super Bowls in a row and six collegiate national championships, which is hard. I mean, I don't care who you are, what you know. There's a lot of luck involved in that. But I mean, you got to be good and you got to be lucky. It's kind of like, to me, when you win a poker tournament that has like 500 people in it. You have to be lucky and you have to be really good all at the same time. And the different philosophies between the game of people of my age and people who are younger and the way they see the game is completely different. And to prognosticate things, to make your predictions and go through, and the steps that you take are all different. I mean, even people, if you take the 5 best handicappers in the world, whoever they may be, and you put them all in the same room together, I would be willing to bet that all 5 of them got to whatever their prediction is in different ways. And to hear him say, I thought he was going to tell me that it was all about, going through these numbers. And he did talk about how he has a Pro Football Focus subscription and the premium. Well, so do I. That doesn't mean that I'm going to predict the next 5 Super Bowls correctly, but to go through the numbers. But he says, I used to play football, and a lot of it is vibe. So, can you get 5 Super Bowl predictions right in a row and 6 college championship predictions right in a row? Even with my limited show, I'm asking to tell you that's 11 championships without missing. It's hard to do. So how much of it is luck and how much of it is skill as we go into this week's game? And I think Zach is going to make his pick official tomorrow as we start really doing picks and our people start making their picks as well. I will make my pick official tomorrow on the Attitude podcast. We're going to go live at 1. I think the picks segment is at 2. But when you look at this thing, I talk about Adam Chernoff, and in my world, Adam Chernoff is younger than I, but he is, I don't know, he's like 38, 40, somewhere along that line. But to me, he's the top handicapper that I've ever talked to. And we've talked to a bunch of them. And the way his mind works and the way he goes through it. But he talked about how, even though he likes the Chiefs per se, it's not necessarily it's not a pick it's not a bet he's going to make. He's not going to go bet on it. So when we talk about our picks and our bets, we may not feel strongly about it. And it's hard to feel strongly about this Super Bowl. I mean, when you talk about these two teams, the closer the spread, to me, the harder it is to make that prediction. I mean, we go back and when the Saints were in the Super Bowl back in 2010, the 2009 season, the Saints were 7-point underdogs. To me, that was easy. And you look at the national experts, and people did it with more conviction. They either really like the Colts, they're going to blow this thing out, the Saints have never been here before, or the Saints, not only is the underdog, not only do I think they're going to cover, but I think the Saints are going to win. You heard Jermon Bushrod on our show this morning talking about how the Saints were sure they're going to win. And every team says that. I think every team that has ever won a Super Bowl probably said, we were sure we were going to win that game. Nobody says after we thought we were going to lose. So it's a lot. My point is, it's a lot easier, I think, when you're talking about spreads that are a little bit wider. Because a lot of times, if you think someone's going to cover more times than not, you don't think they're just going to cover. You think they're going to win the game, unless it's like 10 or 14 or whatever. So in lots of ways, I think like the Saints Super Bowl and Super Bowls that had spreads like that were easier to pick than this one, because even the odds makers don't know what to do with it. They're setting that at -1 or -1.5. And when you look at a money line, which basically means you're picking one side or the other without a spread, it's almost even. Tells you the odds makers don't know. You can go and poll 100 handicappers, and I would be very surprised if it was any more than like 55 or 58 to 52 one way. I came to this in here and I talked about how I heard more people taking the Eagles and the Chiefs. It's kind of since evened out, and especially on this show today. I think a lot of the players are going with Chiefs because as players, you strive to be what the Chiefs are right now. What the Saints should strive to be. The Saints should strive to be like the Kansas City Chiefs. What does that start with? It starts with Andy Reid. And you could say Patrick Mahomes all day long, and it's true. And I think he's in my opinion, he's the greatest player playing right now. I don't think that's in question. I mean, talk about Lamar Jackson, we talk about Josh Allen, whoever you want, but nothing goes without Patrick Mahomes. But all of this started with Andy Reid. Andy Reid had the vision. He jumped ahead of Sean Payton, who wanted Patrick Mahomes. If Patrick Mahomes was the Saint, if Andy Reid doesn't jump ahead of the Saints and grab Patrick Mahomes, and instead Patrick Mahomes comes to the New Orleans Saints, think about the fortunes of this football team right now. Do you think Sean Payton ever leaves? The answer is almost certainly not. How much long does Drew Brees retire a year earlier if Patrick Mahomes is in the building? I don't know. Maybe. But the fortunes of this football team, by one pick, by one move, by Andy Reid, who said, we've got to jump ahead of the Saints because we know Sean Payton wants Patrick Mahomes. That doesn't happen. Everything changes for both franchises. Maybe Andy Reid still only has one Super Bowl. Maybe he's not thought of as one of the best coaches that ever lived. Maybe the Saints have an extra Super Bowl or two, or who knows. So that's what I'm saying when you go back and talk about the coaches. And that's why it's so hard to decipher this game because, and again, I'm going to make my official prediction tomorrow, but it's not just not betting against God when you talk about Kansas City and something that the Saints want to be a part of one day. But the Kansas City Chiefs have not just Patrick Mahomes, but they have Andy Reid. So you could talk about Saquon Barkley all day long. You could talk about, Jalen Hurts is underrated, and I think he is underrated. But what's the difference between Nick Sirianni and Andy Reid? It's immense. It's as wide as this table, as wide as this, this whole hallway here. It's that much different, and that's what the Saints need to work towards and think about. So when Kellen Moore, if it's Kellen Moore comes in here, no matter what he does, he's going to have no matter how good he is, no matter how well his mind is shaped and his offensive prowess he's still going to have a long way to go, no matter how smart he is. No matter, we were talking with some people before, saying, I don't know about Kellen Moore. Maybe he's a little bit too cocky for my taste, or maybe he's not ready for this. He's 36 years old. How can he be ready? But again, no matter how well shaped his mind is, it's going to be hard to be that guy this early in his career. So we're going to talk about that a lot as we go forward. And as soon as the Super Bowl is over, I mean, there's no question where our attention here in New Orleans is going to turn to, right? I mean, the Monday shows that we have, Saints Insider, both in Datitude on Monday morning and Monday afternoon. Of course, we're going to talk about whatever we saw Sunday. But does Kellen Moore even get on the plane to go back to Philly? I would think not. I mean, if he's going to be the next coach of the New Orleans Saints, do they introduce him on, I mean, most likely it would be Tuesday if they agree. Does he stay here? They talk all day long. He's at the podium on Tuesday, being introduced by Mickey Loomis. Don't say it. I get it. I don't need to hear those comments again. Not today. But is he sitting at the podium on Tuesday? How do the Saints? That's what we'll be talking about. I guarantee you, more than 50%. Super Bowl, 40, 45%. Saints, 50 to 55%. That's what we want to talk about here in New Orleans. And I've noticed on my own show, we're sitting here at Radio Row with national people from all over the country and frankly all over the world. And we're seeing all these big names, but you people, you want to hear about Saints more than you want to hear about Super Bowl. Now, of course, we're going to talk about both, and we have to talk about both. But it's quite a scene, and I think that it's going to show you how things can change just like that, because that's what we're going to be talking about next week. There's no transition period. You don't go from Super Bowl and you transition your way into Saints. It could be that quick. It could be most likely 2 days after the Super Bowl. I think on Tuesday, you very well could have a new coach of the New Orleans Saints. Where does the team go from there? You know, we had Spencer Rattler on the set a little while ago, and, you know, no player's going to tell you, you know, if they don't want someone or don't like someone, what are they going to do? Especially a guy like Spencer Rattler who's going to be, I mean, frankly, fighting for a job. Come back on in, Zach. You want me to move back over here. But no player is going to really tell you, and what I'm talking about is if it is Kellen Moore, you know, you can have every Saint on, and you have to kind of like read through the tea leaves or read through the lines, I guess, a little bit. No player's going to tell you exactly what they feel, because what if they don't like someone? What if Spencer Rattler thinks, oh, God, I think Kellen Moore is a bad fit for this? He's not going to tell you that. So you kind of have to read through it, especially a guy like that whose job very well could be on the line this coming year if Kellen Moore goes out, if the Saints go and draft another quarterback in the 3rd or 4th round or pick up some cheap free agent. I mean, not only Derek Carr's job going to be on the line, but so is Spencer Rattler's.
Yeah, I mean, I just sat back down, just caught the tail end of what you said, Jim. But, like, I've also had players. Cesar Ruiz told us yesterday, like, I'm checked out of football at this time of year. This is my mental break from football. Like, I'll watch the game on Sunday, but he said he was more interested in the halftime show than anything else. Like, you know, these guys don't, and like Bub Means just told us, like, I'm not a football expert. I'm not going to sit here and break down the game for you like Missed Exact handicapper that we had would, you know,
Right.
like he's not going to look into it in as much detail as we are. That doesn't mean they don't study film just as hard or they don't care or anything like that. But like, you're just not going to get a super strong opinion from them for all the reasons you mentioned. And also just because like they're just waiting to see like the rest of us are, and then they'll figure it out.
And look, when I probably more so now than when I was younger, because when I was younger, you never get away from sports. Even when I'd go on vacation, you're still watching sports, right? Sometimes you plan vacations around, can we go somewhere where that has a ballpark or whatever? But I know nowadays, like I'm going to take vacation the week of Mardi Gras and the week after. And when I get away from this, I mean, sure, I'm going to check and see what's going on. I mean, the Saints will by then have had a coach. We will have talked about it already for a week or two.
You hope.
And move on. Yeah, you would hope. I mean,
If they get to the combine without a coach, that's when you start to get into
a little
trouble.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
But I know that when I get away, I'm going to want to break off from sports pretty much. I mean, it'll be spring training. I may watch a college basketball game, but I'm going to probably check out too. You can completely understand that.
Yeah, and I mean, it's like you want the players to care as much as you do, and they do. I'm not saying that because players do, but it's also their job, right? And just like you or I grind at our job during football season and through the Super Bowl, these guys grind even harder at their job during football season. And I'm going to tell you right now, normally I would say after the Super Bowl on Monday, I'm going to sleep for 3 days. I can't do that because the Saints are probably hiring a coach somewhere in there. But when that happens and we're done with that, then I'm going to sleep for 4 days.
Maybe
right?
the
Like,
file on Monday.
yeah, you know, so these guys are feeling that too. They're human. They want to go enjoy their lives. And to be honest, what they think about Kellen Moore on February the 6th doesn't really matter. It doesn't. Like, it'd be interesting if one of them had a connection with him in this past, but I don't think there's really a Saints player out there who does.
I mean, realistically, they got to be tired of all this too. I mean, it's, you know, if we're sitting here wondering it wouldn't be talked about, but if we were going to have a new boss here and it had been talked about for a month and we were wondering what was going to happen, I mean, at some point you just become numb to the whole talk. Everybody else has a coach, you don't. I mean, what are you going to say?
Yeah. Emmett Smith's here, man. He's on the TV over there. He's somewhere in this room.
Hall of Famer. Joe Montana, which we were just talking about. It was like, you know, the weird thing about an event like this is you can have Joe Montana right here, and then basically 30 feet away is Cam Newton. You want to talk about two ends of the spectrum when it comes to quarterback, but you know, that's what you see.
Two ends of the spectrum when it comes to quarterback is Joe Montana and Todd Marinovich. Like, you can't do Cam like that. Come on.
Oh, come on. Joe Montana's what, 6 foot, 6 feet 1?
Oh, you're talking about physical? Okay.
They're
I thought you meant like career-wise or
No, I mean,
resume-wise. I'm like, that's not fair to Cam. I mean, I know it's not Joe Montana, but who is?
No, I mean, we were talking about, I mean, Cam Newton may be the most impressive athlete when you talk about just someone who played the quarterback. Normally, people that are that size and that well built can't play quarterback. I'm just talking about in general, saying those two guys who are within 30 feet or whatever of one another. That's the kind of thing you see on Radio Row.
Yeah, and then you've got you'll
I mean, you look at Joe Montana. I don't know how he held up throughout his career. He's not over there now, and I'm pointing over there like he still is. But how does someone like that hold up throughout his entire career without getting his ribs cracked in every other year?
The funny thing is, and we've turned the camera around so people can get an idea a few times today, but like you will get periods where there will be dozens of people walking by you, and you go, and most of them are just like us, right? They're just media members. You don't know who they are. They maybe come from another part of the country. They don't know who we are, and you'll pass 50 of them, and your eyes start to glaze over, and then all of a sudden you'll see somebody and you go, "Oh, wait a minute, is that who I think it is?" Somebody's coming by. Oh, Cam Jordan's come by right now on a Segway or something.
If you want to turn the camera, you can. Strangely enough, though, Zach, there have been multiple people that have stopped and like taken our pictures while we're doing this, and I'm like, who the hell's taking our picture?
Yeah. Well, I will say I've noticed that too. The outside wall here that separates our tables from sort of the bigger booths on the outside, the Super Bowl logo is right in front of our booth.
Oh, maybe that's what it is.
So I think that maybe part of it is like, I want the Super Bowl logo and the entirety of Radio Row in the shot. And so we kind of have a good spot for that.
Someone sent me after everyone left. I think it must have been Tuesday, because I was working here until Norman had left too, and I was literally the only one here. And a camera came and sat there and like filmed me for, I don't know, a couple minutes.
Who do you think they thought you were?
It was weird. I don't know, but then I found out what it was.
Oh, okay.
It was Channel 8 was getting B-roll. But the funny thing is the caption said, or the lower third said, journalist, international journalists from all over the world. And I'm like, I'm from right here, dummy. Right in front of the
Technically, you are international. I mean, you are from somewhere in
That's true.
in a nation.
That's true. In a nation. I am from here, but I just
who's your celebrity lookalike? Who would people think you were?
When I worked out in the St. Bernard Bureau, they used to call me Uncle Cracker.
Wow. I could see it. That's not the one I was expecting, but okay.
So, and they still do, as a matter of fact. Whenever I run into them, they still call me Uncle Cracker. So I showed my kids, and they don't even really know who Uncle Cracker is. So
I've had a little bit of Matt Damon, and when I was young, it was Macaulay Culkin.
Okay.
For sure.
I could say that. Have you ever left home alone?
I have not been left home. Not in that circumstance. I haven't left my kids home alone.
Yeah, well,
not like that. But
I was gonna say for multiple days. Are you admitting that here?
Not for
live.
Not
YouTube?
for multiple days while I left the state. No, nothing like that. Or left the country. I guess it was in the original one.
What has been as we talk here, and I know who you got. Somebody's coming up.
Got Rashid Shaheed at 2:15. Yeah.
What has been? Has this been what you thought? I mean, because I was talking about this by myself before with this whole experience, and I was talking with a neighbor earlier today about how I thought that this has been almost overwhelming at times. You can think of things in your head, but I think I'll appreciate it more after it's over than I appreciate it right now. But this whole week of circus.
Yeah. It has definitely been a circus, and I just saw actually a
breaking news.
No, Kansas City Star columnist who I went to college with walked by, and I was going to flag him down and have him come over, but he's gone. We'll see if he comes back. Love to talk to some Chiefs with him, but yeah, it has been what I expected to a certain point. Okay, I guess I've always thought of the term Radio Row, and I've watched TV coverage like I'm sure a lot of people have. You don't think of it in sort of this complex, like I actually in my brain was thinking of it as a row where you actually literally walked in. It is a little bit like that. I mean, there are rows but it's more of a square, right?
And when you said like what booth number we were at, and I was walking in the first day, and I was looking at the row that's next to us, and I'm like, I don't think that's gonna go as far as our number. And I started walking, and then I walked back, and then I realized, oh, that's because there were literally 8 rows. I mean, if you think about it. So yeah.
And there's also a lot more of people will do giveaways and they'll have food and things to get you to stop by their booth. Like I'll tell you who won Radio Row. Bounty Paper Towels won
There's
Radio
no
Row.
doubt
Like
about that.
who would have thought that? But Bounty Paper Towels has like a list of guests, right? Like they were able to hook up a lot of good guests, probably paying them money, which is they're not. It's not a journalism production. They can do that if they want to. There's no ethical concerns like there would be for a journalist. But then they also have the wings that's feeding. Like how many wings have been consumed in this room this week?
I can only imagine.
Thousands and thousands
has,
and thousands.
Each box has what, 6 or 8?
5 or 6, yeah.
At least 6. How many was it? I mean,
More,
it was at least.
I mean, I'm saying thousands. That could be 20,000 or 50,000. I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, multiple. I mean, because you just go over there, and there are probably 50 or 60 people at any one time just standing in one area eating their wings.
Many
I
chickens
brought
were
mine
harmed
upstairs.
in the making of this production.
There's no question about it. Yeah. Today was the first day I actually had any. I thought it was pretty cool that Pittsburgh has a booth. Pittsburgh is the host of the.
Well, Green Bay is this year. They have a booth.
Draft
and
is
then
2
Pittsburgh
years
is the
from now.
draft in 2026.
Okay, so they have a booth, and they've been having food yesterday. Yesterday they had pierogies with some kind of onion and bacon on them, and then Green Bay, Lambeau, has their own booth, and they were serving brats yesterday.
The San Francisco, Bay Area,
where the
for
Super
next
Bowl
year's
is?
Super Bowl has nothing but tech, as you might expect from San Francisco. It's just a bunch of
So you gotta play
just a
with
bunch
the
of big
computer.
screens and like some AI thing and some music playing, and
They'll give you analytics on whether you should go for it on 4th and 3 from
Always.
the 47, stuff like that. It says toss up.
Kyle Shanahan knows, baby. Kyle,
toss up.
Jim, let's talk about the Saints Super Bowl, because tomorrow is the 15-year anniversary.
Yeah.
You were on the desk that night for the Times-Picayune. Am I correct in that?
February 7th.
Or you were working
I
in
was
news,
working
you
at news
said.
at
You
the
were working
time.
in news. So what were you doing then? Were you able to just watch the game and
Actually,
enjoy
be
it?
a fan. Yeah, I was
Okay.
at home. We had that whole year, which was my first year out of sports, actually, because I had gone from news back to sports.
Bad time.
No, it was actually, honestly, for me, it was a good timing, because I was able at that point in time, for the first time in a while to enjoy Saints football. So actually, I look at it from a different perspective.
All
It
right.
was-
Yeah,
it
that
was
makes
good time.
sense.
And don't get me wrong, I wish I would have been in Miami and all that. That would have been fun and cool. But I actually watched games at home as a fan. And you go back, and one of the things that people don't realize when you're in this business is you lose a lot of your ability to watch games as fans. Now, for you, you're not a New Orleanian. I'm sure you didn't grow up like Saints. Who cares? I'm guessing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. So I mean, for me, it's all I've known my entire life. So when you're in the press box, you definitely do not look at a game the same way. They can't be fully neutral. Of course, you want them to win. You're human, but you don't root for them. You may chuckle at a bad play, or you're like, whatever. But so it was actually good timing. I was able to enjoy the whole season. We had a routine. I don't think I went to any games that year, or maybe one, whatever. But my core group of friends, I had 3 of them that would come over every Sunday. They had to sit in the same place all year long. We all sat in the same place. They came at the same time. They basically left at the same time, and they were there at my house. It was right before we moved to the North Shore. Literally, not just a few months before we moved. And so they came over for the championship game, the NFC Championship game. We were, hugging and drinking, and went to a bar, and there were fireworks outside of the house on NFC Championship night. And then the Super Bowl was a similar thing, So I actually got to enjoy it.
I want to see one of these, the Saints make one in New Orleans. You want to? We had the guy from
That's not gonna
StubHub
happen.
on earlier and
It's not
talking
gonna
like
happen.
the ticket prices for that would be insane. I don't know how many people there are out in New Orleans who can afford like $10,000 tickets, but that's what it would probably cost.
Well, the only thing I can kind of compare it to, and I guess baseball always plays the World Series and venues of the teams that are involved anyway. But most people know who watched me for any period of time that I'm a Cubs fan. I got to go to the 2016 World Series because a friend of mine, a very close friend of mine, had kept the season tickets, even though he lived in New Orleans, just in case. Basically, he sold a lot of them. But so I got to go to this game 4. He gave me ticket. Me and one of my best friends went to a game, and they stunk and they lost and they were down 3-1. I'm like, I can't leave like this. So, but it was the same way on StubHub, and this is, you know, what, 8 years ago. The tickets at that time, right after the game, for game 5, I'm like, I can't leave it like this, but I also can't afford $3,000, which
Right.
the tickets were.
Right.
Stayed up all night and waited. Finally found a pair for it was $1,600, I think, for the pair, which was way over my budget, but it's a once in a lifetime. And I know if the Mariners went, you'd spend $1,600 to go to a Mariners
you know, what's
World
funny
Series
is
game.
the one I'm excited about right now, and really the Mariners, and then to a certain extent, Missouri basketball are the two places where I can still be a fan, because I don't do a lot of college basketball. I don't do baseball. And Missouri basketball is a pretty good team this year. At 30-1, actually, I bet some at 40-1, and then some at 30-1 for them to make the Final Four. And I bet a total of $30, but it's going to pay $1,000 if they make it, and it's going to pay for my trip to the Final Four.
I was going to say,
that it's in San Antonio, so it's not that far away. That'll be what I do if they do happen to make it for the first time.
You should use that.
Yeah.
I mean, we got guys walking around. I don't know why these two dudes walking around with the Chiefs and the Eagles helmet are over here, but things you see at the Super Bowl on Radio Row. I could tackle those kids, though.
Here's my mic gravity is taking hold of my mic here. Whoop. Sorry if y'all heard that, but that is better, actually. So here's a fun Super Bowl fact for you.
But you never finished asking me trivia about
Oh,
But
what
go
was my
back.
last trivia question?
Last one you asked me was what was the last?
We did
what was the
last first-time host.
Last first-time host. That was the last one, and
Yeah, it was Las Vegas last year. It's kind of a trick question. But here's this isn't really trivia, but I could turn it into trivia. Okay. The Saints, in their 58-year history, have made the playoffs 14 times. Okay. How many times have they made the playoffs in the same year that New Orleans hosted the Super Bowl?
Wow.
So New Orleans has hosted the Super Bowl now 11 times. Saints have been to the playoffs 14
That's
times.
a good one.
And by the way, the Saints started, I believe, the year of Super Bowl II. Do I have that right? It was the fall of 67.
Super Bowl.
January of 67 was Super Bowl I. So it would have been. So basically, we're talking about 58 years.
I was born in 1968, right after Super Bowl III.
So okay, yeah. The Saints and Super Bowl history are almost the same length. The Super Bowl has been around for 1 year longer than the Saints. So basically, for 58 years, they've made the playoffs 14 times. There's been 11 Super Bowls in New Orleans. How many of those happened in the same year where the Saints actually had a chance to make it to the Super Bowl in New Orleans?
Okay, well, the one before this, Ravens 49ers, the Saints, that was one of their 7 and 9 years, if I'm correct. So it was not that one. The one
I'll
before that
let you
was
talk this through here.
The one before that was 2002. So in the 2001 season, the Saints were not good. It was the year after. Well, it was 2 years after. It was one of Jim Haslett's 8-8 seasons, I think. So it didn't happen then. The time before that would have been 1992 was the Niners and was in the Super Bowl that year. Niners and
Broncos.
Is the Niners and Broncos?
It was 1990, actually.
1990.
Yeah. You missed one. You missed Packers Patriots.
Mitch Packers
97.
Patriots was 97. The Saints in 97. That was a dicky year. Yeah, definitely not. So 1990 was a Jim Mora season. 1990, I don't think.
The answer, as you're coming to, is
can't be many.
zero.
I was gonna say. I was about to say, because once I would have got past that, it would have been easy.
Right. The
So
Saints
the
have
answer
never
would have been-
made the playoffs in a year New Orleans hosted
Wow.
the Super Bowl. And you would think, just mathematically, out of 58 years, 14 playoff years, 11 Super Bowl years, one of them would have happened at the same time. But no, it has not happened.
That's crazy.
So
I never thought about it, and that's never really come up.
It's a
but,
jinx.
That is
Maybe.
I don't think it's a jinx. I think the Saints are their own jinx.
Maybe it's a good thing
Wow.
that
No
there
kidding.
aren't as many New Orleans Super Bowls.
Yeah, once I would have got past 1990, it's pretty easy after that because I mean they only the first time they ever made the playoffs was the '87 season, and January 3rd, 1988. It was their first playoff game, and so after that, you can go before that and say definitely 0.
To be fair, like 6 of New Orleans' 10 previous Super Bowls were before that, before this. So the first 6,
so, I mean,
they never made the playoffs.
Not even close.
Okay, more Super Bowl trivia. Who was the last non-quarterback MVP?
Charles Woodson. No.
Super Bowl MVP.
Super
Bowl MVP.
Okay. Super Bowl MVP. Wow, non-quarterback Super Bowl MVP. It had to be within the last 10 years, right?
It was. The last 2, but Mahomes has been the MVP of every Chiefs victory in this era, all 3. So it's not him.
Well, Troy Brown was MVP, but there's been somebody since him, right?
What year was that?
That was the second time they won, I think. The third time they won.
The Patriots?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's been a while. No. I'm not saying defensive, although you can answer that too if you want. Just non-quarterback. Could be a running back, could be a receiver.
Troy Brown was receiver. Let's see, Marcus Allen. You just want to talk about Super Bowl MVPs.
Oh, there you go.
Marcus Allen just passed. Timing on that. There's a non-quarterback
Super Bowl MVP.
It was not Marcus Allen, though. I bet it's happened since then. I don't know.
You don't have to go back
Edelman?
that far, actually. Edelman was the second most recent.
Okay.
Is Cooper Kupp.
Oh.
Cooper Kupp won it. And
that's right, because we had a major debate about Cooper Kupp.
I had and
we thought it should have been Aaron Donald.
I had a big bet, I don't remember. It was like almost 100 to 1 on Aaron Donald to win the MVP.
And I actually had a 40 to 1 because I got it later than you.
Aaron Donald.
It should have been Aaron Donald.
Not only did he dominate that game, but then he had the pressure on 4th down that cost Joe Burrow to throw the pass away.
Did. But they had already
at that
cast
point,
their ballots.
A lot of people, the way this works is they ask the people in the press box, cast your ballot by the 2-minute warning or whatever, or and
really it's before that. I think it's by the 4 minutes.
And even if even if there's no deadline and say, hey, you can wait to the end of the game if you want to, these writers have things to do at the end of the game, so they're going to cast.
Writers just fill it out, as soon as
they'll
they
fill it out and get rid of it to be done with it.
Exactly
and so
what
that
happened.
cost Aaron Donald the MVP. So it was Cooper Kupp who had a good. I mean, he did have a good game. I'm not saying he didn't, but
like 7 or 8 catches and 100. It was nothing, but really no one had great numbers. That's why it definitely should have been Aaron Donald.
Yeah. And then Edelman the year before that. So, okay, so Aaron Donald didn't get it. Who was the last defensive MVP of a Super Bowl? I asked this earlier. Those who were tuning in earlier will know the answer. But
defensive MVP, was it in the Patriots-Packers Super Bowl?
It was not. That was Desmond Howard, who was
Desmond Howard. That's what I was thinking.
Kick returner. But this is more recent than that, and a pretty big hint: the guy's actually still playing.
Oh, it's got to be a defensive back.
He's still playing. And he has since won a Super Bowl with another team, although he was not the MVP the second time.
Oh man, now my brain's like flying all
Once
over
you
the
think
place.
of it, it'll be obvious.
I know,
Once with those hints,
it will be. It's got to be a defensive back. I don't know. You want to help me in the chat? You can help me in the chat. That's cheating.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We said it earlier, so.
Huh?
Norm
Texas
says
guy?
Giggum.
Texas.
No,
guy?
Giggum is Texas A&M.
Texas A&M. I don't know. I'm drawing a blank.
So his second Super Bowl victory, which he was not the MVP for, was the game we were just talking about. He was with the Rams. So that's your hint. But he won a Super Bowl MVP for another team.
I'm having a brain fart.
Von Miller.
Okay, so as a linebacker,
Yeah.
it was not a defensive
He was MVP of Super Bowl 50, the Cam Newton. Yeah.
The name was escaping me. I know who it was once you said that, and I just couldn't think of that. See what happens when you get old? People are laughing at me out there.
Yeah. It's Super Bowl trivia is pretty fun. You look at those lists of MVPs, and there's some strange names on there, man.
There really are, and especially when you go back in time. And I don't know if they had more time to fill out their ballots back in the day or whatever, but you were talking about. I don't think I could ever, for any reason, give an MVP to, and it hasn't happened. It's only happened once, but we talked about it earlier. But I don't think I could ever, for any reason, give an MVP to a player from a losing team. The words most valuable. You weren't valuable at all if you lost.
Oh no, come on! You weren't valuable at all.
You weren't not in the long run. You weren't valuable if your team lost.
I could see myself doing it. It would have to be a very ugly game. Okay, it would have to be a game where There was no statistical prowess from the winning team. There was no standout defensive player. It's never going to happen again just because of
It won't happen
narrative.
again because of the way people think now.
But, and then on the other side, like let's say, I don't know, Sunday, like let's say Saquon Barkley runs for 180 yards and a couple of touchdowns, and the Chiefs kind of spread things around. It's just going to be Mahomes again. But would he actually, in that case, it would just be Mahomes again. But would he actually be deserving over a guy who had that kind of, but Jalen Hurts throws a couple of picks and takes a bad sack or whatever, and they end up losing? I don't know. I mean,
I don't know.
You could see a circumstance where that would happen. But, I grew up a Cowboys fan in the 90s. Okay. So don't turn it off. I'm not really a Cowboys fan anymore, but I did grow up a Cowboys fan, as a lot of people in New Mexico were. The 3 MVPs of the Cowboys when they won 3 out of 4 years were Troy Aikman, Emmitt Smith, and
Michael Irvin.
No,
no.
That's the thing. Is the third
Deion
one was
Sanders?
Larry Brown.
Oh, that's right.
Who had 2 big picks in the second half of Neil O'Donnell,
I do
and was
remember
really
that
the
now.
only reason they beat the Steelers in that game. They would have lost probably without those picks. The Cowboys offense was doing nothing in the
I
second
don't
half.
know if that would happen today or not. It would have to be a really. You think about it, like MVPs in a whole, they would have to be really, really different as a whole.
Yeah.
But we're gonna take a break. I'm gonna give you this seat back. I have to run off for a minute. I'll be right back. But
All right.
but give you this seat back because interesting discussion here as we continue our marathon.
Let's do it.
Here live from Radio Row. We'll be back in just a moment on the Saints Insiders podcast.
At Auctioner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Auctioner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one. You. Auctioner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
Hey y'all, I'm Robin Barnes, the New Orleans Songbird, and we are here for the making of Super Bowl 59 at the beautiful Superdome. This will be the 11th Super Bowl in New Orleans. New Orleans is known for its vibrant culture, rich history, and amazing music, if I do say so myself. In this series, we're going to show you how the Super Bowl comes to life. This time, we're talking about NFL Source, a program that gives local underrepresented businesses the opportunity to gain exposure to event-based procurement knowledge, network with potential clientele, and compete for contracts related to Super Bowl 59. First, we'll talk to Maisha Boyce, lead for NFL Source, about the local economic impact of the program. Next, we'll talk to Chincy Mouton, Director of Community Engagement at the Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation and the Super Bowl 59 Host Committee, of how they work to form and foster these partnerships. Finally, we'll talk to Nicole Hutchison, owner of Mosswood Events, about her experience being a part of NFL Source. Let's get started.
Welcome back to the Saints Insider Podcast, live from Radio Row. We're brought to you by Ochsner Health, the official medical provider of the New Orleans Super Bowl Host Committee. We are awaiting Rashid Shaheed, Saints wide receiver. Expecting him here in about 5 minutes or so. Not sure if he's coming from another interview or not, but we're going to have Rashid Shaheed on pretty soon. Lots of guests today. Our thanks to all of them. Who do all we have? We had Kyle Long on today. We had Deuce McAllister. We had Bub Means and Spencer Rattler from the Saints. Charlie Smith. Hoping to get Rashid Shaheed on here. We had Mystic Zach, the handicapper, who told us the Chiefs are going to win the game. He's picked the last 5 Super Bowls in a row. I did see a bit of it's not anymore. It's not breaking news, but the star defensive tackle for the Eagles, Jalen Carter, has missed the Eagles press conference 2 days in a row with an illness. I don't know if he's actually missing practice or not, but it's been a little bit of a, that would not be good if he was not 100%. Now, it's an illness. It's still Thursday. You'd think he'd be better by Sunday, but that would be a big loss if he was not 100%, because Jalen Carter's had one hell of a playoff run. So yeah, we will keep an eye on that. Of course, the other breaking news around the NFL today, as a lot of people probably saw, is that Bears owner Virginia Hallis McCaskey passed away today at the age of 102. She has been the owner of the Bears since George Halas passed away. That's how legendary she is. George Halas, of course, the original, Chicago Bears owner, or I don't know about original, but obviously most famous one. As Rod Walker sits down, he served as the team's owner until his death in 1983, and Virginia Halas McCaskey has been the owner since then. Rod, that's even a long time ago to you, man, when George Halas was the owner of this team, of the Chicago Bears. Virginia, she passed away at 102 years old today.
Okay.
So, Bears got a new coach. They'll have a new owner. I imagine.
Keep it in the family.
That's got to stay in the Halas family.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
yeah.
Halas Hall that's the entire team right there. So
right.
One thing we haven't talked about, Rod, and Kellen Moore. Let's just assume he's the Saints' new head coach on Monday or Tuesday or whenever we hear about
It's
it.
funny you say that because I was upstairs at the players the Fox broadcast team were doing like Q&As.
Okay.
Terry Bradshaw was talking, and somebody asked him a question about coordinators or something, and he was like, "Yeah, like Kellen Moore, the guy who's going to be the Saints head coach." Like he just kind of like said it like. I think
Terry Bradshaw doesn't care. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think everybody's kind of.
It's just assumed at this
Yeah.
point. I do wonder isn't what I was going to ask you, but do you think there's anything that would change Kellen Moore's mind? At this point, I think the Saints are committed to him. But is there anything that would change Kellen Moore's mind and say, whoa, I don't want this job? I mean, he's got to have done enough research to this point where he's comfortable with it, I think.
Yeah, I think he's probably pretty much locked in. I don't think the game matters. I know at first we were saying, what if they come close and don't win, or he wins, he decides, hey, I want to run it back another. That's not going to happen. I think he's pretty much. I mean, it would have to be one of those bad New Orleans incidents for him not to take this job.
Gets a Bourbon Street flu and decides he never wants to come back.
Yeah.
I don't somebody mentioned earlier this week the Catholic Church thing with that. I don't think so. Because that is something that happened 5 years ago. It's not like the Saints, it'd be one thing if the Saints were directly involved in the scandal. They weren't. They were helping the Catholic Church with its PR. Like I don't see that as a reason where you go, I don't want this life-changing job because of that one thing.
But I agree with you. But when that story broke Monday morning, it did cross my mind because I didn't know how much it was going to blow up. But I mean, if that story had just been like something that everybody was talking about,
yeah,
I think it could have, if he thought there was going to be some repercussions to it, he might be like, you know what, yeah, I'm probably going to stay away from it. But I don't think the story blew up nationally. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on right now this week. It's Super Bowl week, so
yeah. And it seems like it was pretty confined to Monday, which surprised me a little bit. But there's so many distractions here and so many things going on in storylines. So, but what I was going to ask about Kellen Moore is, who do we think his coordinators are going to be? And I know we've talked about Doug Nussmeier. We ran a story on him in the Times-Picayune. I think he may come and be the quarterback's coach. I don't know if he's going to be the offensive coordinator. I do think you're going to see one of the two with some head coaching experience, though.
Yeah, I haven't really looked at the names that are out there, but that was the one thing I said on some other podcast from yesterday. But I think he has to get somebody with some experience. I just think he needs. I talked to Curtis Johnson a little bit. That's one of the things he said too, is he thinks that a coach that young that's never been a head coach before is going to need that kind of presence in the locker room. But inevitably, like you said, it comes down. The head coach is the one that's going to have to command the room, so he's going to have to be able to do that. But yeah, the coordinator. That's right now. I mean, Derek Carr and the coordinators is like the two big things that we're going to really be focusing on once it becomes official, assuming it becomes official.
Yeah, and I'll be interested to see. I mean, I'm trying to think, though, some of the other young head coaches hired around the league, sometimes they go that route, but other times, like Mike McDonald in Seattle last year, I don't believe had a...
No, I don't think he did, no.
And then, of course, they just hired Clint Kubiak to be their offensive coordinator. But last year it was Ryan Grubb, who came over from the University of Washington as their offensive coordinator. And then I had to look up his name, actually, because Aiden Durd, their defensive coordinator, certainly never been a head coach. He's a young guy as well. He's in his 40s, but it
might be over.
It is changing a little bit.
Yeah, it might be a little overrated. We might be overthinking that a little bit. And, good coaches do well, especially when they got good players. So, I mean, the players probably makes the coaches more than the coaches make the players. So,
yeah, and I think the other thing is, if you're a young coach, do you want somebody who's going to be kind of you feel is looking over your shoulder.
Right,
and
right.
This is how I did things, and this is how you should do them, and that sort of thing. Or do you want to blaze your own trail? So that will be interesting to see. I guess I would still bank on him at least talking to or looking at some of those guys. I mean, at this point, we got to figure Kellen Moore has in mind who he's going to hire as coordinator, because he's going to have to do this pretty quickly.
Pretty quickly, yeah. I mean, the combine's coming up.
February 28th, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's like right around the corner. So, I mean, he's got to hit the ground running for sure. I mean, he doesn't have that extra built-in time that some of these other coaches that were hired 2 weeks ago has. I mean, he's going to really have to hit the ground running. So that's why I'm expecting. I mean, the Super Bowl Sunday, the announcement probably comes late Sunday night or first thing Monday morning, and then press conference probably Monday or Tuesday, and he's got to start stuff right away.
But bottom line, Rod, what could the Saints do between now and when minicamp starts that would change your mind about because I think at this point we're all pretty much in agreement that they're going to have a rough season in 2025. It's trending that way. What would change your mind that they could do? It's not a lot that they can do in free agency. Maybe something in the draft, that coordinator hire. I mean, what would it be?
Man,
you got to rack your brain for something, but.
I think it'd have to be some quarterback that we just didn't expect to come here, but I don't even know who that guy would. Like, who's out there like that?
Sam Darnold.
He wouldn't
but
move.
Does he move the needle?
No,
Kirk Cousins, who revealed this week that he was actually hurt at the end of the year for the Falcons. Like, does he become a free agent? But are either one of those guys an upgrade over Derek Carr? Like,
I don't know if that's enough to make me even think. I mean, maybe an extra win or two,
upgrade,
but yeah,
but not anything that's going to.
I don't know what happens to make you say, "Oh, this team's going to make the playoffs." Like, I don't know anything that could happen to make me say that.
Yeah, I don't know who you draft, where you go. That's like there was a time when I'm looking at draft boards, and I'm talking about when the college season was still going on, because I've liked Abdul Carter of Penn State for a long time, and you saw him down in that 8 to 10 range, and I thought, my God, if the Saints could get that guy, that. You add one great edge rusher like that, it can change a defense. But now it looks like Abdul Carter's going to be closer to the top pick maybe than he is at number 9, so he's not going to be around. I mean, maybe there's somebody out there, I don't want to say hidden gem because you're still picking top 10, but somebody who could be a game changer at number 9. I just don't know who that is. The other guy I like is Mason Graham, the Michigan D tackle, but I doubt he's there at 9.
Yeah. I like the tight end at Penn State, Warren.
Tyler Warren was here with us earlier today. Tyler Warren was.
Was it?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
Okay.
All right.
So yeah, I like him too. But again, the Raiders got the best rookie season out of a tight end there has ever been out of Brock Bowers this year, and they still sucked. So I don't know how much difference that makes.
It wouldn't be It wouldn't be enough to make me, say this is a playoff team. So I think the fans got to wait another year for that.
Yeah, no doubt. Salary cap. The hard part for me is you can reset the salary cap over a 2-year period. You can't really do it in one period because you have to get, what are they, 36 million over the cap right now? So you have to get under that number. And in order to do that, you're going to have to kick some more salaries down the road. You got to do that a couple of different times. And that essentially means if you want to do that, you're not signing anybody over like a league minimum deal.
Yeah, I mean, you look at free agency last year. I mean, they were able to get Chase Young for cheap, but they just really didn't make a big impact at free agency. They haven't really in a while.
And I don't know that you're going to even a Chase Young type move. Was it $13 million? I think they gave him. I'm not even sure you're going to do that this year. If you want to reset it, you have to refrain from that.
Right, and it's just going to. The best case scenario is this team gets really healthy next season. And, I mean, especially like the two receivers, Rashid and Olave, they're going to have to get really healthy, stay healthy. The line's going to have to stay. I mean, everybody's got to stay healthy. Like, they're going to need a lot of good things to go their way to be
that's
the
X factor, right, is the health. I mean, that's the thing. We talked to Bub Means about that and Spencer and Cesar Ruiz yesterday. Like, when healthy, the team was still good. We saw, I know the Cowboys ended up not being as good as anybody thought, but that was when they still had their full complement of players. And the Saints went up there and beat the tar out of them. I don't know. I mean, you got to have more depth, right? You got to have more depth. Just, looks like Rashid Shaheed's coming around the corner actually here. Yeah, if
if you don't have that depth, then when you do get the injuries, things and that's something that could change in the draft if they really nail the draft. So it's like Rashid Shaheed stopping by. Rashid, how's it going, man? Let Rod shake your hand. How's the injury first and foremost, Rashid? How you feeling?
Great, feeling great. Been rehabbing out here. Guys have been taking good care of me, so it's going smooth.
Yeah, so ready to hit the ground running when the spring starts and everything?
I'll be ready to go.
All right. Rod and I were actually just talking as you walked around about, like, it wasn't just you. The whole roster had an injury at some point or another this year. Yeah. Have you ever been a part of something like that where it's just like, man, he's down too, and he's down, and he's down?
I haven't. It was kind of like a monopoly effect. It affected us a lot, but we're all going to come back and we're going to bounce back.
Does it give you hope then to look back at those first 2 games? Like, you hate to play coulda, woulda, shoulda in this business, but like what could have been?
Yeah, absolutely. Those first 2 weeks were special, man. I feel like it showed how hard we worked throughout the off season to, just come out and just be able to play our game. And Coach Kubiak did a great job of calling the offense, and we felt explosive, and I think it showed the type of team we could be.
Speaking of coaches, obviously Coach Kubiak's going to Seattle and waiting on the head coaching. Are you a Twitter refresher and a guy who's trying to follow the news, or are you just, hey, it's going to happen when it happens?
Yeah, no, I'm into it, man. I'm excited to see who we're going to bring in.
It looks like, and again, I know no agreement can be made, but Kellen Moore is the rumor right now and could be as early as like Monday after the Eagles are done in the Super Bowl. Yeah. You pay attention to his offenses and kind of maybe try to get a little head start on some of the studying?
Yeah, no, I paid attention to Kellen Moore for a very long time. He's a genius, offensive guy. I hope whoever we choose is going to be the right guy. I'm confident in that, and I'm excited.
Rod, if you want to step in, feel free. I don't want to.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. I guess you got a chance to watch both of these teams in the Super Bowl. You played the Chiefs and the Eagles. You got any thoughts on the matchup, or anything that just kind of stood out to you from watching those 2 teams play?
Yeah, no, they're both very, very good, man. The Eagles got great defense. I feel like Saquon, the offense kind of runs through Saquon. He's had one of the best years as a running back in history. It's been amazing to watch. So it's gonna be a good matchup, man. Can't bet against Mahomes though.
That's what everybody
he's been here 3 times in a row for a reason. It's gonna be a good game. I think it's gonna come down to whoever has the ball last.
What's it kind of been like just being here at Radio Row, seeing all these people and guys that you played with, guys you played against? What's it kind of like? This whole experience for you?
No, it's special. This whole experience is great. To have it in the heart of the city, and just to be able to meet NFL legends and see them in person for the first time. Super cool experience. This is my first Super Bowl week, so I'm loving it.
Is that somebody you met that kind of made you fanboy a little bit?
Ooh, Terrell Owens. I met T.O. yesterday. Yeah, no, great dude. Grew up watching him. He's also a Hall of Fame wide receiver, so it's great.
How, and I know the injury kind of threw everything into whack, but how much validation do you get from what you were able to do the first half of the season, and even going back to last year, to say, hey, I was an undrafted guy, but I knew I belonged?
Right. I always felt like I belonged, and the Saints brought me here just for these reasons, especially just to be able to make plays, for this team and for this city. It's been nothing but a great ride, and I'm just excited for more. Just got to keep it going and continue to prove myself in this league.
Actually, what were your conversations kind of like with? So I know you and Chris, a lot of them pretty tight. What were your conversations like with him when he was going through his issues this season with the concussions?
Yeah,
and all that?
It was tough. The best I could do was just be there for him. He's a big part of this offense and just everything that he's been through so far. I know that he'll be able to bounce back just fine, and he's working hard to get back.
Okay, and I know you all. I don't know how much you actually talk. I know sometimes in the NFL, the offensive guys and defensive guys don't really interact a lot, but just Cam Jordan's up for Man of the Year.
Yeah.
Why do you think he should get it? Why does he deserve it?
Man, every reason. Cam Jordan is a man of the people. All that he does each and every week for the city, going to school, showing face, making people laugh and smile, and just showing his personality all the time. He's the man of New Orleans, and he's the face of New Orleans, and there's a reason why he's up for this honor.
All right, Rashid, before we let you go, something we've been having fun with every person here, and I'm actually looking forward to this from your perspective.
He's going to be fun.
Yeah. How quickly, starting with your last name, going to your first name, can you spell your own name backward?
Backward. Oh, wow. You want me to try it?
Yeah, go ahead.
DEEHAHS. DIHSAR.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Hey, it is a lot harder than it sounds.
That is almost impossible, man.
If that's ever a sobriety test, man, just lock me up.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not,
no,
I'm,
yeah,
I'm in
I'm
trouble. Yeah. All right, Rashid Shaheed, appreciate you stopping by, man, and best of luck getting back to action and in the new season.
Thank you. Be back soon.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, man.
All right. Rashid Shaheed, Saints wide receiver here, dropping some knowledge, spending some time with us as we continue on Radio Row Live at Super Bowl 59, Saints Insider Podcast. Rashid's one of the good dudes. Not that I'm going to sit here and say anybody's a bad dude in that locker room, but he's one of the good ones.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the guys. And normally, when you find those guys like him who didn't get drafted, wasn't highly recruited coming out of high school. I mean, those guys are, they appreciate the journey and they embrace it. They don't mind talking to the media. I mean, they just
seem to soak it in a little bit more than some other guys do. So,
right.
It's interesting. I'm watching on the TV over here. NFL has Puka Nacua on. He's another one of those guys who I think he wasn't undrafted, but he's like a 5th round pick.
Right.
Probably a little more unsung, and so I think they soak it in a little bit more. Tell you what, we're going to take a break here on Radio Row Live as we continue to roll on into, what are we at, like hour number, are we in hour number 5? Yeah, we're almost done with 5 hours, almost going into hour number 6. So we are going to take a break here on the Saints Insider Podcast and be back in a few minutes.
Hey y'all, I'm Robin Barnes, the New Orleans Songbird, and we are here for the making of Super Bowl 59 at the beautiful Superdome. This will be the 11th Super Bowl in New Orleans. New Orleans is known for its vibrant culture, rich history, and amazing music, if I do say so myself. In this series, we're going to show you how the Super Bowl comes to life. This episode is all about the Super Bowl 59 Ambassador Program, presented by Chevron. Ambassadors are the volunteers who are responsible for the welcoming of hundreds of thousands of fans and visitors to New Orleans during Super Bowl week. First, we'll talk to Craig Forshag, Director of Sales for the Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation and Super Bowl 59 Host Committee, about what makes this ambassador program unique. Then, Leah Brown, Public Affairs Manager of Chevron's Gulf of Mexico Business Unit, tells us about their partnership on this program. Let's get started.
At Auctioner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Auctioner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one. You. Auctioner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
Hey y'all, I'm Robin Barnes, the New Orleans Songbird, and we are here for the making of Super Bowl 59 at the beautiful Superdome. This will be the 11th Super Bowl in New Orleans. New Orleans is known for its vibrant culture, rich history, and amazing music, if I do say so myself. In this series, we're going to show you how the Super Bowl comes to life. This time, we're talking about NFL Source, a program that gives local underrepresented businesses the opportunity to gain exposure to event-based procurement knowledge, network with potential clientele, and compete for contracts related to Super Bowl 59. First, we'll talk to Maisha Boyce, lead for NFL Source, about the local economic impact of the program. Next, we'll talk to Chincy Mouton, Director of Community Engagement at the Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation and the Super Bowl 59 Host Committee, of how they work to form and foster these partnerships. Finally, we'll talk to Nicole Hutchison, owner of Mosswood Events, about her experience being a part of NFL Source. Let's get started. In this series, we're going to show you how the Super Bowl comes to life. First, we're going to talk to Seth Jadowski. He is the head of music for the NFL. As a singer and someone who has had the honor of singing the national anthem in the Superdome, I was so excited to hear how Seth and his team put on the iconic Super Bowl halftime show. What goes into it? How do they produce it in such a unique place of the Superdome? So here you're going to find out.
Welcome back to
Radio Row Live here at Super Bowl 59. Zach Ewing sitting along with Rod Walker at our booth here on Radio Row. I don't know how much longer we're going to go today, but we're at 5 hours strong. We're going to keep rolling. Rashid Shaheed, good enough to join us here for a few minutes previously. And, I don't know. We talk about how dreary things are for the Saints next year. He's a guy where you could see some optimism. And, like, if you could guarantee this team health, and Rashid being a big part of that and Chris Olave, like, as you were saying before he came on, if you could guarantee this team health, like, I don't know. I mean, there is a ceiling there beyond what we've seen, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, we just, with him and Olave, we just haven't been able to, like, see it consistently in their career. But if they can do it, it will do well. For Rashid, it's been a lot of soft tissue injuries, hamstrings, and, things like that. So, you just hope they can stay healthy. I mean, there hadn't been a lot of, like, contact injuries with him. It's just been, I don't know. I think those guys that run that fast, man, I think their muscles are a little different from everybody else.
Yeah. And of course, this last one was his knee, which was
a
little more serious than meniscus. Not the ACL one that cost you almost a whole year, but he was, that is the big question. And I know Jim has talked about this on his podcast before, but, like, between the Saints and the Pelicans, is it just bad luck? Like, Mickey Loomis was asked about this at his postseason press conference. Is it just coincidence, or is there something going on in the building that you all need to fix? And he said that he and David Griffin would talk about it. But I would have to think that if there was something, they would have found it already. Like,
I think it's. I mean, obviously Zion has a lot of, hamstring issues. And again, he's a guy that's a freakish athlete, and I think
he's had problems with his conditioning and stuff. That contributes too.
Yeah, but I mean, you look at some of the other injuries, and just going to the Pelican side, Brandon Ingram, former Pelican Brandon Ingram now, but he hurt his ankle and he just kind of landed awkwardly. Herb Jones hurt his shoulder diving for a loose ball the first time. So, DeJounte Murray, when his Achilles injury, I mean, it just popped on him, his hand injury. But I mean, it's a lot of bad luck. It just happens constantly, which makes you wonder, like, man, what's going on? But I don't think there's anything that the medical staff can do to prevent the injuries. Now, I think, like, Brandon Ingram coming back from injury takes a little longer than it probably should take. So on that side of things, I think the rehab should be a little better, especially on the basketball side. I don't know I think the football side is probably fine, but yeah, sometimes those guys on the Pelican side milk those injuries.
It takes forever for them to come back. I do, I guess we could talk about the Pelicans trade if you want to. I mean, it was inevitable they were going to move him somewhere. Do you think they did okay in the deal?
One of the things I wrote about in my columns, I think the fact that Trey Murphy has really emerged made it a lot easier to let Brandon Ingram go, because Trey Murphy's a guy that can step in and be a starter. So
that guy's
he's been like lights out. He's averaging like 36 points the last 4 games now. But he's just really been on a tear, and I think he's a guy that could be the face of this team soon. I mean, he's just kind of he has a little it factor. He has a little swagger. People around the league, other coaches really respect him. So I'm expecting him to be like the guy for this team.
Who makes it back or for the first time to their sports championship first, the Saints or the Pelicans? Super Bowl and NBA Finals. And does either one happen in your lifetime?
That was my answer. In our lifetime, man, I would say that's tough.
I want to know in the comments what people think. Who? They're both really far away.
Yeah. But I think if you had asked me that at the beginning of the season, I would have said the Pelicans are probably closer, because I thought they really had some good pieces when they brought in DeJounte Murray. And I mean, I thought they had, if you ever got the healthy Zion, and if both teams stayed healthy, I think the Pelicans are probably closer if they were healthy. I mean, we saw them in the playoffs. They took Phoenix to 6 games that year. So, but I mean, both of them are, man, if one of these teams can even get to the conference championship game or conference finals or whatever, that would be an accomplishment. I mean, it's just tough to navigate through the.
And it's hard to say Pelicans when they've never made it that far, not once, but they do seem to have some pieces in place. I don't know. I was going to say that, you're talking about the injuries. When Darren Rizzi took over as the interim head coach, and all of a sudden he had this activation period, he called it, where it's like And then for 2 weeks, they didn't have any injuries really. And you go, wait a minute, were they just not warming up? Is that what? And then they had just as many, if not more, after that. Like,
Right.
and I'm not saying that you can't look at the way the teams warm up or activate muscles or
Right.
anything that can't be a factor. But I think it just goes to show you that these simple solutions, they've tried those. Like, it's not that easy. And bottom line, you have to come back and look at it and say, at some point, a year like the year the Saints just had and the Pelicans have had so far is just plain bad luck.
Yeah. And then, when Rizzy he did the activation period, but I think they probably didn't practice quite as hard. And I think it ended up showing up on the
When we
field.
heard some guys kind of
tired, like you mentioned it.
Yeah, they
like-
didn't say come right out and say we're not practicing hard enough, but they kind of hint at it and say, we need to be practicing as hard as we want to play and things like that.
Yeah, I
So-
mean, if you're just going half speed in practice and you go to the game, you can't just all of a sudden turn it on and go full speed. And so we saw a lot of guys out of. There was like that stretch when guys were out of position on defense, and I think all that probably goes back to how they were practicing leading up, the week of the game because they just weren't going full speed.
Yeah,
but they were healthier.
They were healthier, but they were still losing. So I don't know what you wanted. So it's a difficult dance. It seemed for so long when you've got Drew Brees back there and Sean Payton and guys want to be here. And Jeff always talks about this, where you were to the point where free agents wanted to come to New Orleans and they would take less money to come to New Orleans to go play with Drew Brees and go chase championships with Sean Payton. And you don't have that anymore. But like, it feels like those times will never end when you have them rolling, just like it feels like there's no way out of this sort of a situation. But the NFL cycles.
Yeah.
The NFL cycles, and it will cycle again.
But I remember when Sean Payton, when he decided he wasn't coaching anymore here, that was my biggest concern was just the ability to attract guys to come here. People really believed in Sean Payton. They believed in his offense. Even going back to Terry Bradshaw upstairs, he was kind of just raving about Sean Payton. He was like, yeah, I really love his offense. And they were talking about Bo Nix or something. But anyway, yeah, I mean, so Sean's just like really well respected around this league. And these younger players, especially skill position guys, they're like, oh, I want to be a part of that offense because you're going to put up some points. And that's exciting to an NFL player.
The Fox press conference, I meant to ask you about that. How it was Brady there?
Brady wasn't there. None of the actual guys who were calling the game were there. Like Aaron Andrews wasn't there. I said guys, but I mean the people.
Yeah.
But it was more of the studio show. It was Michael Vick, Strahan, Howie Long, Bradshaw, Jimmy Johnson, Carissa Thompson. I'm leaving out some people. It was about 12 of them.
Anything insightful up there?
Gronkowski was up there.
Okay.
One of the things.
I'm sure he was insightful. That's his middle name.
The scrums were like so packed. But I mean, he kind of talked about he was talking about Brady a little bit, and I could barely even hear that part. But he really was kind of raving about Travis Kelce and just how their skill sets. I think somebody was asking him about comparing him and Kelce, and he said he's had different skill sets, but he really raved about how Kelce just had this ability to get open that he didn't have. He didn't feel like he had that same ability. So, so that was one of the things. Then obviously Michael Vick's a guy that's about to start coaching this year, and he kind of talked a little bit about that. He was talking about just black quarterbacks kind of getting more of an opportunity now. He was kind of one of the guys back when there weren't as many opportunities for black quarterbacks, and so he just said how he's glad to see that more people are getting opportunities to play quarterback.
That was a big storyline 2 years ago, wasn't it? With Hurts versus Mahomes, it was the
first time two black
quarterbacks in the Super Bowl. So now we've got it again, and I suppose that's progress. Nobody talks about it this time around.
Right. And because I did a big story on it. I guess who was last year?
It was 2 years ago.
I did a story. I talked to Doug Williams about it, and he was like really excited about it 2 years ago. And I didn't call Doug. Now we're at a point where I don't have to call Doug and say, "Hey, what do you think about this?"
Right.
It's like,
it's
kind of become common now. So,
all right, chatting here on Radio Row. We're going to take a quick break on the Saints Insider Podcast, live from Super Bowl 59, and we will be back right after this.
At Auctioner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Auctioner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one. You. Auctioner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
Hey y'all, I'm Robin Barnes, the New Orleans Songbird, and we are here for the making of Super Bowl 59 at the beautiful Superdome. This will be the 11th Super Bowl in New Orleans. New Orleans is known for its vibrant culture, rich history, and amazing music, if I do say so myself. In this series, we're going to show you how the Super Bowl comes to life. This time, we're talking about NFL Source, a program that gives local underrepresented businesses the opportunity to gain exposure to event-based procurement knowledge, network with potential clientele, and compete for contracts related to Super Bowl 59. First, we'll talk to Maisha Boyce, lead for NFL Source, about the local economic impact of the program. Next, we'll talk to Chincy Mouton, Director of Community Engagement at the Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation and the Super Bowl 59 Host Committee, about how they work to form and foster these partnerships. Finally, we'll talk to Nicole Hutchison, owner of Mosswood Events, about her experience being a part of NFL Source. Let's get started. In this series, we're going to show you how the Super Bowl comes to life. First, we're going to talk to Seth Dodowski. He is the head of music for the NFL. As a singer and someone who has had the honor of singing the national anthem in the Superdome, I was so excited to hear how Seth and his team put on the iconic Super Bowl halftime show. What goes into it? How do they produce it in such a unique place of the Superdome? So here you're going to find out. In this series, we're going to show you how the Super Bowl comes to life. This time we're talking all things Superdome. First, we'll chat with Steve Farrago, NFL Director of Event Operation, about how he and his team start work way ahead of time to make sure the Dome is game day ready on Super Bowl Sunday. Then, Evan Holmes, the GM of the Superdome, talks Dome renovations and takes me on the coolest escalator ride of my life. So, stay tuned in. Hey y'all, I'm Robin Barnes, the New Orleans Songbird, and we are here for the making of Super Bowl 59 at the beautiful Superdome. This will be the 11th Super Bowl in New Orleans. New Orleans is known for its vibrant culture, rich history, and amazing music, if I do say so myself. In this series, we're going to show you how the Super Bowl comes to life. This episode is all about the Super Bowl 59 Ambassador Program, presented by Chevron. Ambassadors are the volunteers who are responsible for the welcoming of hundreds of thousands of fans and visitors to New Orleans during Super Bowl week. First, we'll talk to Craig Forshag, Director of Sales for the Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation and Super Bowl 59 Host Committee, about what makes this ambassador program unique. Then, Leah Brown, Public Affairs Manager of Chevron's Gulf of Mexico Business Unit, tells us about their partnership on this program.
At Auctioner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Auctioner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one. You. Auctioner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
Hey y'all, I'm Robin Barnes, the New Orleans Songbird, and we are here for the making of Super Bowl 59 at the beautiful Superdome. This will be the 11th Super Bowl in New Orleans. New Orleans is known for its vibrant culture, rich history, and amazing music, if I do say so myself. In this series, we're going to show you how the Super Bowl comes to life. This episode is all about the Super Bowl 59 Ambassador Program, presented by Chevron. Ambassadors are the volunteers who are responsible for the welcoming of hundreds of thousands of fans and visitors to New Orleans during Super Bowl week. First, we'll talk to Craig Forshag, Director of Sales for the Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation and Super Bowl 59 Host Committee, about what makes this ambassador program unique. Then, Leah Brown, Public Affairs Manager of Chevron's Gulf of Mexico Business Unit, tells us about their partnership on this program. Let's get started. In this series, we're going to show you how the Super Bowl comes to life. First, we're going to talk to Seth Dodowski. He is the head of music for the NFL. As a singer and someone who has had the honor of singing the national anthem in the Superdome, I was so excited to hear how Seth and his team put on the iconic Super Bowl halftime show. What goes into it? How do they produce it in such a unique place of the Superdome? So here you're going to find out.
Welcome back to Radio Row, live here on Super Bowl 59, Saints Insider Podcast Live. And I think we're going to wrap things up here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So we appreciate everybody hanging out with us. Appreciate everybody who stopped by. We had Daryl Doucette, Kyle Long, Deuce McAllister, Bub Means, Charlie Smith, Rashid Shaheed. Who else do we have? I can't even remember everybody who stopped by today. The Old Spice Man was here. That was the strangest interview I've ever done. Were you here for that?
Oh yeah, Alex told me about it.
That one was pretty funny. If it's not, he's got it down. Amelia asked if the accent was real. He's got it down, and he's got the persona down. Like he just what you see is what you get. So anyway, that was fun. Yeah, he did play football. I don't think, but pretty funny guy. So. All right. Tomorrow, I think we're going to do like our official prediction show. We'll have a few more guests. I know Michael Brockers, former LSU linebacker, he's going to be on the show tomorrow. We got a couple of others who will stop in. So it's not going to be dry of guests, but probably not as many as today. So we'll do some predictions, all of that kind of stuff. What are you honing in on writing for Sunday, Rod? Have you decided yet?
I have not decided yet. You put that pressure on me, man.
I'm putting you on the spot right here.
Let me just get through tonight, and then I'll worry about Sunday.
Yeah. We should talk about that, honestly. The NFL honors tonight. Okay. We'll end with Man of the Year because I do think Cam Jordan's got a good chance at it. And I think he does. Now, again, we don't know the exact charities and other things that people do in their communities for other teams around the league. I'm sure it's all great, but Cam is a guy. I said I was going to end with it. We're going to start with it. Cam is a guy who, we talk about every day and every week he's in this community doing it, and he's toward the end of his career, and this is probably a fitting tribute to what he has done. If he does get it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, and I actually just saw Cam riding on a scooter about 30 minutes ago, just in here.
Yeah,
like,
we turned the camera around and showed him.
Okay, I saw him on this side, but yeah, I mean,
been a very popular guy.
The man probably has not had an ounce of sleep, since his week started. I mean, he's just all over the place, all over New Orleans, and but yeah, I mean, I saw Andrew Whitworth, who won it. How many years ago? I don't know. Andrew Whitworth won it
4 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, and he's a guy that kind of like at the time he was like at the same point of his career, kind of getting toward the end, and I think this is one of those awards. I don't think I'd have to look at the list of winners. I'm actually kind of curious now that I asked, but I don't know if a third-year guy can come in and do enough stuff to win this award. I mean, I think it's
a little bit of a lifetime achievement thing. Yeah.
So, yeah. I mean, Drew Brees won it once. I think Malcolm Jenkins won it. I can't remember when he won it.
I'm bringing up the list right here, so we'll see.
Cam Hayward won.
Cam Hayward won it last year.
Okay. He's a guy that's been around.
Yeah. Dak Prescott won it the year before, which hasn't been around that long.
That's pretty young for him to win it.
J.J. Watt won it in 2017. He hadn't been around all that long at that point, so maybe 4 or 5 years. So it's not impossible, but
and I don't know what the criteria. I mean, I don't know how you judge somebody. Like, it's not like, oh, this person gave more money than anybody. So I think it's a little bit more to it than that. So
right. Yeah. Yes, but I think Cam's got a good chance at that. But let's go through the other awards quickly. They're going to be announced at the Singer Theater tonight. Some of them are easy. Like we think Saquon's the Offensive Player of the Year. Yeah. We think Jaden Daniels is going to be Offensive Rookie of the Year. Yeah. It's easy. I think Jared Verse probably your Defensive Rookie of the Year. Don't think that's really a contest. How about the two? I don't even know Comeback Player of the Year. They've changed the criteria. Like I know Sam Darnold was getting some love for that, but then they said, oh, it has to be somebody who was injured last year. I don't even know who's.
Was Burrow injured last year?
Joe Burrow was injured for part of last year, but it's not like he missed the whole year. He did miss the, I don't know how they're going to do that. So we'll skip that one. How about let's start with Coach of the Year. Who is your Coach of the Year? These are regular season awards only, by the way. So, like Dan Campbell's playoff failure doesn't reflect on this.
Yeah. I might go Dan Quinn, man.
Dan Quinn, Washington. I think he and Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota, he's going to get a lot of
Kevin O'Connell.
A lot of Sean Payton may get some looks for what he did for Denver this year.
Did Dan Campbell win it last year?
No,
Kevin Stefanski of Cleveland.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Took it last year.
Yeah.
So it can be kind of surprising. I thought D'Amico Ryans would have gotten it last year, but he didn't. So yeah, I'm on board with Dan Quinn, maybe Kevin O'Connell. How about defensive player of the year?
Who the finalists? J.J. Watt, Zach Bond.
T.J. Watt,
T.J.
Zach
Watt.
Bond,
J.J.
Trey Hendrickson.
That's it, right?
I think there's 5. See, this is live streaming. We don't even know what we're going to talk about, and then we do. Okay. Here we go. Zach Bond, Myles Garrett, Trey Hendrickson, Patrick Surtain, and T.J. Watt. This one's tough. This one is tough.
Because Zach Bond could get that, man.
Statistically, the best years were like Trey Hendrickson and maybe Myles Garrett, but they played on bad defenses.
Right.
So are they going to get the award?
And that's why I'm saying I think Zach has a.
I think Zach Bond's got a shot. Patrick Surtain had a good year for Denver as well.
Okay, TJ Surtain.
And Zach Bond made the playoffs.
Has TJ won it before? He hadn't won it, I think.
Oh, man, I thought he had. Check your mic. Let's see. Did he? Yeah, he won it in 2021. So he has won it once before.
I mean, he's one of those guys that's good enough that he could win it, that he probably deserves to win it again. So, I don't think you got fatigue and say he didn't deserve it. So
Yeah. Oh, no.
Close.
I was looking at the back. Marcus Colston around. Maybe we may be able to get him before we sign out the year. And then the last one, Rod, would be MVP. And this really boils down to, unless you're a Saquon person who says, hey, a running back, and I know Jim has said that a running back could win MVP. I don't care
that
what
hasn't happened since Adrian Peterson.
Yeah, what the win shares say or whatever. But most people agree it comes down to Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson. I think Lamar Jackson would have won it had he not already won it twice and won it last year. And there's a little bit of a fatigue there, and that might tilt it to Josh Allen. But what do you think?
I mean, you looked at numbers. Lamar he put up better numbers statistically. I know a lot of people kind of penalize him for having Derrick Henry on his team, which I don't think that's fair. But a lot of people think that Josh Allen did more with less, basically.
Maybe so. But
I agree. I think if Lamar didn't get it, just because of voter fatigue and like how many people won it 3 times? Just Aaron Rodgers and Peyton Manning.
I think that's it. Yeah.
So I don't know if. So I think some voters will hold that against Lamar Jackson. But Lamar Jackson he was first team All-Pro, right? He's the first team All-Pro quarterback, and Josh was second team, right?
Right.
So, I mean, but
I don't know that you can go wrong with it. I know people want to argue about it, but okay, so Peyton Manning's won 5, Aaron Rodgers won 4. They're the only 2 with more than 3.
Oh,
Tom Brady, Jim Brown, Brett Favre, and Johnny Unitas have all won 3. So now Jim Brown, Johnny Unitas, that's pre-merger. So count them. You can, but
okay. Didn't Brett split one of those with like?
I think you're
McNair?
right. I think you're right.
I think him and Steve McNair may have split
but
one.
you to your point, you look at Lamar's numbers.
I mean, his numbers are like
he had over 5,000 yards combined rushing and passing. He had 41 touchdowns, 45 if you count his rushing touchdowns, and only 4 interceptions.
That's
out of this world. Those are video game numbers.
Right.
So, in fact, most people who play Madden, you're not getting those numbers because you're playing with 6-minute quarters. You're not racking up 5,000 yards this season.
So if you did like a blind resume, didn't put names on it, just look strictly at the numbers, the record, I mean, that would just be. And I think Lamar beat Buffalo head-to-head, right, in the regular season?
They did. Yep. Now, they lost the playoff game, but again,
the votes are in right in.
The votes are in. So
if I had a vote, I would have voted for Lamar. But if Josh gets it, like, I'm not going to be like, I won't think that he got robbed or anything.
And his numbers, I mean.
His numbers are good, too.
Is 28 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, 3,700 yards. I know he may have even had more rushing touchdowns. Trying to get that in front of me, but I don't think you can go wrong with either one. I don't see the rushing numbers on here, but that's fine. Yeah, I mean he had a good year as well. So, all right, man.
Is that all the awards? That's all of them, right? The awards.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we didn't do comeback player. I guess I could look up the finalists. Comeback
because this one is the weird one. Okay, J.K. Dobbins, Joe Burrow, Sam Darnold, Christian Gonzalez, and Damar Hamlin. Why is Damar Hamlin on there again? He was on there last year. Everybody thought he was going to win it last year, and then Joe Flacco won it instead. And that led them to change the criteria to say it has to be somebody who was hurt last year. So now Damar Hamlin, is it just like a make good or something? I don't know what that is.
Yeah, well, out of those guys you have on that list, he's the one that I would say is not going to win it for sure. Go back to it.
It's got to be Burrow or Darnold. Darnold because of what his team did. Burrow because of the numbers he put up.
Yeah, Burrow's numbers were pretty impressive. So, yeah, I think I'm going to go with Burrow for that one.
It's got to be. And Coach of the Year, your finalists, we mentioned four of them. Kevin O'Connell, Dan Campbell, Sean Payton, Dan Quinn, and then the fifth one is Andy Reid.
Andy Reid won't win it.
Yeah, he won't win it because why would he?
Let's see if Kellen Moore's on here. He's not on here. Okay.
AP Assistant Coach of the Year, the finalist, Joe Brady.
This is a Saints.
Is like the Saints coaching list except for Kellen Moore. Joe Brady, Vic Fangio, Brian Flores, Aaron Glenn, and Ben Johnson were your finalists for that. Marcus Allen standing right next to you, Rod.
Yeah. I know it was that close to me, but okay.
Close to greatness.
I think Ben Johnson gets that one.
Yeah, I think you're right. I will say this: Offensive Rookie of the Year, Jaden Daniels is your clear choice. That's a loaded field, man. Like that's as good of a field as we've seen maybe ever, between Daniels, Bo Nix, who had a good year for the Broncos, Malik Neighbors, Brian Thomas, who had a great year for the Jaguars, kind of unsung, and then Brock Bowers, who had maybe the best rookie season ever for a tight end.
Yeah. How crazy is that? That's 3 LSU guys out of 5, right?
Yeah. Neighbors, Daniels, and Thomas.
That's pretty impressive.
And that offense was ridiculous last year, too.
Yeah. They won a national championship. Oh, no, they didn't.
No, they would have if they had any kind of a defense.
I know. That was my point.
And honestly, pretty good offensive player of the year finalist as well. And Saquon's going to win it, but Burrow and Chase, what they did in Cincinnati, Derrick Henry, and then Lamar Jackson, who is going to win the MVP.
2 out of 5.
Yeah,
LSU right here.
If he doesn't, could be. We talked about defensive player of the year, and then the other finalists for MVP are Saquon Barkley, Joe Burrow, and Jared Goff. But that's an
a
Allen
2-man
versus Lamar
race.
race.
It's a 2-man race for sure. Should be a 3-man race, but yeah, Saquon's going.
No doubt about it. So that's NFL Honors. That's tonight at 8 p.m. It's at the Singer Theater. Tickets to that are pretty much impossible to get. I'm not even sure they went on sale to the public. That place is not that big.
Right. I was like, when I found out that that's where it was going to be held, I was a little surprised. And I don't know where it was back in 2013, but I was surprised that they were holding it at the Singer.
Yeah, and then we'll also get the new Hall of Fame class tonight. A couple of guys with New Orleans ties are finalists for that: Eli Manning and Reggie Wayne, as well as Jari Evans of the Saints. So we'll see if any of them are in the 2025 Hall of Fame class. But that'll be tonight, and then we're just about there. We are just about there. Let's see. Marcus Colston's standing up. We'll see if we can just flag him down. Yeah, he may be going to another interview. So. Just checking one more thing. I don't know what we should have just tapped on Marcus Allen's shoulder, man, is what we should have done. Seen if he'd sat down. All right, let's take a quick break and we'll see if we can get either of these guys. And if not, we will come back and wrap things up from Radio Row.
At Auctioner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Auctioner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one: you. Auctioner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
Hey y'all, I'm Robin Barnes, the New Orleans Songbird, and we are here for the making of Super Bowl 59 at the beautiful Superdome. This will be the 11th Super Bowl in New Orleans. New Orleans is known for its vibrant culture, rich history, and amazing music, if I do say so myself. In this series, we're going to show you how the Super Bowl comes to life. This time, we're talking about NFL Source, a program that gives local underrepresented businesses the opportunity to gain exposure to event-based procurement knowledge, network with potential clientele, and compete for contracts related to Super Bowl 59. First, we'll talk to Maisha Boyce, lead for NFL Source, about the local economic impact of the program. Next, we'll talk to Chincy Mouton, Director of Community Engagement at the Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation and the Super Bowl 59 Host Committee, of how they work to form and foster these partnerships. Finally, we'll talk to Nicole Hutchison, owner of Mosswood Events, about her experience being a part of NFL Source. Let's get started.
At Oxner Health, we believe in community, serving our neighborhood with more than just exceptional care. With educational programs that train the next generation and open new doors and possibilities for the future. More programs that teach about the benefits of healthy food and nutrition. We believe in innovation with compassion to give more hope and create more smiles. Because at the core of every community is you. Oxner Health. Long live our community. Long live you.
I know Zach tried to.
Oh, welcome back to Radio Row Live. I'm sorry, got distracted with something else here. We are rolling. This is what happens when you're 5.5 hours deep into the show. Marcus Colston did say he's going to stop by after he just started another interview. He's going to be back with us here in just a second. So we're looking forward to that. We're going to hang on the air for him. We didn't get Marcus Allen though.
They get Marcus Allen.
You should have reached out and tapped him. He would have said, "Who are you?"
Right.
What's your favorite prop bet for Sunday, Ron?
I haven't really looked at it. Give me some
All
options.
right, let's see what we got. Receiving yards, okay. A.J. Brown, 71.5. Travis Kelce, 61.5.
Over.
Both of them? Going over on both?
No, not on the A.J. Brown. I'm going to go under on that.
Mystic Zach was here earlier, the handicapper, who said, because I think we said Kelce goes over every single. He didn't go over last week against the Bills. He had like a terrible game. He caught like 3 passes the whole night. So I guess he missed that one. And he says he goes over in like every playoff game. He didn't go over in their last playoff game. So anyway.
Give me some Kenny Gainwell stats, man. He's from my hometown. So
Okay, Kenny Gainwell. Let's see.
You got to keep scrolling.
He's not
man.
even listed, man.
Oh,
He's
okay.
not even listed. Let's see.
So,
okay. Passing and rushing yards, will either Mahomes or Hurts go over 300? Combining passing and rushing.
no, I wouldn't think so. I think I'll take under on both of those.
Yeah. I think, let's see, just passing yards, Mahomes is 252.5. So he would need like 48 rushing yards, but that I don't think that's going to happen. And
I would take the over on that passing, I would think.
Just passing yards, Hurts is 213.5. He's not getting 87 rushing yards. He would need
He
a
has
lot
to
more.
break one like just a
He
little.
did have 70 rushing yards in Super Bowl 57 2 years ago, but also, I picked on Mystic Zach, so I'll give him props on this one. I also think Jalen Hurts was playing better 2 years ago coming into this game than he is right now.
Yeah. And yeah, he was, but I think with Saquon, he covers up for a lot of that. So yeah,
Saquon's a difference.
Makes it
Eagles defense is probably better, but if you just look at the quarterback,
yeah.
I don't know if Hurts, he had a concussion late in the regular season. You wonder if he's still not fully recovered. I mean, he's taking sacks in situations where it seems like he should have an opportunity to throw the ball away, and he's just not been able to. So
Yeah, and that's something that, to me, that's gonna be like one of the biggest keys to Sunday. Just if he's able to extend plays like we've seen him do in the past, or if he's gonna just take these sacks. So
yeah, no doubt about
you
it.
got any strange bets on there? Like not
like
some of the more obscure ones.
Yeah, unfortunately, the legal books don't do a lot of those.
Okay.
Let's look up some novelty Super Bowl props. Let's see what we got here. Exotic props. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. It's funny. Robert just texted to talk about Jason Kelce for the tush push. Matthew Parrish is writing a story that's going to publish on our website in the next hour or two about how the Eagles are still confident in the tush push without Jason Kelce. So that's very timely for you to say that. Okay. The Sporting News tells you that the best bet is tails on the coin toss.
Whenever I'm doing a coin toss, like I always pick tails, and I don't know why.
Because tails never fails?
I think so, yeah. And I think
right.
most players think that, so it just, yeah.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, if Jim and I were
Is
talking
that,
about this
is
the
that
other day.
what they're going to call, or what it actually is?
What it actually is, I think. Yeah. National anthem, John Baptiste, over or under 120.5 seconds. So that's exactly 2 minutes.
John Baptiste. I'm gonna go over.
Over. Robert says over. I'm going under.
What you got, Norm?
Again, Norm doesn't know. Again, that does not include. I've mentioned this a couple times. It does not include instrumental. It's only his voice. That's how they grade that.
Okay.
So if he plays the piano for like 15 seconds leading in,
well,
it
that's
does
why
not
I was going
count.
over because
Yeah.
I know he was.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
it's from O to Brave.
Okay. All right.
Is how they measure.
All right. I might go under there.
Okay. Kendrick Lamar's first song. You a big Kendrick fan?
Yeah.
If you had to
I
design
don't
the
know.
set, what's his first song? What's his last song?
Swimming pools. I don't know. I don't know what he's going to. I have no idea.
They said
I'm not that good at what are the
their best bet. They say is Squabble Up for the first song.
Okay.
Which is one of his newer ones. Humble. Caesar Rose was here yesterday. He said he doesn't think Not Like Us will be the first song, and I agree with him. I don't think he's going to come out with that. Maybe that's the last one.
But I think they did say he's definitely going to sing that one now.
He'll sing it.
Yeah. There were some people that, like a few weeks ago, they were saying he might not even touch that one. But I mean, he just won a Grammy for a record and song.
That's the
You
one
gotta
people want
sing
to
it.
hear,
Yeah, you
man.
gotta sing it.
At least you have to sing part of it. You don't have to necessarily go through like these Super Bowl halftimes. They rarely sing the whole song.
Right.
But
right.
I think he'll go back and forth. He'll sing.
I don't know how
part
the
of
NFL is going to feel about him up there singing about Drake being a pedophile. Can I say that on here?
35-1 that Drake makes a cameo in the halftime show. That is not happening. Those are terrible odds.
That would be
like a fight on stage or something.
Yeah.
Give me 350 to
If
1.
that
I'll
happens,
think
I mean,
about
we've
it.
just been.
Oh, I thought you said it's plus 3,500. No, that's 35. That's just 35-1. Yeah, that's no good. I can't do that. I would need like $1 to turn into 3,000 to even bet $1 on that. Okay, Gatorade color. The last 2 years, Chiefs have won the last 2 years. It's been purple both years, so that's the favorite.
They're not going to win. I'm
What
going
kind of
orange.
research you get? Yeah,
I'm going. Do the Eagles do green Gatorade? I don't know what color the Eagles drink.
Green Gatorade's not really that popular.
Yeah, I know. I just figured the Eagles they might.
They might. Now, when the Chiefs won it in 2019, they had orange Gatorade.
How do you know that, man?
Well, I know that one because it's my job to know these. No, there's a famous photo of Andy Reid getting doused with orange Gatorade, and I've been on the air for like 15 hours this week, so it continues to come up.
Okay, all right.
Will Travis Kelce propose to Taylor Swift? 8-1 on the yes.
It's not doing that. No. Hey, why would you do that?
He does not seem like the kind of guy who would do that.
Yeah, they're like way too big to be proposing
Yeah.
a Super Bowl, man.
They're
Like,
going to go to some private island or something.
Yeah, he's not
yeah.
split. All right.
Yeah, come on.
She wouldn't even want him to do that, I don't think.
No. And not only that, but baked into that is the Chiefs have to win the game because you're certainly not doing that after you lose.
Right.
But that's a sucker bet. That's a sucker bet. Will there be a scoregami?
No.
28-1 on DraftKings. A scoregami is when it is a final score that has never been achieved in NFL history before. So like a
How many
unique
are left?
final
Do you know?
score.
Like from
There's quite a few left. There actually is. Let me see if I
when I say how many left, I mean like under.
Yeah, I mean the higher scores are left. Here's the grid.
What's the lowest score that's? What's the lowest score that's available?
Anything that's like, people don't even know this. And a pro football score can end with a 1 in it. It's very, 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 very unlikely. You would need a safety on a 2-point attempt, and the other team gets 1 point.
Right.
So that's how that goes. Let's see if Marcus Golston's going to stop by. I think he is. Or we kill time talking about scoregamis.
We can get back
All
to scoregami.
Marcus Colston is here, former Saints receiver, Super Bowl winning. Marcus, how are you?
I'm doing well.
All
Doing
right.
well. How about you
Thanks
guys?
for stopping by. We're talking scoregami. Have you ever
I've never seen
dove
scoregami,
in?
but
This is when it's a unique final score that's never been achieved before
so we
in
got a lot
NFL
of
history.
We got a lot of white space then.
Yeah, there's still got some spaces, but
What's like the lowest score in scoregami available?
Scoregami like 5-2 would be a scoregami,
But I mean, like a realistic one.
Yeah, really. Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like 14-8. 14-8 somewhat realistic, right?
So there's never been an NFL game.
There has never been an NFL game in 14-8. You didn't know you were coming over here to talk about this.
Oh, this is right up my alley.
Yeah.
That's actually kind of amazing to me that there's no.
The other one that always 36-23 never happened. 36-23. How does that not happen? I don't know. Maybe we'll see it on Sunday. Who do you like?
I think the Eagles. The Eagles just have a throwback offense. They got road graders up front, and they got an all-pro running back that teams just don't have the personnel to deal with that kind of rushing attack at this point.
The NFL cycles, right? And your guys' offense under Sean was sort of at the avant-garde of bringing on some, spread it out, speed you up, that sort of thing. It worked very well. Now are we going back, you think, to more of a physical running game and counteracting the defenses for that?
I think you're starting to see a lot of it, especially with the Lamar Jacksons, the Josh Allens of the world. The quarterback run is in style, and I think, what you saw with Derrick Henry and what you're seeing with Saquon, I think it's in a world where everyone has kind of built their defenses to defend the pass, to defend a 70-30 pass the run ratio. If you can change the game and run the ball 60% of the time, you put yourself in a strategic position.
I like that because most players we've talked to have said Chiefs just because of the Mahomes factor. That if it comes down to it, he's going to find a way. And maybe he will. But what you're saying is Eagles build a lead and grind this thing out.
I just don't see Patrick Mahomes stepping up in an A-gap, stopping Saquon Barkley. Because that's really what the game's going to come down to.
I don't think Patrick Mahomes sees Patrick Mahomes doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what the game's going to boil down to.
Marcus, to come back here today, be around Radio Road, be around the Super Bowl in New Orleans, what has that been like for you?
It's one of those nostalgic feelings, man. It's one, we're 15 years from winning this thing, and it doesn't feel like 15 years at all. But it's one of those things where the further you get away from it, the more you appreciate it, and the ability to just be back here in this city, kind of watching all of the festivities from afar, and it's just so many memories, just running into random people on the streets, running into former teammates, former people I competed against. It's just one of those really special times where you get to come in and really enjoy the fruits of your labor in a world where everyone is here to celebrate what we feel like is the best team sport on earth.
Well, I guess tomorrow's the actual anniversary date. And I don't know if you were in when Sean Payton said it, but what was kind of the thought process when Sean Payton, you're at halftime, you say, hey, we're going to start the second half with an onside kick. Like, what were y'all thinking at that moment?
We were ready. Because it's one of those things where we literally, he told us what he was going to do. And he had built a track record of if I say I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it. So you practice it all week, you prepare all week, and the thing you figure out as an athlete pretty quick is your confidence is really built on your ability to prepare. So we expected it. Yeah. And when he said it, it was just, hey, let's go execute. It's not a bigger deal let's not make it a bigger deal than what it is. We practice it all week. Let's go execute.
How crazy is it that Morstead is still playing? I mean, that was 15 years ago, and I guess that was his rookie year, I think. Right? Yeah. So, I mean, how crazy is that he's still going though?
It's man, Timo is one of those unicorns. Yeah. The way that man takes care of his body, the how intentional he is with his prep, he could probably do it for another 10 years if he wanted to.
Yeah.
We had Jermon Bushrod on a couple of hours ago, and he was talking about that Super Bowl too. Everybody's story that night is a little bit different. When you think back on it in your mind, what images do you see, or what specific moments are you remembering?
For me, it's I mean, you recognize. I mean, you remember the confetti coming down, but for me, it was really about just trying to go find my family. I knew my mom and my brother were on the field, so just trying to navigate through all of the craziness to find them, just because, that's who you do it for. Like, I started playing the game when I was 7, when there was really no upside for them to support, and for it to come full circle, for them to be in the building, on the field, experiencing the confetti. That's the thing I remember the most. It's the thing that brings it full circle for me.
Did you have kids then? Did you have any kids then? Okay.
No, I was still a young man then.
Okay. So, I mean, you got kids now, right?
Yep.
I mean, what do they think when they see these pictures of you, and like, do they appreciate it? They understand it?
My son does. So my son, he'll be 13 this spring. He's heavy in football. That's that's his favorite sport. So he's kind of starting to understand the gravity that his dad was a pretty good player.
Yeah.
So I think it's one of those things where his friends kind of tell him what's up, but he kind of sees the old man limping around the house sometimes.
Right.
So it's hard for him to kind of bring to connect the dots. But sometimes you turn on a grainy old film and show him that the old man could go get it.
But even walking around in New Orleans, I'm sure people walking up to you, and he's at some point in his life, he's like, "Oh, my dad was a big deal," because everybody's like.
The funny thing with that is trying to take those moments and turn them into teachable moments.
Right.
Because that ability to create those relationships and create that impact, that just doesn't happen. Right. So I use it as teachable moments to let him know, like, the things that you want in this world, the things that you want in this life, they're attainable. You just got to be willing to sometimes go places that other people won't go to get them.
Right.
But if you're willing to do that work, this can be the end result.
Yeah.
When you see some of these young guys walking around playing now, if you could go back, speaking of teachable moments, and tell young Marcus Colston something you wish you had known then, what would it be?
That's a great question. I really wouldn't change much, man. Like my path here, I maybe would have gave myself the clue that I was going to have to wait 2 whole days to get drafted, so I could prepare for that a little more. But no, the path here it's what it was supposed to be. And I think having to wait to the 7th round and not really understanding that I would even get an opportunity, that made every bit of success that much more meaningful, just because of the journey and what I had to go through and what I had to persevere through to get to it.
Yeah.
I think if it would have been easier, or if I would have had, more insight into it, you maybe don't work as hard, or you maybe don't, go the extra mile and try to find those solutions within yourself.
Right.
So for me, I wouldn't change anything about the journey, because it's really been the thing that has kind of sustained me even post career, being able to go into those vulnerable, dark places and figure out who you are, and that becomes once you can figure out who you are and what you do well, it allows you to bring that value to the world in a different way.
That's well said, man.
You got well, tonight, Cam Jordan's up for Walter Payton Man of the Year. I know you know Cam, but why do you think he's probably worthy of it if he,
Cam, for as great of a player as he is, and he is great, he should be a candidate for a yellow jacket. Cam is just one of those salt of the earth, really good people. And the work that he does is genuine. The work that he does is he doesn't do it for the recognition. And I think those people that just go out and do the right things for the right reasons deserve to be celebrated.
Right.
If for no other reason, then it shines a light on their platform and allows them to get more resources to continue doing the work that they're doing, which I know is what he's going to do.
Yeah. For you, man, what kind of stands out about New Orleans for you? Because, I mean, it's a place that whenever players come here, they just kind of fall in love with it. A lot of them plant their roots here, raise their families here beyond their career. I mean, what makes this place what it is?
For me, I mean, I couldn't really enjoy the food as much as I wanted to. They had me on that weight limit. It's the people.
Yeah.
It's the people. And just being here in the time frame that I was here, really meeting people in a different way. It wasn't it wasn't a player-fan interaction.
Right.
At that point in time. It was much bigger than that. And you could kind of feel that coming into the city. And the way that this community embraced us as people, forget being players, embraced us as human beings. That's what will always stick out to me. And that's why, walking the streets and running into people and seeing some familiar faces, maybe even some not so familiar faces, but feeling that connection.
Right.
That's what it is for me.
Marcus, as you walk around here, anything to promote or anybody you're here with or anything like that?
No, I'm actually here. I launched a sports investment firm about a year ago called Champion Venture Partners. And, we're kind of here working, meeting investors, meeting companies. But for me, it's just a really cool opportunity to take the last 15 years of a pretty random resume in a lot of ways. From being in the space as an investor, consultant, advisor, to, working as a professor at UNO and financial advisor and all these different stops. it's just really a cool platform for me to bring all those experiences to bear in a way that, I can kind of help to not just change the sports ecosystem, but make investment more accessible for a broader base of investors. So yeah, that's kind of what we're down here working on, and it seems like a pretty good platform to promote that.
Absolutely. Okay. So before we let you go, the silly question we've been asking everybody, I don't know where this ranks for you in silly questions today, but been asking people to, starting with your last name, go into your first name, spell your name backward as quickly as possible.
Oh man, you testing my brain power. NOTSLOC SEUQRAM.
That's impressive.
People are way better at this than I am. It's harder than it sounds.
I think him and Bushrod are like the best too, right?
It is.
Yeah.
Him and Bushrod,
Well, smart guys who played on that offense.
Yeah, y'all are the fastest too.
That's taking them snapshots of that playbook and trying to remember the pictures, man.
There you go. Well, Marcus Colston, Saints legend, thanks for joining us, man.
I appreciate you guys having me.
Thanks.
We'll let Marcus get out of here, and I think we are going to sign off for the day as well. Been here almost 6 hours, and that is going to do it for our show today. We will be back one more time on Radio Row, day 5, tomorrow morning, sometime, I'm going to say between 9:30 and 10 tomorrow. I know we've got Michael Brockers lined up right at 10, and then we'll see who else we can get on our last day here at Radio Row. So for our guys behind the scenes, Amelia Cotton, Alex Lee, Robert Young, and Norman Bell. Rod, thanks for hanging out for so long, man. We appreciate that. Jim Derry was here, and for all of our guests and for all of you hanging out with us, thanks for being here. We are brought to you by Ochsner Health, and we'll see you one more time here from Radio Row tomorrow.